just under 20 minutes from the start. Finals day of stop number 1 of the World Longboard Tour. And then we're going to go into the Challenger Series, round of 48 of the women's.
Welcome to the fourth day of competition here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Great sandcastle on the beach as always, a big staple of what the US Open is. Declan Whiteton, he's looking for a career best result, a victory right here on the south side of the pier. So is Jo Maria Buesa. Hiroka Yoshikawa, she's looked dominant so far throughout the event. So is Taka Inoue, the young surfer out of Japan. Always energetic, looking good this morning during the free surf. So are the waves. Taka looking for his first major win on the WLT. Local surfer from just down the road in Carlsbad, Jack Van Wagoner, will be taking on Chase Leader in our first heat this morning on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Super fun waves, tons of different action. The Challenger Series, at least one of the rounds, pretty much called on for this afternoon. Should be a fun day of activity. And it's the fourth day of 9 right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Thank you for joining us early this morning. Mitchell Salazar here with one of the greats, Carla Zamora. Carla, these are the trophies we're going to be awarding in just a few hours to the both longboard champions. I mean, they're looking great, but points-wise, really, this is going to make a big difference for people looking to qualify for champs.
100%. This is an important event, not just because of the stature of it, but of course, as you said, for the points leading into, you know, our finals in El Sonsal next year.
And waves looking super fun out there right now. It's extremely consistent. And once again, the plan is to finish the longboard competition and then eventually run one of the Challenger Series rounds, Rosie. And especially with people like Sky Brown on the beach, waves looking super fun. It's contestable out there right now. Good morning.
Definitely. Good morning, guys. A couple corners out there. Well, hot off her win at the X Games, Sky Brown now transitioning into the Challenger Series of surfing. I have to ask you, what are the waves like out there, and what are you most looking forward to today?
Yeah, the waves are definitely fun. I haven't surfed Huntington much, but had a fun session, so should be fun today. And yeah, super thankful for WSL to give me a chance to compete in the Challenger. It's my second time. And yeah, I just came from an X Games gold, so did give me a boost of fire going into this event.
Well, we love it. We can't wait to watch you compete. Scott, thank you for the time. We'll send it back to you, Mitch.
Thank you, Rosie. Best of luck to Sky, getting a wild card right here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. It does reside in North County, San Diego. And speaking of the schedule, once again, finishing the longboard competition today, it is stop number 1 of the WLT, eventually going into the Challenger Series. Round 1 for the women will be going on later today, this afternoon. I mean, we talk about the conditions out here, how consistent it usually is on the south side of the pier. There's always something to surf pretty much 365 days out of the full year. And of course, our partners at Surfline doing some great work. Pacific been nonstop so far this summer, Carla.
Yeah, I mean, for layman's terms, we've got lots of blobs that have been coming up from under the South Pacific there and reaching their way. We see the hurricane swell here, Genevieve, that's going to be giving that swell right about now throughout today. It's going to be building. There's going to be some pumping surf for today. We see 4 to 6 faces and 4 to 7 knots onshore wind for the morning, and then it'll just pump up a little bit more, both in wave face and in wind, but super, super contestable all day. And then when we look into the next 4 days, that's where it's really looking exciting, Mitch. We've got some really insane looking surf all on tap all the way through the week, all the way into finals day. Really, it looks like it'll be pretty fun into finals day.
Yeah, the weekend will be looking fun, rippable out there. Cross shore winds a couple days, but I mean, realistically, when you're looking at it right here, all you really want are opportunities, and all these surfers are going to get it today and later on throughout this week. Let's look at what we got on offer right here for the men, starting with the quarterfinals with our Pacifico bracket. Jack Van Wagoner taking on Chase Leader first thing in the morning, and then 3 other great quarterfinals after that, Carla.
I know, we got East Coast versus West Coast to start the morning off, and then you've got a bit of a battle of Oceania in that next heat with Declan from Australia, Taka from Japan. And then we've been really excited watching Tommy Coleman showing kind of that traditional style, but it's going to be a tough heat.
Yeah, multiple wild cards in the quarterfinals too. I mean, Jack Van Wagoner, he's surfed as a wild card before, and right now, quarterfinal number 1, as you said, East versus West right here from the U.S. And Tommy Coleman, one of our wild cards from San Clemente, he's going to be against Connie Stewart in the 3rd quarterfinal. Could be seeing a brand new champion out here on the south side of the pier too later on today. So it's Jack V Dub against Chase Leader. Immediately, just like yesterday, right off of the hooter, Carla, Jack getting a wave, and he knows this location super well. tends to have to surf in Oceanside quite a bit, just north of where he's from in Carlsbad. Representing North County, San Diego, he's done it very well so far this week. And I mean, just from my perspective so far, the way he's competed, I feel like there's a major possibility that he goes all the way today and becomes a champion here at the Open.
He's definitely been looking like one of the favorites here. He changed his recipe, if you will, that he approached last year, kind of being a bit more patient in his wave selection. This year, tackling it in a much more fierce and dynamic way, staying busy. As we saw with like 15 seconds that had only gone on the clock, he's on his first wave. We see Chase getting his campaign just quickly underway with a quick in and out, but it's looking really glassy out there. We were watching early this morning, and it's also looking a bit hollow and a bit more throaty than we've seen over the past days.
And Chase doesn't mind that size out there right now. Last year's number 10 in the world, has made it into the semis here a couple of years ago. Carla, a really spiritual kid, but outside of that, a kid that really uses the word fun a lot, and he truly embodies that. Out of Montauk, New York, just an amazing young gentleman. Really cool to see him once again in finals day right here on the south side of the pier, but it's a kid that really appreciates the Stoke and really appreciates where he's come from and how it's developed him overall, a true product of his own environment.
Yeah, super stoked here. Look at this one here. That left was looking kind of sweet. He didn't see a whole lot of shoulder, I think, on the end there, and decided to pull out and keep his priority. We got the first of Van Wagner. Gets the tip time right all the way with the 10 toes. He drops a 5.67 on his opening ride. As we mentioned, 15 seconds had only passed on the clock, and he was already going for it. He works it all the way on the inside here with just nice continuous flow and a good connection between the maneuvers. And he's just kind of really had a good fire. I was worried that maybe he would peak too early. Sometimes we see that when you know, you shine early on, and he's just, I don't know, I'm feeling it still. I think you're right. I think you could potentially take it all the way.
Well, he was our regional qualifier through North America, won the event in Pismo, the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic. And with that result alone, I mean, he had catapulted himself up into leading the rankings, eventually got the championship for the North American region. And with that, into the quarterfinals right here. Career best result for Jack V. Dub, looking good early on, 5.67 to start things off. 30-minute heats this morning. Once again, Chase Leader with just a quick in and out, an 05. He does have priority and looking for those lefts as always. But Jack, it seems like really the message, get on the pier bowl early, get a quick start, and eventually add some pressure to your opponent. I mean, huge separation between the two of them right now, as we do see some lines coming through, but Sam Bleakley has a better view over in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Great morning, Sam. Welcome to finals day.
Oh, wow. What energy. I got Tommy Perucci here on my side. I got Kaiman Takayama, and just here I got the great man, David Nueva, the best hair in surfing, and of course an icon to Huntington Beach, an icon to longboarding. And I was asking David, you know, what's the secret to, you know, all those incredible slingshot soul arch hang 10s he had in the 60s here at HB? What waves are you looking for? And he was saying you kind of look at the bottom section as you're paddling in. You know those ones that are going to allow that high line. And a fellow Goofy for the Chase leader, he will also have studied this master. He knows that classic posture straight into the 10s. And, you know, it gives me goosebumps to stand next to the great Nueva. But watch out, because both of these Americans, West Coast versus East Coast, Goofy versus regular, they're two of the best nose riders in the game. Tricky conditions, but I'm looking for Chase to get that big soul arch Nueva style hang 10.
Hey, Sam, when we first showed up in the dark this morning, it seemed like it was under control, right? 3 to 4 feet, looking really playful. All of a sudden, there's some 6-foot-plus sets out there right now. How consistent is it from the Red Bull Athlete Zone?
Oh, super consistent. I mean, you know, those Storm Force, Hurricane, Genevieve swell lines are starting to hit. Every kind of 3 to 5 minutes, you see something threatening that maybe looks like a bullet the longboarders might want to dodge. It might be some of the more West swell medium-sized ones that allow that more controlled opportunity to lock the fin, to get lift on the nose, to engage that rail. But I think every now and then you're going to see somebody sending it on one of the pier bowl lefts in some of this early, strong Hurricane South swell, well overhead waves. And We might get some broken longboards today. Fingers crossed we don't, but I think we're going to have a lot of excitement for sure.
And both of these guys leashless right now. What about that decision with the increase in the swell line out there?
It's the way to do it. I mean, you know, longboarders don't like leashes, you know. As you cross step up and down into the nose rides, those things get tangled around your ankles, you know. The best, they want to be leash free, and you know, these two are the best, and they're out there and they're sending it.
Appreciate it, Sam. That's not just a regular dad. He's a cool dad. Appreciate having Sam Bleakley on our crew. As quick in and out right there from Chase Leader. That's his second ride. So Sam's totally right. I mean, you do want to be as free as possible. I feel like the pier will be, you know, something threatening today, especially with the big increase in the swell that we're supposed to have this afternoon. I mean, by the time we finish the longboard competition, it should be relatively still at ease, but Jack Van Wagner, that approach, getting things early, I feel like it's a smart play right here, Carla.
Yeah, he's sticking to his plan, what's worked for him so far in the event. And it's definitely putting some pressure on Chase here. We'll watch the replay.
What a fade.
Really nice fade there as he brings it to that top part of the section, as Sam was talking about. Gets the tip time there, also gets the 10 toes over. And he whips it back around. Game face on too right there. Just whips it into the whitewater to set up for that inside section. Does a couple more kind of cutbacks there to make sure that he's got enough steep face to hold the nose. Does another one there. As it comes into the inside, that's when that inside section starts to stand up again. But again, you see it as that's probably the fourth cutback, just to get back into that steep part there, and he's going to try to get those steps up there. All right, now we got Chase.
You want to follow the leader out there, and Chase, at the moment, only has a couple of small scores. This will be his best wave in the first 7 minutes on the clock. Looking to get the connection through to the inside. Casual style, just rolling through. He's going to kick out of that one. Doesn't get the inside connection, but did some work on the outside. It seems like a quick one right there for Jack Van Wagner. 22:30 remaining in this one. Jack will recover priority before Chase makes it back outside. So I like this gentleman's game early on. They both know that they respect each other's abilities, first of all, but outside of that, they know each other's strengths. Chase sticking to his own.
2 steps up to the nose, like you said, a little bit of that sole arch there in the 5. Wraps it around with some nice speed and flow, connecting that, and then just kind of rebounds here. He's looking for that inside reform on the left. I think if he had gone a little bit more to, I guess it would have been his right, perhaps he would have had one more moment there, but I think we're pretty close to the shore at that point.
So Chase looking for his best wave so far. Gonna get that score in just a moment. Under 22 minutes on the clock. It's Van Wagner with the 5.67 and just an 05 in the lead. So scoring criteria so far, this event has been extremely consistent. We've seen nose riding and rail surfing really get rewarded. That's at the very top of the list when it comes to the criteria. But more than anything, those maneuvers need to be controlled in the most critical sections of these waves, Carla.
Yeah, and then with that, you also have to utilize the entire length of the board and the wave using that traditional longboard surfing. Yeah, we want some hot dogging, but we want to make sure that we're sticking to style, flow, and grace.
And of course, other judging elements right there, critical sections of the wave, variety, speed, power, commitment has to be something huge too. They want to really see you go for it. And footwork, as you always say, they like those 4 steps to the nose.
Yeah, I'm a stickler for the good footwork. We're not seeing any shuffling here. Just that clean, crisp footwork, whether it's 4 steps preferably, but we are seeing, because of the beach break and that quicker section, 2 steps to the nose.
Of course, control always has to be one of the main things as well. Those people need to ride out fully in control of both their bodies and their boards. A 5-point ride for Chase, so he's back in the mix of this one. Would be great to see a new champion here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Could be one of these 2 gentlemen. Surfer out of the east coast of the US in the blue, Chase Leader representing Montauk, New York. Father owns a surf shop, longtime surf shop owner over there. You know, in an area that has big and busy summertime days. There's Dad Craig, Mom Lourdes holding things back home along with the grandparents. But Craig travels everywhere. And there's the great Michael Takayama as well with the white hat. And he's got 2 surfers in the water right now. Both Chase and Jack riding Michael shapes. actually had to head back home after a full day of being here. I think he went into finishing 6 boards last night and straight back into another day of work right here on finals day for Uncle Michael.
Well, as I've mentioned earlier, he's a board builder, so he's not just sitting in the shaping bay shaping the boards. He's doing everything from start to finish, and he does so, you know, with a lot of craftsmanship and spends a lot of time and love. We had Ben in here at some point during the event, and he was talking about the shaping, and like I think they all put a lot of their heart into it. It's not an easy craft.
Wow, what a nose right there for Jack. Going left for the first time in this heat. This wave connecting well. Gets another nose ride. Cleans it up well right there with that end turn on the outside section. He's going to get a kick stall and potentially get something more redirecting right here on the inside. He just seems comfortable throughout the event so far right now, Carla. I mean, cannot put any kind of pressure on him outside of the one that he puts on himself, but so far he has controlled it. And as you can see, there is a leash string on that board. Mike actually had to drill a hole in it the other day before the comp started, knowing that there was going to be a good amount of swell. But both these gentlemen going leashless in the heat as Chase has to do the swim to recover his board. 18:30 on the clock right here. Let's see what he was able to do on his last one.
Gets the 2 steps to the nose, gets the 5 to the tight 5, brings it back. It's kind of just holding that speed line there. Rebounds it off the white water. Looks like he comes unglued. I figured he must have come unglued because we saw him swimming for his board. So really a lot done in that first part of the wave. Would have been great if he had finished this. We'll see the replay also of Jack here. Does 4 steps to the nose, did a quick 10, wraps it back around, showing a lot of variety here. More 4 steps to the nose, brings it back up and around that whitewater section. He's going to look for the inside there. We can see that little rib. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to, you know, drop down into it, but he's still milking it. Giving us a couple more turns there, a couple more steps as well. Also gets another quick time there on that inside section there. It's pretty cool that Huntington offers that in that moment at the tide. Just kind of keeps it going.
17:30 on the clock. The last of Van Wagner, the best of the heat, a 6.83. Last to Chase leader in the blue, a 4.43. So Chase now needing a 7.5 or better to move up into first place. I mean, that's the experience we're talking about of having been able to compete here in the past multiple times, especially as an amateur as well. You're using that peer to your advantage and not necessarily as something distracting, Carla, as we see the scoreline right there. Pretty tight so far in this one.
Yeah, a lot of these situations where you have like a pier or even maybe some rocks, that's a point of takeoff spot, it can be easy to be intimidated by those things. But a lot of times if you can embrace it, you'll find cool little pockets, right, in those good takeoff zones.
So where did this start? Paddling on the knees, by the way, because you normally don't see that in any other kind of sport when it comes to surf.
Well, yeah, I think I was thinking about this actually the other day, and I'm sure knee paddling initially started because there was no wetsuits, and you were trying to keep your body out of the water. That also being said, I mean, if we think about really the origination of surfing, which is in Hawaii and like Polynesia, the water was warm there. They're riding really big balsa boards. It probably was also somewhat easier to control. You were using your feet and your hands. You didn't have fins, right, back then when we're going really way back. And so I'm sure there was, different methods and ideas of controlling the board.
It really conditions your shins too. I mean, because after a few minutes of paddling like that, you definitely feel it on the legs. Van Wagner once again up and riding. Quick one there for Jack. That won't change his situation at all. Priority with Chase leader, needing a 7.5 or better. So great result already for both of these gentlemen, but they want to be in the top 12 at the end of the season to be able to qualify for the championships in El Salvador. We could be having a brand new champion right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and this guy might be that person that we're talking about later today. Straight to the nose. Leader looking good on this one. Wants to finish it, and he will be riding out cleanly from this one. So a good answer, a necessary answer at this point of the heat too. And might have some more work on the inside. Gets the tight 5 right there, does Chase. And he's going to finish with a cool casual style right here and kick out. with 15 minutes on the clock. It's Van Wagener so far with the lead, but Leader making a big comeback in the second half of this heat when we return to the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Scores are in. Last up, blue goes 5-4-3. Chaser in second. He now requires 7-2-07, which means 15:25 on the clock. If that left bottles off, maybe can do a little spin.
Back in Surf City, USA for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Looking at our Pacifico fan picks for an All-American heat out there to start things off in our first quarterfinal of the men. Overwhelmingly in the favor of Jack Van Wagener, Carla. 72% picking Jack. Meanwhile, 28% taking the former semifinalist out here in Chase Leader. So far, it's Van Wagener with the lead. Quick in and out right there for Jack. Before we went to break, waiting on the score for Chase Leader, it was a 5.43 on his last, so he is slowly but surely making sure that requirement is a bit less every time he paddles up, or he stands up, I should say. Does have priority now, needing a 707 or better. The surfer who has really chosen these lefts well.
Yeah, it's interesting that here we see the replay here, the left here. He stalls it to get it in the pocket, but he's doing those 2 steps to the nose, and we've been seeing Jack do 4, so I'm guessing that might be somewhat of the distinguish, between the scores. He does hit it off the top. For me, what was really important about this wave was actually the second half and being able to get this little bit of tip time there. I think that gave him just a little bit more edge there. Otherwise, it would have just been those 2 moves at the outside.
So it is his best, a 5.43, and as you said, just a couple of steps to the nose, but soul arch right there. The nose ride was great.
Super awesome. I mean, the style you can't deny. He's super buttery, super silky smooth, and really being patient and reading the line of the wave. He didn't really get too flashy in between there, waited for that moment so he knew he would land and stick that rebound off the white water.
Saw both guys before they paddled out this morning. Chase said 3 more free surfs, really 6 more waves if you want to become champion. It's as simple as that if you really break it down that way. And for Jack Van Wagener, he seemed like he was confident in the zone and has his whole family here. Sister Reed, who's one of the best junior surfers on the planet, also an incredible longboarder herself. His parents are here. It's a short drive up from Carlsbad every morning too, so sleeping in your own bed makes a big difference. Being in an environment that you've grown up in does too, and realistically, when you look at it, is there really any pressure on when you're just competing at one of the breaks that saw you grow up in the lineup?
Well, it's a really good matchup, and you make some really good points, but then you could also flip the perspective and say, well, it is your home break, and wearing that kind of pressure on your shoulders and wanting to, prove that, you deserve it because you're from here and you're the one to beat, so to speak. So on both ends. And then we've got Chase, who's somebody that just kind of rolls through everything with a lot of stoke and fun and doesn't seem to take too much seriously, and that's got to get in the mind of an opponent a bit. If you're coming up against them and you're like, does anything shake that guy?
If it's working though, do you change it at this point?
No, I think right now both of them have had good results with the approach that they've taken. and there would be no point. Whereas we saw someone like Leah who opened up, you know, on the opening day, and she kind of had some nerves and she needed to shift it. That's the point where, okay, I got to adapt, I got to shift, I have to make things work. These guys kind of went in with the right deal. It was already checking boxes, so why fix what's not broken?
9:45 on the clock. Did see Van Wagner have a look at that wave right there. Under priority, looking to improve on a 5.67. Multiple generations of great surfers right there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. David Nueva next to Kaimana Takayama and also Johnny the Ripper. And this is really Nueva's peak right here. We call him Machado's now because Rob had so much success within this event right here on the south side of the pier, but it was really David who made that left over, you know, towards Tower 5, between Tower 3 and 5. One of the key waves out here for people's success throughout the U.S. Open in history's past. And Chase taking big advantage of this right now. Well done from start to finish, and love the intensity and attitude at the end from the kid from New York.
He's so entertaining. He's fun to watch. He's fun to hang out with. Always fun to chat with. And yeah, he kind of brings out the crowd, you know. He wants everyone to, hey, look at me. You see Johnny flexing.
Still only 20 years old. He'll be 21 in a few weeks, but such a young kid. I got to meet him at Nationals a few years ago, and actually at this break, and he won the event, looking good once again on this one.
Yeah, gets that tip time really high and tight there, holds on to the little bit of the warble that came through, wraps it around and washes that speed off into that white water as he works it into the inside, wraps it around again here as he just waiting for that inside section to kind of form and stand up. Working it all the way in there, just holding that flow. I'd like to think that this is going to be his high score so far. I've had a few moments where I've definitely been wrong, so as you see, he's really stuck to kind of those two steps to the nose. He turns a bit from the middle of the board, so there's, you know, if he were to tighten those steps, but that nose
that
ride
was
right
crazy
there, and you see the lift in the board there, really critical, and just holding in control and then washing that speed out there as he brings it back around into the inside section, staying pretty locked in on these lefts throughout the event in general. Rebounds the whitewater here, and as I mentioned earlier, just waiting for that inside section to stand up to give him the end of the scoring potential. Mitch, looks like he does. Betters the situation, 6.2.
Yeah, so important right here to get an answer in that way, and needs something just slightly better than that to be able to take the lead now. 6.31 or better is what he requires. 7 minutes on the clock. They've both been active. 5 waves for Jack, 6 for Chase now. And you can slowly see that Van Wagner moved a little bit closer towards leader. I think the approach right now is going to be playing a bit more defense, but with Chase slowly but surely making sure that he's improved on his scores. There is potential right here for this guy to really make a big impact on his next wave. Tight scoring once again by our 5 judges upstairs, a 6.2 the average. Needs a 6.31 for first, under 7 minutes right now. And, you know, as somebody who primarily shortboards and grew up in that area, but technical nose riding like that, I mean, you look at the degree of difficulty, it might be the single hardest thing to do in all of surfing. I mean, when you really break it down, being in the pocket like that, especially as you said with that lift, controlling your body, your posture on that board too, with, you know, a 9-foot-plus board, that takes a lot of skill. It takes a lot of time in the water to be able to practice that too.
The whole technical, you know, science around nose riding too is pretty cool and pretty deep, and it's, you're levitating on the nose, but it's really the tail that's being impacted and allowing it all to happen. So there's a lot of juxtapositions happening with longboarding in that sense, because we move so, we're moving back and forth on the board and using the board to react with the different speeds and the direction and whatnot. So yeah, nose riding is pretty much the ultimate, but people often forget that the turning, the bottom turning, the tail, where you're setting those elements of your board will dictate how critical and how good that nose ride is.
Well, they have been two of the best performers throughout the event, totals wise and just single waves as well. And looking back at the 6.83, this is still the high mark of the heat going left.
And so we can kind of compare here with this 6.83 of Jack versus the 6.20. There's a lot of action going on, I feel like, in this wave. He was really busy, and you see just a lot of energy, and I think the judges kind of acknowledging that, not acknowledging the 4 steps to the nose as opposed to perhaps the 2 steps that Chase has been kind of leading with. So I think if Chase can just get that next ride and add some more steps in there, he'll really be giving Jack a run for his money. And we've had a bunch of heats yesterday that things changed right at the wire.
And then, as you said, these left, they've been, you know, the option for Chase all week long too. And the 6.2, the 5.43, he's been close multiple times. It's really just that one wave that's separating the two of them just a bit more, that 6.83 from Jack. And yeah, you do have speed being one of the most important parts of the criteria, right? So they've taken that into account, with Jack having it just a bit more on his best. But Chase has done very well so far. I mean, that's still high-level surfing that we've seen.
He surfed a really smart heat. You know, Jack came out the gate 15 seconds already into the heat with a 5.67, and that puts a lot of pressure on your opponent because, whoa, like this guy's hot right now, right off the bat. But he's surfed a really smart heat. At one point, he had a 7.5 requirement, and now he's kind of whittled that wave down, needing a 6.3, and we know he's attainable. This is a nice-looking wave, perhaps right here. Hopefully he can get in. Not going to get in it. I jinxed him. But he's under priority, so there was really no harm, no foul there.
Yeah, and it seemed like more than anything that he was trying to get Jack to go on something like that. If he was going to end up going left, he was going to be really deep, and got to take a lot of technical ability to even get into that wave. Well, under priority, Van Wagner doesn't like this one. Chase, once again, a bit too deep on that one, not able to get into it. 3 minutes 20. I like this. I mean, it shows the significance of this event for both of these guys. They are full-time members of the tour. Jack Van Wagner is a student at Cal Poly SLO. And so far, the heat check, I mean, it's really told the tale of the tape. 6 waves for Chase, 5 for Jack. But it's that 5.67. He's kept it in a scoreline the entire heat, Carla. It's currently his backup score.
Yeah, I'm sure he's keeping an eye really on Chase right now. Chase is being a little sly fox. If you're paying attention there, he started to go on one of those lefts. He ended up not going on it, but he sat like, you know, he held his cards close. The poker face was on, and he made sure Jack just stayed put, and then he did this quick spin. So I think, you know, don't put Chase out of the running quite yet. It is getting narrow here, but the way Huntington's been working, things have been kind of popping up. All of a sudden things are changing. You see the score line there, like you mentioned, Van Wagner holding on to the 5.67 and then that 6.83, but leader's really short behind there with the 5.43 and a 6.2. So anything can change in these last 2 minutes. And
all 5 judges actually have Van Wagner's 6.83 as the best of the heat. So you almost say that they protect that score, knowing that that's the standard so far that they've set when it comes to the criteria throughout today. 2 minutes on the clock. Does have a 5.67 as the backup. And this is where you notice the people that have competed at high-level events for a while, that have won events too. If there's no need to go on a wave after you've already gotten your scores, your opponent is still chasing you, and it gets to a certain point in the heat time-wise, might as well just be out there and play some defense. Be very smart and strategic about it.
Yeah, I think you said something that Chase had said. You know, there's only 6 waves left or something that he had to do to win. So if you kind of put it in that perspective, I think it can kind of simplify it a lot, because all of this can get very overwhelming. I mean, the adrenaline alone, let's just talk about adrenaline alone, paddling out, being out there, not even being out there yet, just getting ready, right? That alone you're trying to maintain, you contain, suppress even, and then let it explode maybe in the lineup.
Well, Jack let that wave go, and it seemed like it was a really good one, but once again, going back to the point, don't need to go on the wave, and just make sure that your opponent doesn't get his score. You're doing your job.
Jack knows that Chase is capable of this score, so he does not want to leave him alone. He is going to be his best friend right now.
Well, I mean, depending on who you ask. I think if you ask Chase, He's not his best friend at this moment.
Well, I mean, you know, figuratively.
I get your
yeah, figuratively. I'm your best friend right now. How are you? Let's chat.
Rubbing shoulders with him and just being like, hey, you know, just to remind you, I'm around.
I mean,
want to have a chat?
If you really want to play the mental game, you're having a chat out there. Hey, how's it going? How was your last wave, bro?
I used to hate that. When people came up to me and did that, I remember in the parking lot, there's a couple times where I'd be like, you do that again? Like, I'm going to be talking to you next time.
Like, we're going to the beach.
Well, 15 seconds on the clock. Van Wagoner with the early start is going to be advancing into a career best result right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, achieving a result of at least making it to the semifinals today on their finals day in the longboard division. And Chase Leader, an excellent start to the season, a 5th place finish right here on the south side of the pier. He's going to come in with the barrel. And despite the fall, this kid always has a ton of fun. He's going to have to do the swim in towards the shoreline to recover his board, but give it up to Chase Leader. Jack Van Wagoner moving through into the semis later on here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, and by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
It's one of the coolest places in the world of professional surfing. Huntington Beach, California is considered Surf City, USA for a reason. And it hosts the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Once again, pleasure to have your company right here for quarterfinal number 2. As quarterfinal number 1 done and dusted, Jack Van Wagoner defeats Chase Leader in a great battle to start things off on Longboard Finals Day. Jack into a career best result, Carla. Semifinals at least guaranteed right here, but once again, the way he's been competing and looking so far, I don't think any of us would be surprised if he ends up winning the comp later today.
No, the buzz on set is people are feeling pretty strongly about his performance thus far and feeling pretty good about him taking it all the way. I think by the looks of that last heat, yeah, he's definitely on point.
There's the reception from the fam, Sister Reed giving him a hug. There's Louise LaPrance. She's going to be competing in the Challenger Series later this week as well. So Jack all smiles as he moves through into the semis. He will be surfing against the winner of this quarterfinal, Declan Whiten out of Sydney, Australia in the red, and the always smiling Taka Inoue from Japan is in the blue. 2 regulars out there right now looking like the Pier Bowl is going to be the first option that they're looking at this morning.
Both these surfers have a spicy side to them, but very different approaches, I'd say, to their styles. Taka really always kind of like always amping, if you will, you know, looking for that almost alternative even approach to the longboard. He's very progressive. He's had to kind of adapt in ways to the criteria. Declan, on the other hand, has a hot dog kind of mentality, but really traditional, has a lot of those traditional moves like the drop knee, really epic drop knee, and obviously his footwork is on point. So this is going to be a great showdown, I think.
So just under 26 minutes on the clock. These quarters are 30 minutes. Declan had a career best result last season. Top 10 surfer, a firefighter back home in Sydney, and finishing inside of the top 5. I mean, number 4. What a result. Multiple years on tour right now. The kid rips and representing Sydney, Australia very well. Taking some time off of work, and shout out to everybody covering those shifts back home for Declan. Doing a great job right here representing everybody over at his station. But he's got a tough customer against him. And as you said, pretty much the Energizer Bunny when you look at him. Taka Inoue is always enthusiastic, has a big smile on his face the entire time, and the kid can rip on anything that you put him on. Out of Miyazaki, Japan, traveling with his sisters, his mom, as always, right here in California. And this family obviously knows what's at stake right here. Winning the Asia region is difficult when it comes to the qualifiers. Winning a WLT event is even more difficult, Carla. We haven't seen really anybody so far outside of J.R. Esquivel really have an opportunity at a final in recent years coming out of Asia.
Yeah, Taka's been at this for a minute and really hoping to build on his momentum that has been, you know, gaining throughout the event. As you mentioned, JR has been kind of the star child, if you will, from Asia. And I know Taka has been working really hard at it. So, you know, he's going to be putting out all the stops here. None of the riders have a wave yet. So we'll just be waiting for action on the horizon.
24 minutes on the clock. It seems like Whiten potentially looking at something here. Equally as good going left as he is on the rights. Straight to the nose. That wave steepens up quick too. Has to make the adjustment on the fly. What a way to really make it right there. Beautiful carve on the backhand. I love the way that he was just able to step off of the board right there, and very smart getting close to the pier. As we see right now, Taka deep on this right-hander. Well done. This wave very difficult to read, and he adjusts well. Looking to get another nose ride in. He's going to kick out as there's too much froth on the face right here for that one. 23:20 on the clock, so both surfers with the wave on their board now. Speaking of getting a wave real quick at the beginning of the heat, AJ, Jack Van Wagener into the semis.
And Mitch, that was no mistake. Jack, you told me that you free surfed right before your heat. How did that help you get into the rhythm so early?
Yeah, just went out before my heat, grabbed my jersey, and just caught a couple waves before the heat started, and felt good on my board, so gave me confidence going into the heat. Got a couple good ones, so super stoked.
As you should be, already securing your best finish so far here at the U.S. Open, locking in your spot in semifinals. What is it going to take for you to take it even one step further?
I mean, just surf. I mean, yeah, just feeling good, just feeling confident on my board. The board's feeling amazing. Big shout out to Michael. I mean, it's a magic board for me right now. So yeah, just gonna go reset, get some water, eat some food, and then get ready for the next heat.
We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Jack into a stellar performance right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. So waiting on numbers right here from both Whiten and Inoue. Judges got some work to do, especially considering that there was a good amount of size on both of these waves, one going left, one going right, and really interesting approach from Declan Whiten right there, Carla, as he did have a steep drop, but really it's going to be that one carve that I feel is going to get him a good point right here as he starts off with the 4.17, the surfer out of Sydney.
Yeah, it was a strong start. He's definitely, we'll see the replay here, as you mentioned, went for the left, strokes into it, the 2 steps up to the nose, holds his ground there as he reaches around, wraps it into the white water, but then that kind of ends up being the end of that wave there. So that's why it doesn't end up going into that upper average to excellent. And then this is Taka's. He also does the 2 steps to the nose, gets a really critical nose ride, but then washes it off right away with the cutback. And I think that connectivity is why he was nodded with a 5.5.
Oh, a good exchange. And he was really deep on this one, behind the peak pretty much.
Yeah, super critical right there. There was a moment there you thought he might lose it, but he holds strong. He's a small guy, but really strong. I was talking to him yesterday. He rides like 10-inch fins, really, really big fat fins, because he finds that his boards are too loose and he wants to put all of his mightiness into it. And I can relate to that. I happen to be a kind of short, stocky gal, and I like to put all of my muscle into it. So you can see that that's kind of his approach, you know, when he goes into those turns and whatnot.
He got the info from our beach announcers, and as soon as he heard the 5.5, released just a huge smile. Always enthusiastic, this kid. Deep again.
But sitting under priority.
And behind the peak. I thought he was going to get barreled initially on that one, but the wave just never cooperated for that. 20 minutes and 20 on the clock.
Before the event started, I was we were watching them free surf and stuff, and it was only, I don't want to say I was watching for maybe 5 minutes, and I saw him catch maybe 4 or 5 waves just in that small amount of time. So it seems like his approach is similar to Jack's approach, which is kind of get out there, get busy, and stay busy.
And especially, you know that you're surfing 3 times today too, right? It's like, might as well get out there, do your job, and then eventually get a good night's sleep tonight.
We see the chat with the shaper, athlete and shaper there, getting all the tidbits. It was funny, Ian and I were talking about how a lot of times the board that you see on underneath, it doesn't always feel the same way, but you know that he's feeling fully connected with that board. He mentioned it in his interview. They're super stoked. Fired up. Michael's a big supporter of his athletes.
He's just a fan too.
Yeah.
You know, but he's so enthusiastic. You can feel his energy anywhere you go, and just a character. I mean, that guy could easily have a podcast and just talk story for multiple hours throughout a day about what surfing's done to him. And I mean, he's passing it along too. As you have mentioned multiple times, he truly is a board builder from start to finish as well. 19 minutes on the clock. Priority with Declan Whiten. Has the 417. Multiple lines coming through in a way, in a great spot for this wave here. A bit further down the beach. He's wanting to get into it and way too late. And that was actually a great call, because could have been a big catastrophe if he actually tried to pull into that one.
I was holding my breath there because it was seeming pretty apparent he wasn't going to get into it, but he kept going for it. He's going to try again here as he's a little bit more inside. Gets the 2 quick steps to the nose. Very critical nose ride with some of his body language there as he arched it back, but stuffs the nose and flies.
Well, he did a front flip going forward right there.
I think his 9-foot leash is now 10 feet. But really critical nose ride. He's really, like you mentioned, kind of dropping in behind the peak, and it's offering him that steep nose ride. But
wow.
Bye. The full feet at the end there too, even. Yeah. So, but commitment. You know, commitment. You can't give him. You can't say that he doesn't have that.
I think the sisters and mom just saw the replay on the big screen, and they're like, "Oh, that didn't look very fun." So it's just a 1.43. Maybe the best 1.43 of his life, if we're honest. So shout out Taka. He's trying. Got to give him a lot of credit for going for it too. Look at, I mean, once again, when is that kid not smiling?
You know, there's just some of those. There's those people when they smile, their smile lights up their whole face.
And they use their whole body for the smile too.
You feel the elation. You feel that joy. It's pure, and that's something that you can recognize about Taka and appreciate having him on tour.
Why do you think he rides such a large fin? I mean, because necessarily you don't want something that big, right? If you're smaller.
So that's what I was saying. His boards the boards that tend to be shaped for him, they're smaller or they're lighter. There's some different things about him. Maybe he's had some V in that, so they're pretty easy to turn, not hard. But he's strong, and he likes to put a lot of his juice into it, and he ends up overturning and overdoing some of the stuff. So he'll put a big fin in to compensate. But what we've been kind of talking about is let's kind of alter the board a bit, slow it down, so you don't have to require such big fin. It also gives him the opportunity to use more a different variety of fins. You know, we talked, I think you and I spoke briefly, we didn't get to really nerd out on it, but how a fin changes a board so drastically, especially in a longboard. So yeah, right now he's knows what he likes. He's kind of got it down to a science, so it's hard to kind of break those habits sometimes with athletes. But that's what's going to be exciting working with him, you know, in the future, hopefully.
16 minutes on the clock. Priority with Whiten only needing a 2.77, something coming towards the pier bowl. And it seems like Declan might be in the spot for this. Great looking peak, and he's up. Gets a quick 5 right there. Has to regroup and just does an incredible carve. A drop knee carve right in the pocket. But it's a fall, unfortunately, for Declan Whiten coming out of it. He's going to have to regroup, has half of the heat still to make a comeback. Right now, only needing a 2.77. He was on his way, though. This is probably one of the best maneuvers we've seen all event long if he pulls it.
That wide shot was pretty epic there, right? There's so much speed going into there, but the wave was still in its evolution of standing up again, and it wasn't able to keep that nose out. But super critical, committed. He was really going for it right here, the power. But you see, like, that rib kind of came up and just sucked that nose back under.
As soon as you said evolution, I started thinking about Pokemon. It went from being Charmander into Charmeleon real quick right there for Declan. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, and that's the cool thing about these waves out there with an unpredictable ocean. It keeps things fun, not only for the surfers that have to adjust on the fly too. I think that, you know, spontaneity for the judges a lot of times too brings out a lot of enjoyment for them as well.
It's a long day. It's a long week. You're watching surfing. You're going cross-eyed sometimes, especially at breaks like this, where these guys actually were kind of surfing separate peaks. So, you know, you gotta keep your eyes on the prize on both these jerseys. And so when you can give them something to get excited about, it, that's gonna just help your situation too, right? Because that's gonna give them the opportunity to give you that nod, that nudge in the points and in the scale.
And you want to crack a smile every now and then, don't you, as well? 14 minutes on the clock. It's been an entertaining back and forth heat right here in quarterfinal number 2 between Taka Inoue and Declan Whiten. A spot in the semifinals on the line between these two gentlemen out there in quarterfinal number 2. It is finals day right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico for the longboarders. And we have one of the best in the world coming up. Coniella Stewart taking on Tommy Coleman when we return. Even Stevens when it comes to the Pacifico fan picks out there for quarterfinal number 2. I mean, as close as it could possibly get out there right now. 51% of the fans picking Declan Whiten, last year's world number 4, and 49% picking Japan's Taka Inoue to make it out of this heat right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Declan up and riding. Had some work on the outside, only needs a 2.77 or better to move up in the first place. Just under 12 minutes on the clock. These are 30-minute quarterfinals for the men. And Declan opting to trunk it this morning. It's very warm out there. It is summertime, and especially with some tropical activity, even more humid than usual too. So looking like we will be seeing a situation change right here, Carla, and probably something very smart to do at this point of the heat too by the surfer in red.
Absolutely, he needed to start gaining some momentum here. Like you said, only needed a 2.77. Starts off with the 2 steps 5 to 10. Carefully brings it back around into the white water there as we see that wave starting to reform. Navigates it well. Got a couple little ribs going on there, and he manages to find that inside section. And definitely going to throw away that 1.77. He can guarantee that as we see Taka up and down.
You know what I really enjoy about the longboarders here? You never see the Huntington hop. And it's something that we see a lot in the shortboarders, especially where there is that connection through to the short break. But, you know, it's something I think that's personally awesome about the longboards.
In defense of the shortboard, they don't have the weight and the length to like...
The buoyancy.
And like, we're just using trim speed on the longboard, right? You're just taking that trim speed from that previous section and you're holding onto it. And if you hold it just right, you draw the line right, the weight of the board helps take you into the next section. So in defense of the shortboard, they don't really have that weight and glide. That said, there isn't too many things more ugly than a top.
10 minutes on the clock. Taka up and riding here. An important wave in this heat. Controls the second nose ride, has to jump off. But at one point it seemed like he was nearly losing it on that one. But that should be an improvement on the 1.43 that he has at the moment as his backup. The last of Declan White and his personal best, a 5.67. You can see him in the background. He's pretty much close to the primary takeoff zone, but I love the intensity from Taka trying to make it back out through these waves.
All right, so 2 steps, quick steps to the 5, maybe quick 10. Little radical, a little bit all over the place, but he did remain in control. There we have another point of view there. Gets 2 nose rides on there. He only needs a 4.35, considering the 4.17 that Declan opened with, which just had 1 nose ride and 1 turn. It could come close to the same. It looks like he's going to drop a 3.5.
Did he jump off a bit too early at the end too?
Yeah, I think he was already feeling like, oh my God, like, okay, I'm still on this. I made it. Let me just get back out there again. Yeah, maybe a little early there. I would have ridden it out and just kind of like let it dissipate just a little bit more. But he's got a lot of energy, and it doesn't seem like it's going to make any difference. But he does drop that 1.43. Requirement the same, 4.35. 8 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Declan in priority, so it seems that Declan will probably, I don't know, will he try to hang tight to Taka? Neither one of them have very large scores, so it would be advantageous to get some separation.
Well, as soon as you said that, you could see the eye line from Declan just kind of look at what Taka was going to do. And, I mean, consider the first 20 minutes of this heat. You know, they hadn't scored anything better than a 5.5, and then the 5.67 dropped, but maybe with the increase in swell that we are seeing throughout the day, there's just always that possibility of not knowing what's really going to happen in the last few minutes of the heat. You might get caught inside, you might go for a wave, and then all of a sudden your opponent has 4 or 5 different opportunities. So,
well, it looks like Declan's not going to give Taka any room to try to get that 4.35. It's not a large score.
We call this being Velcro out there. Gonna stick to him like glue. 7.5 on the clock. And we have seen Declan go left in this heat. He's capable of getting big scores on those waves.
Interesting.
He's gonna let Taka go on this one.
Interesting.
Needs a 4.35 or better. And that's the whole reason why I let him go, but trying to break away. Smart move by Inoue.
Yeah, I think that was strategic there. They've kind of been surfing separate heats in a sense. They've been using different parts of the peak. You notice he did that. He did that on purpose.
He hadn't recognized it until now.
Yeah. So smart play by Inoue, as you mentioned. Kind of caught Declan a bit off guard there. Now Declan deciding maybe just to go ahead and play his game right where he's at with 6 minutes 45 on the clock.
Well, at this point, he's still taking away the right, too, because he has the outside of the right, maybe not for the left. but that left is closer towards the pier.
The escape.
Well, I mean, escape from Alcatraz right here. Great work from Taka just to be able to get this wave under prio and move away.
Yeah, and look at all the speed
Yeah.
that he comes off with in that. And he barely has to paddle to really put some distance between him and his opponent.
The nice thing about being light with the buoyant board, you're flying on that thing.
Yeah, you are.
But great play here by Declan. And you could just see, I mean, he was never really panicking at all and went straight over to protect and get this wave that could potentially improve on the 417. Good hit right there from Declan Whiten. That drop knee carve, that is just a patented maneuver of his on the open face here. One more. Great combo and very intelligent. More than anything, methodical right here in the last 6 minutes of the heat. Extremely important to not only improve, convert on a better ride than his backup at the moment.
Yeah, very well put together. He's just got that great ability to connect the maneuvers really seamlessly. We'll watch the replay. I have one critique. I think his toes are an inch shy of the tip. He does 2 steps. You can see right there he was more than an inch from the tip, but he's definitely a bit shy there. But it's the connectivity of the maneuvers from the nose to the tail and the rail, and just like always keeping that speed that I know the judges will acknowledge. And you can just feel that ferventness from him. He's still got a need to win, a fire to win. Looks like it's going to come in at a pretty high score, at least high for the heat.
Good eye here, though, Carla.
Yeah, it doesn't even quite tap it down there, perhaps kind of knowing. But then even there, I'd almost, okay, you see how he shifted it a bit forward there, got those toes over there. So good on Declan for, you know, recognizing those nuances. And then the rest of this wave, he just keeps that speed, that flow, the power throughout, and it's seamless. There's really no moment of
no
wait,
hiccup.
no hiccup, and no like moments of pause. He just keeps it constantly connected through each maneuver, and that's why he was awarded the 6.5.
And yeah, it's an interesting point that you bring up right there, that there's no disruption of flow, and that is one of the major elements in our scoring criteria in any kind of aspect of competing on a board, whether it's shortboard or longboard. They want to see you really be seamless from start to finish on the wave, and despite maybe not getting those technical nose rides at the beginning, he did what the wave was dictating at that point.
It was a fast-moving wave. There's a lot of stuff happening in the waves. It's all moving quickly. The bottom's dropping out. Suddenly it's getting fat. So you have to really be quick on your feet, literally, and sometimes you're unable to make maybe the perfect, you know, size of steps or whatnot. You might just be short. I think that first nose ride, he kind of went for the tap and came off it, probably recognizing like I wasn't totally there yet, and it was so fast moving and you need to readjust.
That might be a big part of why he's a firefighter too, making those quick decisions and being comfortable with them as well. I mean, in that line of work, you got to be comfortable with the decisions that you're making, and it involves saving somebody's life. And right here in competition, could mean that you're either making it into the quarters or the semis. What a maneuver right there from Declan. He hammers that thing shut. He's going to kick out with authority and intensity, and gets the beach announcers talking about you. You have the lead right here. Say you don't improve on the mid-5 that you have, but this adds more pressure to your opponent, Carla.
Absolutely. Taka's definitely going to be starting to sweat it out there a bit. He is sitting in priority, but Declan just kind of kept himself separate, utilized that other side of the peak there, and just keeping his flow and energy at play. He's kind of sticking to this like 2 quick steps. Again, I think he's just keeping his flow and his energy going. He was sitting under priority. There was no reason for him to sit on Taka. Really explosive, even a bit of air off that at the end there.
Strong legs to hold that bottom turn too.
Definitely. And you were talking about, you know, his career and how that goes into play with his competing. We talked with Courtney Conolog in a similar job position where, you know, being able to fire the correct moves under pressure is key, and that's definitely, that training that he's had has got to have played a role in his, you know, competitive evolution.
A minute 45 in away now, needing the 6.67. The last of Whiten doesn't improve. It's a 5.5. So Taka with first priority, 90 seconds on the clock. He's dropped big scores throughout the event. He's eliminated major competition as well. There's his family, 2 sisters and his mom.
Yeah.
Always filming, always on the beach.
Kaede, Sakura, and Yoriko.
And asking for situation once again. You saw him wave his hand right there. Each announcer's doing a great job. They give out time, priority, and scores in that order. 6.67 what he needs. Asking for time once again right here. 55 seconds. And he is just looking for anything that moves at this point. I mean, the real case right here, even if it's a small one today, there's potential for those waves to double up on the inside. We have seen some throaty ones further on the inside, Carla.
Yeah, we did. Early this morning, we definitely saw some very open-faced waves as Declan takes a bit of a victory lap in the last 30 seconds here.
Well, that could have been Taka's wave.
Yeah, I think Taka recognized, he knows at this point he has to get a 6.67 or better, and he didn't think that that was going to provide that.
Hold the phone, 15 seconds. The Pier Bowl might be working its magic right here. This wave has a good shape. He needs to be up and riding before the buzzer sounds. And the countdown is on. Hands need to leave the rail. And he's up. This wave counts. Gets a perched 5 to start things off. This wave fizzling out. We call that petting the kitty right here. Judges don't necessarily like that. It means that you're forcing those transitions, but surfing it extremely well. And he's asking for it. Needs the best score of the heat, a 6.67 or better. Props to the kid for trying with all his heart.
Absolutely.
In the nick of time, gets a wave right here, literally right on the buzzer. But I just feel like that disruption of flow might change things for him right here. Well surfed.
Yeah, you know, you're right. There is they don't really necessarily like that paddling sort of in the wave. You got to give it to him for putting it all out there, though. Gets the steps up, gets a bit 10, wraps it around. He's keeping the connectivity of flow right in there, though. But that's that part in the wave that is fat and that you're kind of trying to get into the next section, and he does do it. He gets more tip time. He's lively, he's spicy, he connects it, he lands it. I mean, he did do all the things, but to warrant the 6.67, 6.7.
Yeah, it's not enough. It's a 5.33, and as we said, an excellent effort, a valiant one as well. When he needed a wave, he got one, but it just wasn't enough. And more than anything, I think it came down to the quality of the wave right there too. But this guy competed extremely well. 12.17 heat total for the surfer out of Sydney, Australia. Last year's number 4 in the world. He's looking to become world number 1 at the end of the season and looking for his first victory at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Quarter 3 coming up. We're going to bring in Chris Cote and Sam Bleakley for the call.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Yesterday was awesome. Teamwork makes the dream work. WSL One Ocean and Wild Coast got together with a bunch of locals, a bunch of surf fans, Groms, everybody involved. And they basically dedicated their day to picking up trash, cleaning up this beach. And this was a super awesome sight to see. These buckets pretty much filled after a few hours. The hard work that our volunteers put in. So we thank all the people that came out to help us just make sure we keep Huntington Beach as beautiful as possible and protect the coastlines that we love so much. That was, of course, was supported by Lexus Scooter and Open Water. So thanks again to everyone involved, and thank you to Declan White. That was a sick heat, and it's super fun because the waves are pumping. Everybody is rising to the occasion, and I'm really excited to see what happens next. I'm Chris Cote. This is Sam Blakely. Sam, what a day for it. We got here bright and early, and the first thing we saw was big teepees all up and down the beach. It's peaky, it's large, it's consistent, it's everything you want in a surf contest.
That's what I'm loving about today, the conditions. That south hurricane swell really starting to fill in. There's some really gnarly, sucky ones, but we got clean faces, and that helps. You know, as soon as you get that kind of bump, that texture, it gets harder to draw the line on the longboard. But when you got those clean sections, you can really trim, you can really commit to those lock nose rides and engage that rail. And it's very, very exciting coming up because Coleman against Stewart, two regular footers. I mean, what more could you ask for a quarterfinal?
And they got involved from the jump, so a couple scores are going to be settling in here to kind of set the tone of this heat. Starting off with Tommy Coleman in red.
Really nice. Coleman with that drop knee turn. A little smaller wave, but looking for something that's got healing potential. San Clemente all the way. Good style. Back up to the tip, gets a nice heels, walks back from that heels with control on the inside, standing switch as he just gets right through to the shallows. And this is the replay of the first wave of Connie up to the tip. He's got some blisters, some cuts on the bottom of his feet. That's why he's wearing the reef booties on his Tsunami model, 9.4 single fin. He broke a board in round one, had to get this board sent over to LAX from Hawaii as a backup. Came in time. So good exchange. I think you'd imagine that Coleman's length of ride there just gave a little bit more scoring potential. We didn't see the beginning of it, so you know, Connie did have a strong start to his ride. It was much shorter, but I'm wondering maybe if Coleman could have got the best of that exchange.
I like the variety. Huge fan of hanging heels. It was quick, but super cool looking. And
here it is.
Let's take one more look at this wave.
Nice fade, good setup, locks that nose ride tight, dropping down into that section. Smaller than Stewart's wave. Stewart drops a kind of probably a mid-sized score, you'd imagine. Maybe that will grow a little bit up into the 6 range. We'll wait and see. But I love this drop knee turn after that opening nose ride. And then just standing tall here and then just getting another touch of the 5. And just setting himself up with a nice bottom turn. And again, engaging that rail and using the drop knee. And I'm thinking that on reflection, this is better in the exchange. I think this will come a solid point above Connie's wave. So you'd expect this is going to put Coleman in first place, you know, after the first 5 minutes, Chris.
Just a classic series of maneuvers, right? Cross-stepping all the way up and down his board, using the entirety of the wave, being creative, and you're right, that came through at a 6.83. Connie Stewart's first wave, 5.67. And that's great because we have a heat on our hands, folks. It starts off pretty even now. Both surfers with 2-wave ridden, both with one savable score, and both with a throwaway. It's still 23.56 to go.
Love it.
Mad respect to Tommy Coleman. No leash out here and pumping HB. And I had a little fly on the wall moment. I was in the board rack listening to some of the guys talking about, you know, being leashless out there and how sketchy it can be. So that'll be a fun story to watch through the day as well. 23:37 to go. Waiting for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to the glass. We got AJ McCord.
Declan, you described that heat as grindy. How did you grind out the victory?
Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate. Like, we didn't get a big flurry of waves, which tends to happen in a couple of heats. I think it's kind of like 2 on, 1 off. But the waves are super fun. They're just real, like, peaky and hard to surf. So you kind of take off and just got to get as much done at the start as you can. But yeah, stoked to just get through.
As you should be. Your best result so far here in Huntington by making it on to the semifinals. How much does that stat weigh on you as you're paddling out into the quarters?
Yeah, I'm super stoked to get through that round. Like, I've only had 5th and 9th here, and to kick off the year, especially going into a big break, like, you don't really want to be dwelling on a bad result. It's quite nice to get a good result. And it's funny, this place is probably the most similar to home on tour, but it's the one I've always struggled at. So to get a good result here and then take that into the rest of the year, and hopefully I've had results at Bells and stuff in the past, so hopefully build on that. And yeah, I'm so stoked.
How do you get ready for the semis?
Yeah, we've kind of got a rough plan, Tal and I, and just, yeah, take some time now, go get a coffee, get off the beach, because I did a full day down here yesterday. It was brutal. The sun's so gnarly. And then, yeah, just come back, and it's going to change between now and then, so just reassess when we come back.
Good luck. Thanks.
Thanks, AJ.
All the energy you have, because the wind starts whipping up a little bit later today. You're going to have to earn it. You're going to have to work for it. You can see the sweep of this south swell coming through on that inside section. Once you get out the back, calms down a lot, so you're not paddling against the current like we've seen in the past here. So once you get through the shore break and the kind of that mid portion of the paddle out, you're going to be chilling, but you're going to have to work to get out there on some occasions.
Yeah, and you know, he's going to reset. He's going to recognize that it's valuable to not assess things, you know, too early. You know, wait till you're close to that semi-final. But what a good run from Declan. And let's look at this situation right now as this lull comes through here and things just settle down, Chris, because it's pretty evenly balanced. That first exchange, Tommy got the better of it. Connie's wave bigger but shorter. Tommy's wave had a lot of variety. It ran for him and he surfed it beautifully. Looking at the spread of scores as well, you know, 3 of the judges dropping a 7, a couple dropping a 6.5, came out in that higher 6, and I'm really, really stoked to see Tommy kind of shining, you know, under pressure, because yes, we've known for a long time he's one of the best young longboarders on the planet. You know, he's been, you know, it's been known globally that he can surf beautifully, but what we're now seeing is him doing it in the heat of the moment in the competition, and I really appreciate that he's delivering the kind of free surfing we've learned to love from this surfboard shaper, from the Tommy Coleman surfboard. He's also got a Bing model, but just look at the footwork, and you know, even ending with the heels on the inside, you know, he's got that full mix, that full caliber of all of the things we love to do on the longboard. Gets that 5, just holds into that heels, walks out there, he's switch. And when you're kind of like taking it all the way through to the inside and adding that element of fun to it, you know that the surfers are feeling it. This was a bigger wave, dynamic out back from Connie, gets that tight 5 into the 10, and then things kind of ended earlier for Connie, but because of the maneuvers done so far, that's why it came out at a really decent score. So he'll be happy with that. It could be a carrier, just under 20 minutes left, but it's going to be really exciting to see how both of these surfers start to use priority as well, Chris.
Yeah, and from what I've heard, eavesdropping, not spying, just eavesdropping on some of the conversations, is a lot of these surfers are going out there looking for the mid-sized waves.
Yep.
Bigger isn't necessarily always better. I've seen a lot of the bigger set waves just come through and close out this whole place. So the medium-sized waves might be the go. Back in 2023, Connie Stewart put on an absolute show for us here in Huntington Beach. And it was pretty cool. We saw on Tommy's wave a little hang heels. Maybe that was a kind of a little shot across the bow, like, hey, Connie, I got to hang heels too, because that was one of the maneuvers that helped Connie Stewart get the win here in 2023.
Yeah. This is the Tsunami model at Kai Salas Longboard Company that he rides, but you know, his bolt upright hood ornament hang 10s are iconic, and he took this all the way to being #1 seed going into the finals at Malibu, losing to his good friend and shaper Kai Salas.
When I watch Connie surf, it almost looks like every frame could be an iconic photo, right? He is so identifiable on his board. Not just his hair, his overall style, right? When he gets out on the nose, it's like, oh, even if it was a silhouette, you know exactly who that is.
Yeah, and there's flashes of so many Hawaiian greats in there, from Russ Kay, Bonga, Perkins, Dwayne DeSoto, all of the kind of, you know, top legendary, Dino Miranda, Lance Huacana, all of those big name Hawaiian longboarders who have shone for so many years. He's up and riding right now, Kote.
Fading to the left. Gets it over the nose real quick. cuts back into the white water, just kind of patiently waiting to see what this wave does, and it doesn't do much, so he's out. That'll be better than his .50, but he's definitely going to be looking to get something a little bit more impactful with 17:58 left. Coleman out the back with priority.
Hey, it was so nice getting to talk to Nueva earlier on today, and it's interesting because we associate Nueva with the US Open, and we associate iconic Soul Arch Hang 10 photos, video clips of him locked in the pier bowl left. But interestingly, it took until 1968 for him to actually win this event, by which point boards are getting pretty small, and then he won that event again in 1970 on his fish designs. And as much as we associate him so centrally to the kind of early and mid 60s here, it was the likes of Corky Carroll and Mark Martinson who were kind of beating him in those events, but Nueva was getting all the money shots and all the money clips. And sometimes for longboarders that's more valuable, because that's what stands the test of time, those clips, those photos that are iconic. And surfers like both of these two people in the water would have looked up to them growing up.
100%, and there are very few surfers that when you feel them walk by you, or you are like in their peripheral vision, you actually feel the aura. David Nueva is that type of person, and he doesn't have to be as nice as he is, because he's just such an icon. He doesn't have to say anything, but the fact that he's so cool and so friendly just makes him that much more of a legend.
Wow.
16:38 to go as we see Connie now unleashing, gets the nose right, gets the big turn, and it looks like this wave could have a good reform on it, but he doesn't think so, and he has a better view than we do. So Connie's out, but Tommy Coleman now up on the nose, cruising down the line. Another mid-sized wave here. Beautiful cross step into that patented drop knee turn. I should say patented, let's say signature, because I feel like Tommy's got one of the best ones in the draw.
Really nice display.
He's
Great
putting everything
exchange
together, isn't he?
That was class from both surfers. Connie had that kind of stretch 5 where he used the inside hand to just hold himself, and then delivered a really radical searing set of rail turns. Tommy, a classic kind of line, in the nose ride, and then that drop knee and in front of Connie, and I love that when you get the chance to do that dynamic money moment turn in front of your competitor paddling out. Here it is, he fades in, gets that high line 1, 2, 3, 4, gets that really nice like rock and roll 5, just working it at the top of the wave, and then look at this turn, and then look at Connie just paddling out and him hooking back it just in time. Connie sensibly, of course, moving to his inside out of his way. And then it doesn't end here, Tommy just reads this wave beautifully. He was obviously looking for one of these runners like his first 6.83, something that wasn't as big as the sets, but something that had that kind of open face which he knew he could kind of paint a good canvas on. And I like the way that we saw from Connie the use of the kind of hand drag for the Cheetah 5 there, and then he just comes off the top and just whips that board round beautifully. And now in the foam here, he's just looking to see if there's a reform, sees there's no reform. So again, he gets a kind of, a shorter, sharper ride, but I think it's going to be a solid score. It might be quite similar to his opening 5, 6, 7. Maybe it was a little bit less than that, but I think Tommy again is going to drop a higher score in that exchange. The wave was smaller, but it was longer, and the criticalness of the opening nose ride and the first drop knee turn for me just elevated Tommy's ride a bit higher than Connie's.
Yeah, interesting exchange, and this will be a fun one to see what the judges do here. Connie L. Stewart got one of the highest single waves of the entire event yesterday.
That was insane.
The incredible kind of nose ride into a big turn. So just a classic combo. And I feel like he's looking for that similar wave because he knows, right? He's so steady on his feet. A giant wave that comes through, and he does two things like that. Yeah. Get that big score.
Something explosive.
Exactly.
Tsunami style.
But right now, I mean, Tommy is utilizing these little right runners to his advantage. His second scoring waves, a 6.43. So he launches himself into the lead with style. Now Connie L. Stewart needs a 7.59, so that would have to be the best wave of the day. Tommy Coleman, all the right moves right now, and he's picking these beautiful Little open-faced waves. You know, that wave was almost half the size as Caniello's wave. So how do you get double the score on a half the size of a wave?
He's channeling his inner Sano vibes here. He's looking for those kind of runners. Sano has that kind of continual kind of playfulness through the wave, all the way through to the inside cobbles. And I think Tommy knows that he wants those waves with a bit of openness. And Connie's going for something explosive, a little peaky, bigger wave. But Tommy's strategy as it stands is paying off.
Well, we got 13 minutes left. We'll see if this trend continues. We are going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We got a lot of heat left. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and what you're looking at right now is seriously one of the coolest cars I've ever seen. I actually walked over there, checked this thing out in real life. This is the Lexus Surf LX, and it's totally customized. You got that beautiful matte blue finish. Of course, the inside is luxury, but also utility. Throw your board in there. Don't be afraid to sit in that Lexus with wet trunks. That's what it's built for. So here we are, back to live action in Huntington Beach as we see Tommy Coleman. So far, he's put on a clinic. He's just finding these waves that keep on gifting him beautiful sections.
Oh, he's feeling it.
Maintain his composure a little bit through the inside. So that was a little bit more of an electrified ride.
Yeah, that's
seen of his opening rides, and Connie right behind him.
Oh,
so Connie having to try to kind of control the speed. That wave is slingshotted him down the line, and then you see it just completely dies out through the inside.
Hey, how interesting, like you said, Cote, to see the difference in the waves that the surfers are choosing. You know, Connie's looking for those peaky, explosive ones. Coleman's looking for those runners, but Coleman's last ride, I mean, considering he's already dropped a 6.83 and a 6.43, I think that's going to surpass both of those scores. It was just insane. Here it is, like sets up high, gets to 10, soul arch, trademark, just hands high, just touch of the face there. Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Drop knee.
That was one of the turns of the event.
I agree, and then into the bottom turn again, another searing turn. You can just see how controlled he is, where he just lifts over that foam and just hooks it. Little skate trick, little slide on the coping there, and just working every little contour and curve of this wave right through to the inside. I mean, will it be excellent range? Could be. Certainly, I'm talking like a stronger score than the high sixes. Could well be a mid-7 or something. This wave was bigger, but just unlucky for Connie. It just started to get all foamy. Kind of ran through the foam that Tommy left behind the wake of his searing drop knee turns, I think.
Well, pretty clear right now. Tommy's on a good one. That last wave came through at a 7.5. He is now into the teens with a 14.33 total, with 8.50 left. Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks. Caniello Stewart, 63%. Though the majority of fans out there thinking that Connie's got what it takes to get a win here, but Tommy Coleman The 37%, those 37% of our surf fans watching and locking in their Pacifico fan picks. Well, at the moment, you're right, because Tommy has a huge lead. Stewart now needs an 8.66. That's a massive, massive score.
Yeah, and he can get that. You know, he got near 9 yesterday on one, you know, really explosive wave with a 10 into a big re-entry power turn. And, you know, he's still looking for those juicier, bigger, peakier sets. And, you know, both of these surfers, the worst they can now do a 5th. You know, they come away from the first event of the World Longboard Tour as regular footers, knowing that they can shine at Bells, at La Union, at the finals in Sunzao. But look at the way he goes into this drop knee and just searing, and a great approach as well. You could just see the way he lifted that heel on the drop knee. So it's all on the toes as he just gets that toe kind of in the right spot just above the fin at the back and into another drop knee as well. And the playfulness he has here, just working that foamy coping. And you can just see the control he's got on his self-shaped board. He knows every contour of the rail and the bottom shape, and he's just working it to perfection.
We all know that Connie Stewart is an absolute master. So this heat is not over yet, and we just saw a very cool hanging heels moment from Connie Tsunami. I mean, that's iconic right there. When he does that, it kind of spreads that wingspan out. Even just for a second, you freeze frame that. That's a poster for your wall.
He's one of the best at the heels, isn't he?
Super cool.
And we saw that when he won in 2023.
Exactly. And I liked that Tommy did it earlier in the heat. And Connie right there said, okay, I got one for you. And here goes Tommy again, straight to the nose. It's that classic soul arch. I'm excited to see this drop knee turn. Ooh, we get a foam bounce instead.
He's skateboarding out there, isn't he? You know that when you're just really in sync with, you know, that foam section, the lip, the bowl, the curves, you know, he's just feeling every little ounce of energy. This is exactly what Tommy has done every single heat, Chris. He's just gone out there, played, had fun, and been on fire.
I feel like I'm watching a video part right now. I don't see any difference between how he would surf on any given day at his home break or what he's doing right now in the biggest longboard contest in the world. You know, it's really cool to see this kind of seamless attitude that he has, and it's totally working.
And trademark, he loves to bring those two hands up high when he's doing that soul arch, and he just keeps things in trim here and then just drives off that one, a little kind of like space.
Had some pop on that snap.
Yeah, exactly. This is trademark hands up. Ready? So there's the 5, pulls up tight, hands up by the ears. Woohee!
That's going to be a great photo.
Peruki's there on the beach, snapping that one. Yeah, like you said, it's like watching a video part, and that's great to see him. You know, we've seen from the likes of Skavana, Chase, you know, surfers out here who have been really enjoying the playfulness. And it's juicy, but he's been choosing the kind of runners, and we haven't had one of those big kind of extreme sets that we saw in the previous heat with Taka and Declan. This heels, though, sets himself up, gets the heels there, walks out super clean, a 5.2, demonstrating the functionality, the degree of difficulty in using that heels effectively. And it's really nice to see the judging panel rewarding the difficulty of those heels. Such a hard thing to do, to kind of walk in to the nose ride, you know, and turn your back on the most critical section and, you know, get all of those heels over the tip and walk back cleanly and then face the wave again and control the board to ride out cleanly. And the judge is giving that a 5.2 for pretty much that maneuver alone.
That was a cool looking wave. There was some moments where flow was interrupted as he was walking back and having to switch stance, but really cool turn. Awesome hang heels. Anytime you get to see Connie hang heels is a good time. 4 minutes, 30 seconds left. Tommy, on the other hand, this guy's throwing out 6s like they're nothing.
So that's just what I was noticing, Kote. I was looking at that list of numbers, you know, and like you say, he's dropping a 6.43 and a 6.57. He would still be winning the heat if he was carrying those 2 scores, his 3rd and 4th highest score. But his 7.5 and his 6.83. I mean, Connie's chasing an 8.66. 4 minutes ago, Connie is a great person of self-belief in the sense that he knows that if he's going to get a set, it's going to get sent to him, and he knows that he can do the surfing that he needs to. He just needs a little bit of luck right now. He's going to stay patient. You might start to see him move around hunting. He'll most likely be keen for one of those right-handers, but remember, let's not forget that barrel that he pulled into in the elimination round. That was pretty exciting.
I feel like a barrel would be something totally different that the judges haven't seen yet. So if one of these guys can find that peak, and here we go. Caniella answering back. Wild spot to try to do a nose ride. That wave was all over him. Quick carve, waiting for things to formulate here through the inside. Little pump off the white water. Could have a good run to the reform, but opts out with 3 minutes 13 left. And yeah, if you number nerds out there. So Tommy Coleman, he's throwing away a 6.43, he's throwing away a 6.57. And that's notable because both of the scores that he's throwing away are higher than the 2 scores that Connie is actually holding right now. And that just means that you are surfing a great heat and you are kind of on a good one right now if you're throwing away numbers like that.
Can see Saxon Wilson on the sound there. He's competed here at the US Open. He's one of the most popular underground longboarders in the world. He actually competes very well, but he's a brilliant surfer. He'd be a good friend of Tommy's. He'd be stoked the way Tommy's surfing. Connie, that wave that he just got then, he put everything into it, didn't he? We're going to get a score, but an 8.66, just the wave wasn't going to allow it. But he didn't want to wait too long. He didn't want to be too patient. I think it was smart of him to have a look at that. It does go into his top 2. It doesn't change the situation. So he's still chasing that very big score. Be interesting to see how Tommy plays priority because, you know, knowing Tommy, he's just not into that game. You know, he just wants to let his surfing do the talking. The last thing he's ever thinking of is sitting on someone or kind of holding court with priority. But let's see in the body language with 1 minute 50 seconds to go, he's got a chance of booking himself a spot in the semi-finals, 3rd or worst. He might make it all the way through to being our, you know, Lexus US Open champion in 2026. So is he going to use priority right now, or is he just going to give breathing space to Hawaiian Connie?
I think he's cruising. You know, he knows that he's pretty much got this one locked up, but there has to be that little bit of doubt in the back of your mind. You are looking at one of the greatest competitive longboarders we've seen in the past decade in Caniella Stewart.
Hey, Connie, I mean, we have to say that year when he won here at the US Open in 2023, we all just felt that it was finally going to be his world title year, and he came up against Kai Salas at Malibu in that title match. And Kai Salas, his surfboard shaper, his mentor, his good friend, took the win. And of course, Kai been fighting for that world title for so long as well. But we know there's a world title in Connie. A 5th is a good start to the season. You know, that's a keeper, it's a carrier. Connie's going to shine at Bells, at La Union, and you know, I would be expecting him to be going for a world title in Sunzal as well when we move into that part of the season around March in 2027.
Absolutely. I mean, he is a titan of this discipline, and you know, I think he enters every event knowing that he can win, or you know, he probably should. He probably thinks he should win because he's that good.
Yeah, and we must emphasize, you know, the adversity he's faced, breaking a board in round 1 and having some pretty tough cuts on his feet that he's been surfing in booties to protect, you know. So it's not affected the performance from Connie, you know, and due respect for the resilience, the grit, the determination he's shown. Pure class from the Hawaiian.
Yeah, and he's provided, I would say, some of the most memorable moments of this event. So thank you, Caniella Stewart, but congratulations, Tommy Coleman, entering the semifinals, already taking out some of the biggest names in this art form, and he has just booked his ticket to a top 3 finish at least. What a heat, super fun to watch, and guess what? We got more for you. Jean-Marie Abueza and Kevin Skavarna coming up next. We will be right back. special moment, sending a lot of gratitude to our representatives of the Ahashiman people, stewards of the land, and I feel like the blessing they gave us at the beginning of this event has worked. The waves have been great all the way through, and they're going to continue to pump all the way to the end. Quarterfinal heat number 4, featuring from the Philippines, Jo-Marie Obueza, and from the USA, right down the road, Kevin Skvarna. This is a heat that I think a lot of people have been thinking about at the end of the day. Kevin Skvarna saying he was just going to go home, get some rest, and try not to think about it. And I think Kevin's been right there in everybody's conversations about, you know, who to watch.
Sure.
This is a big moment for Kevin Skvarna. He's had some good results here, of course.
Yeah, the only bad thing about this heat is the two goofy footers face up against each other. You know, I like it when the goofy footer's a bit more spread out, especially here for the pier ball. But look at this juicy one. This is that big set, Cote.
Oh my goodness, one of the biggest waves we've seen ridden on the day. A massive nose ride. Are you kidding me? What a moment.
Wow.
So he gets pounded, but that freeze frame is going to be insane.
Amazing, and the commitment to get straight to the tip in such a juicy, big driving section. I mean, that was a full bore. I mean, he absolutely sent it there.
Well, Kevin's not scared. That's for sure. That was huge.
And we were calling, weren't we? We were talking about it this morning. You know, we think we're going to see a significant barrel. We saw a lot of the Challenger Series surfers free surfing this morning. We saw a couple of deep barrels. We were saying Kevin could be the one for that. But this high line, Nueva style, finds that 5, gets it, runs back to the tail. And look at the power in that whitewater, just blasting him. And he really put everything on the line, you know, straight off the bat in the first few minutes of the heat there. And that was a big, heavy, significant section. And the judges dropping a 4.83. So Skvarna will, of course, look to wash that score away. But considering what happened then, you know, he's going to have the adrenaline bubbling up inside already.
Well, that's better than a cup of coffee right there. And Kevin right back to it. So you know he's feeling the energy right now. I mean, this is a guy that thrives in all types of conditions, on all types of boards. This is right in his wheelhouse. So backs up that opening explosion. It's just a nice and tidy backside wave.
So good to see a set as well, because the previous heat, great surfing, but none of those big bomb sets. There it is. In the first 5 minutes of this one, we have one of those big, juicy bomb sets. Kevin's the first person to stand tall. And the fact that he could see the nose ride line there in such a heavy closeout was really incredible, because, you know, to take off on a wave like that and be able to stall the board enough, as we see Coleman coming in, getting a high five from Saxon. There we go. Shout out to Coach Saxon, a great longboarder himself, is here represented as well here at the US Open. And there's Stars and Stripes being held with pride there as Coleman from Sano is looking good. Is it going to be his year? This is a special moment for all of the kind of Californian fans tuning in as Jo-Marie takes off.
Jo-Marie flying down the line on this left. Of course, the Philippines fan base on the beach. You can hear them going wild already. Jo-Marie, their final hope of a title here at the US Open in 2026, coming home to the Philippines. So some quality surfing here for Jo-Marie, just nice and steady.
He just looks like he's always ready to pounce, doesn't he?
Right.
He's just got that kind of agile stance where you know that whatever the wave section delivers, he's going to kind of balance and flow through it.
You know, and back to the vision we saw of Tommy Coleman coming through, I feel like that's just a breath of fresh air, you know?
Yeah.
Look, I can appreciate the coaches, the breakdown at the end of the heat, going back and watching the video, but Tommy's just here with his homies, you know? This is just like they're hanging out another day at the beach. It's super rad to watch. Jo-Marie Obueza off to one of his best results ever already here in the quarterfinals. This is a great looking wave.
Yeah, speedy, good setup, gets a nice Type 5 into a cutback on a kind of backup board because he broke his trusted board yesterday. He still got the win, of course. and he's looking good through this inside section. Just staying compact here, just has to kind of work for this reform though. So, you know, perhaps lacking a little bit of kind of flow to really kind of just naturally link up to the inside on this occasion. But that's just a sign of his motivation, you know. He's extremely kind of poised and ready to pounce, you know, he really is hungry for a big result, you know, and this already is his best World Longboard Tour result last year out here in Huntington, the Lexus US Open. He got a 17th, losing to Ben Skinner in that elimination round. He got a 9th in Bells and a 17th in Abu Dhabi, losing to the eventual winner Edward Del Pero. So he's already surpassed his teammate J.R. Esquivel, so that's a big moment of pride for Joe Marie. And the interesting thing is that when Joe Marie started longboarding, it was a board loan from J.R. that allowed him to really discover that love of longboarding. The kids in La Union, San Juan, they all grow up as all-rounders. Both JR and Joe Marie are really, really exceptional shortboarders. Air reverses, alley-oops, they can do them. But Joe Marie now shining, you know, the best result for Team Philippines today.
We got 21:50 to go. Bueza making his way through the conveyor belt, which is probably going to be a little bit treacherous today with some big sets coming through under the pier. So as we wait for Joe Marie to make his way back to the outside, let's make our way down to the glass. Tommy Coleman with AJ McCord.
Chris, we know that Tommy shaped his own board a few weeks before this competition to dial it in for these conditions in Huntington specifically, but it seems like it's performing even better than you thought it would.
I'm very blessed, you know, I'm feeling grateful, blessed to have the opportunity to make a board so close to the contest, you know, and just grateful. Waves are fun, so just surfing out there.
What is it about this board that is really elevating your surfing on these waves?
It's just simple. It's easy to surf, easy to move around. Most of the boards I love riding, like I have a model with Bing surfboards coming out soon, and it's pretty classic, like similar to the old David Nueva Nose Rider outline, like a little bit of curve on the bottom, flat rocker, so pretty heavy, you know, very good for like slow cruisy surfing, and this board's just so much different, so lively and light. Like I can just move it around and put it wherever I want. So it's a lot easier. I'm used to riding big heavy boards, so just a little more freed up out there.
You've had some big heats here at Huntington Beach, but today it just seems like you were locked in. You're ready to go. How would you describe your mentality on finals day?
Well, I got my dog Saxon Wilson, Coach Saxon. He's helping me out. He's just like, you got this? You're going to smoke him? You just go out there, you get waves? And I'm like, I don't know. But, like, I doubt myself, but I'm just, you know, brainwashing myself into thinking I can do it, and then you go do it, you know. But Connie's, like, one of the best surfers. I've been watching him do the WSL for years now. And he's probably, like, gotten the most second places in the world, like in the finals at the end. He's going to be getting a world title pretty soon, so I'm very blessed and grateful to get the upper hand in just this one heat, but yeah, stoked.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Class act, a good dude right there, Tommy Coleman, semi-finalist. And I like that, brainwash yourself into believing it, right? Why not me?
Yeah, and you know, he's got this. I mean, you know, he had that first heat, he was against Taylor Jensen, Antonio Dantash. He got the second there, he had to go into the elimination round to beat Johnny the Ripper, John Michael Van Hoyenstein, and then he came up against Edward Del Pero, who comes in as #1 seed without Kai Ellis Flint here because he's injured at the moment. Big shout out to Kai, our reigning world champ. Hope you recover quick from your injury and you'll be back strong for Bells. But then Tommy takes out the quarters and now he's in the semis, and Saxon Wilson is just giving him some extra support there, and it's good vibes, it's good energy, it's keeping it simple, and he's enjoying the surfing.
Like we've got a paddle here. It's a Bueza now, headed to the right. Big wave, nice nose ride to start. Gets around a crunchy section. Looks like this one could have a pretty sizable reform on it. He's got his eyes down the line, banks it off the whitewater. That wave just had a little bit too much force. It was gonna go all the way through to the sand, out the back. Skvarna, wow, oh, he is really living on the edge. Love to see it. Cool nose ride to kind of a down carve straighten out. So he's going to scan both ways to see if this one's going to reform. It's not. He's out too, so pretty similar waves to Bueza and Skvarna. So your Lexus US Open of Surfing brackets are slowly being filled. 18:20 to go. Both surfers now making their way back to the takeoff zone. And I like what you were talking about there with Tommy Coleman. I feel like he probably has had the most difficult path.
Yeah.
Just in terms of the names that he's taken out.
True enough.
Here's an example of that. This is your Lexus US Open of Surfing bracket presented by Pacifico. And here's where we can see things starting to formulate. So Declan Whiten got over Taka, and he'll be meeting up against Jack Van Wagner. And then you go down to the bottom half of the quarters. Tommy Coleman has taken out the biggest names, the highest seeds in this event. So he's going to be going up against his bro, Kevin Skavarna, or his other bro, Jean-Marie Obueza. Whoever makes it through this heat. I mean, either way, of course, all our semifinalists are going to have their hands full. But if you're kind of looking at, okay, who are the homies in this one? If Jack can advance through over Declan and Tommy can get through, that's a classic California match right there. But of course, a lot of surfing yet to come. Here's a replay of what we just saw for Jean-Marie. Bravery in the face of a pretty gnarly looking wave.
Yeah, you could get a new model, the Bravery model. But I mean, that was a big overhead section, and he gets the 5, you know, walks back, knows there's not much more now, so kicks out. Didn't need to kind of milk that through, but look at this is intense. Holds the 5, but look at the down carve, and look at the energy behind him and the way he just uses his Steve Bainey designed Infinity surfboard to just hang strong and tall, and riding out of that with a lot of composure and control. And he would have liked to have had a little bit more space to operate there, but comes in at a 4.57, so doesn't go into his top 2. So he's kind of just hanging in there in the lead there, but Jean-Marie needs a 5.33. So Jean-Marie dropped to a 3.60 for that last ride, you know, so you may think, well, that's a low number for a lot of the action that I saw, but, you know, you have to now compare it to the scores we've had so far. There's a kind of relative scale that has been set from Jean-Marie's opening mid-4 and Kevin Skavarna's opening high 4, and I think the judges just got that just right with Jean-Marie's last number. But he knows a 5.33, plenty of time to get it. You know, that's something that he can get, and he's having a look in here on a slingshot pier ball left.
Look at this. Left-hand ripper. Big nose ride to start. Now he's just trying to control the speed.
Whoa.
Gets the grab into the vortex, gets eaten up by the Pacific Ocean. That was pretty exciting. And the crew is hyped.
Well, that was juicy, Cote. I would have loved if he could have just ridden out of that final bit. He did the down carve, didn't he? You just wanted to see him emerge from that avalanche of Pacific foam.
So Jean-Marie broke a board yesterday.
True.
That really cool looking board with the Philippines flag airbrush.
Flag on.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
But I mean, this board looks great too.
Hey, he's feeling a little bit like he would have liked to have ridden out of that. This is insane, Soul Arch Nueva style. Drops down, he's already got a good nose ride there, and at this point, knowing he's just going to go for the down carve, uses the rail grab, but there's a lot of bounce there, and had he just kind of like got thrown in front of that kind of avalanche of Pacific foam, I feel as if that score would have been way stronger. But look at the nose ride. That's high commitment, risk, and just running back from the nose and dropping into this heavy overhead bowl section here with HB just looming in front of him. You know, you don't want to be shooting the pier at this moment. You want to be hanging on real tight, and it just kind of swallows him, and you wonder if his elasticity will allow him to stay on top, but he just got eaten there at that moment.
He got smoked, and I loved about that wave, everything in his mind and body was probably telling him, shuffle back, but he said, no, I will not shuffle in the face of danger. Beautiful cross step. I mean, cross-stepping on a wave that big when you're going that fast is so gnarly. Like, not a lot of people in the world have the ability to do that. So while it is kind of a subtle thing in the middle of the ride, super hard to do, and you got to give him a lot of credit for that. That was cool.
It's going to be a good score. You know, he may well move up into first when that score drops.
Well, 14 minutes left, and I believe Carla is in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Hi, Carla.
Hi, you guys. This has been amazing. What a day. What an awesome finals day that we're off to. Some really exciting surfing. And I have to say, I know I might be a bit biased, but I think the best thing to happen to the Longboard Tour was J.R. Esquivel and Jean-Marie Obueza, because with every event comes their crew and comes a plate of food. I've got some wonderful cultural delicacies here. I've got some longanisa, some Spam chips, and of course my ginataan. And yeah, so if you're hungry, you got to get down there. In fact, I kind of got this one for you, Chris.
Thank you so much. And couldn't have mentioned that at a better time, because just like that, Jean-Marie Obueza has flipped the heat. That last score comes through a 5.90. All the credit of that number goes to that big nose ride. He didn't ride out of the turn, he got eaten, but the nose ride was impactful, dangerous, exciting,
Yeah.
and entertaining, and that's what the judges want to see.
I think had he emerged from that, like swallowing of foam, there was a 7 in that, but I think the, due respect to the judges dropping a really strong score because the nose ride alone, and there was a lot of control of that down carve, and, most of the work was done, and then there was a little bit more to give into the 7 range, I believe, had he driven out of that, but it puts him in first, but Kevin only needs a 5.41.
Things are escalating in the lineup as we see Jean-Marie v. Kevin, the battle unfolding in front of our eyes. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Right back into it, quarterfinal, heat number 4, trying to figure out who's going to be our next semifinalist. Will it be Kevin Skvarna, who is flying down the line on this left-hander? Big roundhouse, he fades to the right, the little foam climb there. So at the moment, Jean-Marie Abueza is in the lead with a 5.9 and a 4.4. Skvarna right there in the mix, looking for a 5.43. Chris Cote, Sam Bleakley. Did he get the number on that wave?
I just did. I just saw the score come through.
Oh, you cheated.
It came through so quickly, because I was watching that live and they scored that super quick. They're straight in there. I mean, wow. He's in first now. He's in first, just.
Pacifico fan picks. These, of course, were created before the heat started. 63% of you say Kevin Skvarna has the edge. 37% say Jean-Marie Abueza's got it. I would say those numbers are flipped if you're thinking of what's happening on the beach behind us.
Yeah, true.
Philippines always represented so well here. They're going wild for every wave Jean-Marie surfs. But at the moment, Kevin Skvarna has wrestled the lead back in his favor. We're inside of 10 minutes left. The 5.43 just on the money for Kevin Skvarna. So I feel like that was Kevin kind of leaning a little bit back into the competitive kind of landscape, thinking, all right, I'm going to find that wave to give me the number, and then that will be a placeholder. I'm going to go back out there and get another bomb.
Yeah, and the real spread of scores, some having it, some not, but average did. So he got the number of 5.43, nice opening 5, and then he just drives in that nice arcing turn there. And there was a lot of angle and coverage of the face of the wave, and then finishes off a little hit and cross steps forward, sees that there's no more reforms, kicks out. And I think the nose ride for him, it wasn't crazy dynamic compared to Joe Marie's last one, but it's what he puts into this rail turn. This kind of brings it up into the mid-5s. Look, walks back and just drives it, but not only one angle, then hooks it back up high and then drives it back down low. And then he gets another little bottom turn and then just bounces, rebounds off the foam there, and it's that extra bit of kind of snaking, slicing, carving rail work, engaging that rail in that part of the ride that I think turned what could have been a 4 into what was nearly a 6.
Yeah, with 8:30 to go, temperatures rising in the lineup. Both surfers now have some solid numbers in their score line, but still very even. No one's really run away with this thing yet.
Yeah, I mean, a 4.43 is what Joe Marie is chasing. And one of the things I'm really noticing about the strategy of Joe Marie is that having traveled to the Philippines, you know, a number of times in my life in the last 10 years, grassroots events in the Philippines use the priority system and surfer on surfer from very early rounds, and it gives these surfers a tremendous amount of practice, you know, to shine on the big stage. And I think Joe Marie is someone who, from the very get-go, he's got used to that, and you know, and that's benefiting his approach. I mean, in the heat check here as well, you can see the spread of scores that some judges, that last one for Skavana, a 5.8, others going a bit lower with that 5.2. That wouldn't have been enough to go into first if all of them had delivered that 5.2.
Yeah, I like this sheet right here because it's kind of, oh no. You know what?
Okay.
Out of the corner of my eye when the heat check graphic dropped in, I saw something kind of weird.
Yep.
It looked like Kevin was on his way back out, and
okay, so we know he's got a spare board because Cote, remember yesterday when we were in the heat and you were asking about it, and he said he's got it. So it's going to be really interesting to see who is going to be on the sand to get it ready. Of course, they can't help us. Dad's down there. They can't help by bringing it into the water. Kevin has got to paddle himself in. So this is the third board we've had broken in competition, and he's going to be kind of opting maybe to keep the leash on. We could just see Dad there.
Dad, get the wax.
The wax on.
There's the pit crew. F1 style. I love that.
Dad Eric, man, has got to get that wax on quick. And the worst thing is you know, when you got to open that packet, you know, that's like, oh, that's a quick wax. That's a quick wax job. And you probably find that Kev's going to keep his leash on and just untie it around the back of the broken board. Sad to see an Infinity broken.
Oh my gosh, that board is beautiful.
He broke a board in the heat of the moment in Abu Dhabi last season as well, which was one of his favorites. So good thing is 6 minutes. Okay, he's in the lead, but Joe Marie only needs 4.43. I mean, you know, he's got time, but wow, what a blow. You know, is this going to turn the heat in the favor of Joe Marie?
You know, I see a lot of broken shortboards, and every once in a while there's one that's just so cool looking, but you break a board like this that is basically like a family heirloom, and I don't, where did this happen?
The leash did it. You know, it's interesting. Oh no, the leash didn't. Let's see at that stage.
It was on the way back out.
It's not broken yet at that. Yes, it is. No, I just think that it was really unlucky, and it was one of those ones with no leash that would have washed in, and he would have been swimming. But just the fact that the leash kind of held it, the wave just, you know, grabbed it, but he may well have creased it on that big juicy wave first, and you know, not being aware that there was a crease there, and then anything was going to break it at the right angle. But it was one of those interesting moments where sometimes when you're not wearing a leash, you know, the board would rarely break because the wave will wash it in, but then you've got to swim in for it. But I do think that was a little bit of bad luck with opting for the leash because, you know, of not wanting to lose this heat, but maybe the leash had an impact. But it could have been just a full crease from that opening wave that he got, that 4.83 that was just full of raw Hurricane Genevieve power.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Genevieve. You broke Kevin Skvarna's board. 4.42, Kevin will get right back into the takeoff zone. So, unfortunately for Joe Marie, you know, when something like that happens, you obviously, you know, you want to beat your opponent fair and square, but if somebody breaks their board and they have to go all the way in, it takes about 2, maybe 3 minutes to kind of get everything back and get back out to the takeoff zone, you have the sense like, ooh, here's a chance, but no waves came through. So the advantage there, the spiritual advantage at least, to Skvarna, because there was no opportunities while all that was happening. So 4.11, Rosie Hodge is on the scene of that busted stick.
That was so unfortunate for Kevin, but we have Andrew, his cousin, right here. He did the switch off with the equipment right there, and you know, you had a couple of words with him. What was Kevin's reaction to the broken board?
I don't think he was fazed whatsoever. He said, oh, that sucks. Let's get back out there. Little NASCAR pit stop, then we're good to go.
I love that. That was like a 3-person handoff there. You had the dad waxing up the board, kind of like making sure everything was good, and then the run up. And then also, he doesn't have a leash now. Is that correct?
No, he swapped it back on. It was on his ankle still, so still riding with the leash.
All right, and he's in the lead so far. What's it going to take the win and keep off Joe Marie?
No more broken boards.
Does he have any more backups?
Nope.
Oh, someone might be doing a run to San Juan Capistrano to pick up some more equipment, you guys.
Thank you, Rosie. And thank you, cousin Andrew.
Yeah, and Dad Eric, and I'm sure Mum Karen was somewhere close doing her thing as well.
She might have just stayed back and just kind of put her hands together like, okay.
Wow, what a moment, Cote. I mean, you know, and as it stands, he's still in first, but Joe Marie with priority chasing a 4.43. But again, we come back to that phrase of the week for you and I, the bite-sized score. Those mid-fours have cursed competitors all week. We've not actually, in the heats we've called, seen somebody achieve that mid-four they've needed to get a win in the dying minutes.
You know, I hope we didn't jinx Kevin yesterday when we were talking about how many boards did he bring and talking about his broken board in Abu Dhabi. Sorry about that.
I'm always thinking like that. You know, when I go into the Red Bull athlete zone, you know, I just don't want to do the wrong thing in front of a competitor who's getting ready. You're always thinking, you know, am I in their way? Am I going to say the wrong, you know, topic? And you just got to kind of let them have their space. But here's a wave for Joe Marie chasing a mid-four.
All right, Joe Marie on a screamer. Gets to the nose, going about 100 miles an hour towards the pier. Nice kind of carving cut back. Big section in front of him. Hits it.
Okay.
And he can ride out with it. He is pumped up, looking for a 4.43. I mean, that really has the feeling of above and beyond the score he's looking for.
He's got it. So now it's going to come down to seeing if Kevin is going to get himself in position in time and have the luck of a wave to get the score he needs. I don't think this is going to be a huge score, but it's, you know, I'd be very surprised if it's not going to put him up into first. And then you're imagining Kevin could be chasing, like, at the highest, something like a 6. You know, it could even be lower than that. But as it stands right now, Joe Marie only needs a 4.43. It was a really, really good wave. And if it does go pretty high, then Kevin will need a big score. There's the nose ride, big wave, good cross-stepping, nice controlled footwork. Arcs it back and now just stays safe, but then strong, projecting over that floater there. So only chasing a 4.43. I mean, you know, you're seeing the score there. It's now a question of how big it goes and then what the requirement will be for Kevin. It's probably going to be close to a 6, and is Kevin going to then need something, you know, something in the kind of like 6 range?
Yeah, he's most likely going to need a pretty decent score. I feel like that wave from Joe Marie had a couple, you know, different kind of segments, right? A little, to me, I feel like the nose ride into the turn, it's like that's where he thought, okay, I've got the score, little tentative, but then gets Cindy at the end.
Yeah.
So kind of like adding to the excitement of the overall ride, showing the judges exactly what they want to see, and we're creeping towards excellence with a 7.50 for Joe Marie. Now that means Kevin Skvarna needs the best wave of the heat. There's 30 seconds left. He's got to be hoping for a miracle right now.
And unlucky as well for Kevin, because you could just see Kevin looking for that wave then, but he knew that it wasn't a good one, and he would have just heard that he needs a really big score. And is this going to stand up for Skvarna? He's only got 10 seconds left, and Joe Marie may well have had a fairy tale moment there. And, you know, commiserations to Kevin breaking a board at a crunch moment, Cote. It really has made the difference, I think. But Joe Marie did the work. That was a big set. He sent it, and he gets the score that he needed.
That was clutch surfing. You know, that was a big wave. You know, he was, again, just showed some bravery, taking off, getting straight to the nose, flying down the line, showed a speed control, and then got radical at the end with that big snap. So congratulations to Joe Marie Abueza, taking out an event favorite in Kevin Skvarna. Shock and awe. But guess what? Our semifinals are filled and more to come. We'll be right back.
So now in the water, semifinals for the women. Adeline Gall in
back in Surf City, USA, one of the most beautiful parts of the coastline of California. You got to pay extra for that kind of security right here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Joe Maria Bueza, pretty much a boxer coming out of the ring right here next to the pier, getting celebrated by his fellow Filipinos. Wendell Cullinan, J.R. Esquivel, the whole crew celebrating our last semifinalist right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Mitchell Salazar here with the great Carla Zamora. Carla, Joe Marie does it right here. He's into the semis. A big result for him, especially if he's looking to qualify and fight for his first World Championship later on this season.
And I'm super emotional right now. I've watched these kids grow up. It was exciting when JR got the moment. Now Joe Marie is getting the moment. And a shout out of it's probably in the middle of the night over in the Philippines right now. But I know they are all watching and probably going a bit crazy right now. Maybe getting some of those Red Horse down. Maybe a couple shots in. But wow, we've got some really amazing women's event heats coming up.
Yeah, semifinal number 1 out there, defending event champion, last year's runner-up to the world title, Avalon Gall from Laguna Beach, California, up against former 2-time event champion. She won it back-to-back in 22 and 23. Hawaii's Kalis Kaleopa'a. All goofy-footed matchup in this one to start things off for the women. So they both have experience. They both have a lot of great memories here at this event too, and Kalis has been very vocal about how difficult this wave is really to navigate, and much different today than even yesterday already, Carla. So would not be surprised to see a couple of lefts being ridden by both goofy footers out there in the water at this moment.
No, both of them finding maybe this wave a bit difficult, but not really showing it in their surfing whatsoever. Both of them offering their silky smooth style. As you mentioned, the left's probably going to be a bit more dominant, but we've seen Kalis take a number of rights and gotten decent scores on those. So once the ocean comes alive here, we'll start seeing some pretty good action.
And you are totally right. It is a surprise that they've said that they've struggled at this location. It doesn't seem like he struggled so far throughout the event. AJ, Joe Maria Bueza into the semis here at the Open.
Certainly not, Mitchell. From a broken board to trying to figure out what you're going to ride today and turning the heat in the final minutes. Joe Marie, how have you found this calm, this energy to go as far as you have in the U.S. Open so far?
Yeah, so far this is my good result. This is my first time to be in the semifinals, and super happy and super stoked with the supporters here in this Filipino. And yeah, and super happy, and yeah.
What are you telling yourself in the water as you're waiting for the wave that you know you need?
Yeah, like I need like 4 something, so I need to wait some good waves. Then like last 3 minutes there's waves coming, so I need to get the wave, so I need to get some good score. Then I didn't know what's the score, so but thank you God for I'm so much to be in the semi. Yeah.
You did incredibly, and I know there's a huge crowd here to support you and so many more watching at home. What do you want to say to the Filipino fans back home?
Oh yeah, maraming salamat sa inyo lahat na sumusuporta, and yeah, let's go to semis, and thank you so much to Filipino supporters there, and to my family, my friends. Let's do this, and yeah.
See you in the semis.
Thank you.
Woo.
Congratulations to the prodigal son of La Union over there in the Philippines, Joe Maria Bueza into the semis. His best result on the WLT. Meanwhile, last year's event champion, Avalon Gall, up and riding. First wave of the heat for her. Always cool and casual. Touches the 5. Great footwork so far on this wave for Avalon. Maybe looking for an inside connection, redirecting right. She's going to kick out right there with 23 minutes and 30 on the clock. Kalis did get a wave, a 4.5 to start things off in the heat. So both goofy footers looking left, and it seems like everybody so far throughout the last 2 days of competition really using the pier to their benefit, paddling back out. Go looking ride right here to start things off for Kalis.
Yeah, opens up with a 4.5. She gets the tip time right off the bat. Works the inside section here. It appears. We'll see if she gets that reform. Some of them are doing it, some of them aren't. It's taken a bit of time, it seems like, to kind of get into that reform section. So that's also, I think, had to play in the maybe slightly lower scores than what we've seen in days past, just because it's taken a bit more time, a bit more downtime to get to that next section.
And then Avalon's right behind her.
Yeah, gets the tip time right off the bat with a tight 5. Negotiates that chop pretty well. Almost comes unglued there, but manages to stay upright. You just see kind of a little bit of chop there as her board kind of bounces across, but works it all the way inside there. I believe that would be the 3rd nose ride. So yeah, really good opening ride. She opens up with a 5.5. So back at you, Khalees, right? She's answering right back.
And it's how it should be. I mean, we're in the semifinals. We're expecting every heat to be quite close, and Lexus US Open, a surfing winner last year, Gall looking to go back-to-back. Khalees Kaleopaa was able to do that back in 22 and 23, and she was the #1 seed heading into the champs in El Salvador, ended up being runner-up to the world title last year. Same thing for this young lady back in 2023 at First Point Malibu. What a nose right there for Khalees. KK looking great on this one. And tried to combo it up, it seemed, but she's going to have to settle for just a kick out at the end. Right next to the pier, under 22 minutes on the clock. She's going to have another good score on the board.
I'm feeling Khalees. I've been feeling Khalees the entire event. I think even though she had to go into the elimination round, but she's just been kind of on point. She seems really cool and calm. I was telling her and her mom yesterday, I felt like she had just a good aura around her. Her energy feels like it's in the right place, and she's no stranger to taking the win here. So sometimes it's a few years of kind of taking a back seat, doing some other things, maybe not getting the wins, that kind of reignites the spark, as we see here. Now, in my opinion, she is by far the smoothest on tour. The way she keeps her hands in control while she's negotiating all of these different maneuvers is, for me, like the best.
Artistic, right?
Well, it's just, you know, it's hard on a surfboard. I mean, whether you're shortboarding, longboarding, whatever, and there's a lot of movement. We're balancing, we're moving here, we're going left, we're going right on the longboard. You're walking forward, you're walking back. There's a lot of nuances that are changing in that, and to be able to keep your arms steady is not easy. And to be able to do that, like I've mentioned before, to do it from the shoulder all the way to the fingertips and not let it go loose in the wrists. There's, in my opinion, only really a handful that really accomplish that in an excellent way.
I'm becoming a lot more self-conscious about my arm placement now after these talks. 20 minutes on the clock. Let's look at our Pacifico bracket of the quarters onward. So in semifinal number 1 at the moment, it's Gall and Kaleopaa in that first one. Semi 2 coming up, Sophia Colhane against Japan's Hiroka Yoshikawa, who has competed tremendously well this event so far. She's looking for her second final appearance, her first one right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Could be seeing a new champion out there if somebody from Semi 2 eventually takes the win as well.
Well, I'm always into variety and the creativity and seeing new faces, and as we see Hiroka taking her time to meditate, get into her mental space. I know she's been working a lot on kind of that backside of things, not just the skill set and the technique, but how to go into an event, especially something as big as the US Open, you know, to have the right mindset.
Here goes Khalees. Dropped a 6.17 on her previous one, so the best score of the heat so far. This one just a quick in and out for her. And especially with, you know, the large gap, a significant gap in between events. I mean, there is really a mental fortitude when you already have a keeper result at the beginning of the season, right? And especially you make the final, confidence booster as well. But for Hiroka, she made the final last year at Bells.
Yeah, she did.
That's a big deal right there. I mean, especially when you consider the difference in timing this year in comparison to it being in dead winter in the first few years that we actually had it over there.
Yeah, now it's going to be in pretty much summer, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it'll be far different scenario. I think Bells, though, will still bring its true personality for them. It's such an iconic place and a wave, and it's very country out there, which brings a nice different element as compared to this, where we're in like the hubbub of Surf City and Huntington. But yeah, as you mentioned, Hiroka's been a strong surfer throughout the entire event. And Sophia, she's no stranger as well to getting into the semifinal. I think was a career highlight for her, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely, and 3 of the semifinalists, including the 2 out there right now, Khalees and Avalon actually have the 2 highest heat totals, so the top performers of the event so far. But Yoshikawa has two of those best heat totals. Chloe Calmon, who was defeated yesterday, 13 points. But I mean, goes to show that the former champions, they know how to locate the best waves out there during a free surf, and obviously during a heat as well, Carla. And with 17:40 on the clock, like in the heat total already for Kelly's, considering that she only has 3 waves, she's converted on 2 of those so far.
Yeah, like I said, doing really strong job of staying calm, keeping her style nice and put together, and picking the right waves. But with a 5-5 at the opening ride for Avalon, and just
good score.
Yeah, I mean, she's waiting for a second store. We're gonna have a match. You know, the match is still yet to really go into play.
Well, and that's the great thing about getting into the elite level of professional surfing. Unless, you know, people have less experience competing in big events like this one, they've already been on tour, you know that at least they're going to put up double digits when it comes to their combinations, right? And that's what you want to see. It has to be a relationship, something that goes back and forth the entire time out there, and that time that you have available. It's 30 minutes for these 2 surfers out there, and I feel like it's more than enough considering the consistency that we've seen so far throughout today. The swell on the rise. We do have Hurricane Genevieve in the background looming, sending a ton of different swell, but more importantly, a ton of scoring opportunities for these young surfers out there. 16:20 on the clock. Kaleopo'a with an early lead, but it's last year's defending event champion Avalon Gall only needing a 5.18 in Semi 1 of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Biggest events on tour has been the Lexus US Open of Surfing, as Kelly's Kaleopo'a has taken back-to-back wins right here on the south side of the pier. Back in 22 and 2023 in different kinds of conditions, but from the outside all the way to the inside of Carla, it's always been about the footwork for the surfer out of Waikiki.
I mean, she comes every time to an event with just an impeccable style and an impeccable approach. And she might not have been the favorite going into Huntington to win this, being from the South Shore, perhaps not as privy on the beach breaks, but she just came with such a class act of style and amazing grace, the connectivity between her maneuvers. It's just really no wonder why she took it back-to-back in 22 and 23, and I'm saying she's taking it again in 2026.
You're thinking she's becoming a 3-time Open champion right here in 26. It's been all about finding the right waves at the right time for Kelly's. Meanwhile, this young lady, she was able to win this event last year, looking to defend her title. A lot of commodity right here at the pier for Avalon. Just down the road in Laguna Beach, so about a 30-minute drive from that beautiful scenic area as well. So sleeping in her own bed, and loves to surf Sano, one of her local breaks, really where she grew up surfing, and right here at the pier, good memories already in the few years that she's had competing. So we have seen 2 victories in comparison to the one for Avalon Gall, as we see our Pacifico fan picks it seems like that is reflected so far with our fans watching online. They see the numbers and they think Khalees agreeing with you, Carla. 61% in favor of the surfer out of Honolulu.
That's right, but all that said, you can't put Avalon in the corner. Don't put baby in the corner. You know, she brought the watermelon. Yeah, she's going to get a score here. We're waiting for that to drop. Doesn't need a very high score, a 5.18. We'll see the replay here. She gets up, kind of waits for that board to drop in, does 2 steps, gets a 10. Waits in that trim spot, redirects it back around, just negotiates it with 4 steps up to the nose for a second nose ride. Just as you know, Chris, I heard earlier, serpentining it back and forth, in and out of the face. And as I mentioned, 5.18, feeling pretty good to get close to that, if not just under, but she'll definitely be improving the situation because she needs a second wave.
I think her hair is still dry at this point too.
Likely.
Which is pretty comical considering that it's quite consistent out there and you typically have to duck dive a lot right now. It doesn't seem like she's had to, at least at that point.
No, she's utilized the current through the pier quite well, and it's so deceiving when you watch them paddle through there. It looks like it could be such a hectic kind of journey, but it's a lot easier than it looks.
Well, I wouldn't. There might be, no, it actually goes over it. I wouldn't necessarily use the word easy, but it's less difficult.
True.
For sure.
Okay, fair.
What I will say, once it gets to a certain size, you can hear everything around you too. It starts hitting the pilings and it can be a little intimidating once you hear that noise elevated a bit more. It's a 5.6 for Avalon, so just enough for the lead. Khalees now needing to answer with a 4.93, pretty much a 5 or better to retake first place.
That's right, with 11 minutes on the clock, lots of time. Khalees sitting in priority on her lonesome out there. We've got, looks like a few bumps maybe on the horizon. We'll see if it materializes to be something that is in the liking for Khalees. Narrowing things down, we'll be moving into our second semifinal after this, where one of these ladies will be meeting up with either Sophia Colhane or Hiroka Yoshikawa. No matter who takes what heat, we are destined for an amazing final later, really this morning, I think, still.
Yeah, we're gonna finish about noonish, I'd say. Khalees up and riding. Great footwork to get to the nose. Brings it back down. Managing the whitewater very well on this 4th wave of hers so far in this heat. So in the first 20 minutes, she's been more active than Avalon. She's gotten double the amount of waves and doesn't need a huge number. That's so interesting about her camp. I mean, her family's always here. Mom Malia travels with her. This guy though, a former world champ, a big inspiration to her and her personal shaper, Kai Salas, one of the best in the business. I mean, this guy's a coach, he's a mentor, he's a shaper. He does about a bit of everything, and you know, also grew up in that family circle too, considers her the niece, and she's doing well so far on this one, looking for pretty much a 5 or better.
Yeah, 4 clean steps up to the hang 5, and then as it closes out, she just kind of renegotiates it straight. Don't believe we get a big reform on this one. We'll see as she works it inside here. Just getting a couple steps in there. Majority of the work done in the early part of that wave. As you mentioned, not looking for a huge score, just under a 5. Just good footwork, good nose time. She always puts
a proper 5.
Yeah, she always puts those toes over, like half the foot over, and then negotiates it properly with control out of that closeout section. Doesn't fall, holds her ground.
So 8:45 on the clock, waiting on the number right here. It's going to be close whether or not she gets it. And score coming through right now, it is going to be just enough for Khalees. 8.5 on the clock. It is a 5-point ride. So an extremely close heat right here between the former event champions. KK out of the lead right now, and Avalon needing a 5.58 or better. So only 2 judges said this wasn't enough. 3 others said that it was, and the average comes through as a 5-point ride. So 11.17 heat total for the leader, 11.1 for Avalon at the moment, but still She only needs a mid-5 or better to retake first.
Yeah, they're just taking turns here, which in some ways I guess you could really call a friendly heat. They are good friends, and so you don't see any cutthroat kind of moves happening here. Each lady giving the other an opportunity to get a score on the board, and they're really coming head-to-head, matching.
They're pretty much tied.
Yeah, they're matching each other, you know, with 0.07 of a point that KK is ahead. So, you know, 7.5 minutes on the clock. We've seen things change with a lot less time on the clock, so I'd be willing to bet this could change rotation maybe even a few more times.
And I think, you know, a big inspiration and source of energy has been, you know, those board and brews that they've had in the Red Bull Athlete Zone every afternoon. Still going left coast pastrami, turcados, my 2 favorites. Got the Italians over there, but you know, you got to stick with the OGs, and it seems like even for the surfers, it's kind of been the case. 7 minutes on the clock. Avalon eating a 5.58. Got a crew this morning on the beach. Tuesday, so typically a lot of people at work. Yesterday afternoon was crowded though, was busy. Had a long day, finished about 5:45, 6 p.m. Going to be about the same today with the start of the Challenger Series later today as well on the women's side. But it's fun. I like coming down here. Things are a little, you know, more quiet midday, and then all of a sudden 1, 2 p.m. hits, and there's a ton of people here on a weekday, and goes to show you there's a lot of surf fans in Huntington Beach.
Sure. I mean, this is where it's happening, whether you're a huge fan of shortboarding, longboarding, or even surfing, just coming down and checking it out. Maybe you live nearby, you're here in Huntington, you're visiting. It's quite the production and scene. You can check out all the different sponsors. I mean, even myself, I'm checking all the different ones out, going and seeing who's got what, some of the tasty food trucks we've got here, all sorts of activations.
Pier going through a couple different remodeling stages over the years too. Been wooden before. It's been this way, say about 40, maybe close to 50 years now. One of the tallest in the world too.
Really, in the world?
Yeah. I mean, you go through that thing and you look up and you
tall.
can't really see where it ends.
So our pier in Malibu, I want to say, it's not very tall, and you can jump it without being totally freaked out. I could never imagine jumping off this pier. That would.
Well, the only people that are actually allowed to do so are lifeguards and junior guards too. So.
PSA, nobody's doing that. All right, Avalon answering back. What is she looking for? A 5.58.
Well, get some tip time at the beginning of this wave. Draws out the car very well too. It's as evenly matched as a heat as you're gonna get on tour. And both goofy footers, both event winners. Right behind her, Khalees, she kicks out immediately. So Avalon, she's had 2 waves that are pretty much comparable to what she needs. A 5.58 is the exact requirement. Judges got some work right here, Carla.
Yeah, 100%. And that wave was pretty similar to the ones that she's already have. I'm gonna take a stab and say it's gonna go just under. We get the steps up, which are nice. There's just a little bit of kind of almost rolling up the windows, not quite, maybe more like petting the dog, trying to get that balance in that moment. So I don't know if it'll go quite as high as like the 5.6, but it's just gonna help her keep that rhythm going with the moments drawing down. You know, you don't want to be sitting there too long a lot of times, because that's when your brain and that self-talk can get a bit tricky.
4 minutes. This wave could be deciding the heat too.
Yeah.
Very intense paddle back out. You can see a sense of urgency right here. And judges taking their time, waiting on the score right here with 3:45 on the clock, priority with Khalees. Khalees has caught 5 waves in this one. This is going to be the 3rd score for Avalon. So you're saying just under? I mean, there's 2 waves that are very comparable right now.
I think it was close. I think she did similar things. However, I thought the other 2 were a bit more controlled. There was that moment where she definitely, and it was a bit of a moment where she was kind of regaining the control. Oh, well, I'm wrong.
Oh.
I think I might be way wrong.
We shall see just over the requirement of 5.77 for last year's event winner, Avalon Gall. She takes the lead, and now Khalees only needing a 5.2. So at that moment needed a 5.58. Everybody said yes. And the average comes through as a 5.77. So Khalees now needs to improve on the 5. A 5.2 is what she requires. 2:45 on the clock right here.
Yeah, interesting call by the judges, but they're the judges, so they must have seen something in there that was just a little bit of a nod over. And it puts a little bit of pressure on Khalees, but she's sitting in priority. She's always tends to stay pretty calm. See how Avalon chooses to use being under priority. Doesn't look like she's gonna put too much pressure on Khalees, at least at the moment. We'll see if that changes.
Well, you saw nose riding get very credited on the 6.17 of Khalees. Maybe they just thought the combination of the two things right here, the nose riding with the carve at the end as well.
I mean, that must have been it. For me personally, that middle section there would have docked points.
Didn't sell it to you.
It did not sell it to me. It showed me that she wasn't in control, so that would have docked it a bit for me. That said, she did get the critical nose ride in the carve at the end. So, yep, that's where they're judges, and I'm sitting here talking about it.
You are qualified though, so if you would like to, I feel, you know, have a couple people that we could talk to and eventually get you up there.
No, I have no desire. I've mentioned it before. I've done pretty much all the jobs, and judging is one of the hardest jobs to do. You're up there. You have a lot of weight on your shoulders. If something goes wrong too, like, they all hate you because maybe you didn't give them the score that they thought they deserved. So it's a really tricky position to be in, and it's long hours, it's long days. You're stuck up in the room. I actually got to see our head judge, Tori Gilkerson, this morning. I said, oh, they let you out? She says, yes, for a moment. I got to come see the sun. So, yeah, but a shout out to all of those guys and gals up there. It's not an easy job.
Tori, a former world champion too. 1 minute on the clock. Was that considered a paddle or just a look from Khalees? Seems like priority going to remain the same, so needing the 5.2 or better. And it's been an active heat for Khalees. She's caught 5 waves. Does have the best of the heat so far, a 6.17. But with 35 seconds now on the clock, she does need a wave to stand up.
She will need that. Time is down to the mere seconds here.
We haven't seen her go right either. There are some smaller pure bowl rights that do break every now and then. That really an option when you look at the scoreline that she has at the moment? I mean, a 5.2, it's not a huge score, but it's way better than something in the 2s or the 3s that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, really a tight match here. We knew it was going to be a tight match.
It ain't going to matter anyways because time winding down. It's going to be Avalon Gall looking to go back-to-back. A big win against Khalees. And Kaleopa'a going to be content with a semifinal finish at stop number 1 of 3, looking to qualify for the championships once again, heading into El Salvador in the month of March of 2027. But Orange County's own Avalon Gall into back-to-back finals right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Let's see our second finalist when we return.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. And by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Huntington Beach always hosts the biggest event in the world. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Avalon Gall defeating her good friend Kelis Kaleopa'a in semifinal number 1. And Avalon looking to defend her win at this event last season. Both of them have been runner-ups to the World Championship as well. They are looking to become world champions at the end of this season in 2026-2027. Semifinal number 2 out there in the water right now. It's Sophia Kohane out of Honolulu, Hawaii in the red jersey, and Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan in the blue. Mitch and Carla with you as we see Sophia, the surfer who was number 9 in the world last season, looking to get also her first world championship, representing the Waikiki kids out there in the red jersey. Lovely young lady, great surfer, and one of the most talented surfers to come out of that Hawaii Tahiti Nui region in a number of years, Carla.
Yeah, she started off strong, young, has come on the scene and really made an impact within the longboard community. She's back here at the US Open here. She had a semifinal finish, I think, a few years back, as you mentioned. And, you know, we're waiting for a score to drop. This is going to be another really great matchup between Kohane and Yoshikawa. Yoshikawa having maybe 10 plus years on Sophia, so you could definitely, you know, speak to her as maybe the veteran in some ways, although Sophia getting her career off and started really young in life. So it's going to be fun to watch Hiroka as we see this replay of her opening ride. Came in at a 4.33. I find her surfing to be really technically on top. Fast footwork there to the nose. Generally always is using 4 steps to the nose. Don't see her using 2 steps too often.
Yeah, Hiroka 33 right now. She'll be 34 in a matter of weeks. Meanwhile, Kohane, so this is the 6.33 that we saw, and off to a great start right here. Anything above a 6 to a 7.9 is something in the good range when it comes to the scores, Carla. So she has a good wave already underneath her belt. Meanwhile, Yoshikawa open up with the 4.33, has a small backup, a 0.43 afterwards. But as you said, talented youth coming out of Waikiki lately. I mean, there's just so many of them out there in the water right now, especially on the WLT. And good score right there to start things off for Sophia.
Yeah, the score line there, a few of the judges going as high as a 6.5, so it averages out to that 6.3. And as you mentioned, coming from Hawaii, that South Shore group, they come with the full posse. And despite them all, you know, kind of competing against each other here and there, they really have that Ohana vibes and feel among their group.
Looking at another angle of the 6.33, the opener, Sophia.
She gets the steps up to the nose, carefully directing it and then rebounding that white water nicely. Comes around it here, gets kind of bobbled, steps off. I want to count next time how long it takes them to jump off their boards and get their boards to paddle out, as opposed to stepping on the tail and just turning around. I'd be willing to bet it's a time difference of about 6-7 seconds.
So a 6.33, the opener, 6.7. It's the World Longboard Tour judging criteria, controlled maneuvers in the critical sections of these waves, using the entirety of the board, especially with traditional longboard surfing included, style, flow, and the grace. But really, when you look at the elements, there's a big variety of them, and variety is actually one of those different elements.
Right, and within that variety, you should possess critical nose riding and rail surfing within the critical sections of the wave, combined with speed and power, and then all that needs to be tied together with commitment, control, and you better have tight footwork.
Speaking of tight footwork, oh! Add one to the list for me, Carla.
Well, I mean, you were going into it just right.
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you.
Yeah, I say we give you a free one.
Oh, wow.
Get a freebie.
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 And especially on finals day too. Okay, I'll take it.
Feeling nice.
23 minutes on the clock, so it is her backup at the moment, just a 0.87. From your perspective, what went wrong here?
Well, she does the nice 4 steps up to the nose, but then you see how the nose comes down, and there's this part in the wave here where it gets fat, and it's in that transition zone where it's going to bottom out again into the inside section. And we've seen that happen right there like so many times over the weekend, where they're just not able to get on the tail enough to put enough weight on the tail, which will then pop the nose out, keep it from digging under.
Whoa.
Putting the brakes on.
Had to put the e-brake on at the very last second. She's driving a Lexus pretty much out there right now, and that was a big e-brake right there, and the right call, because probably would have been a bad wipeout. Yoshikawa a bit further down the beach. Little too deep on that one, so 2 really, you know, mistake-free situations right there by both surfers. Yoshikawa really just having a good look right there at that one. Just slightly deep though. 22 minutes on the clock. Sophia with priority and the early lead has a 6.33, the best score of the heat so far. And here she goes, looking to extend her lead, going left for the second time in this heat. Great footwork right there from the surfer representing Hawaii. Might get an inside connection too. This wave seems to have a good line on it for potential reform. Redirecting right, adds in 1 more carve, and that's going to be the kick out that she was looking for. So much better right there, and will be extending her lead. And smart surfing by Sophia Culhane, as we do have 21 minutes on the clock. Avalon Call with a close heat against a good buddy of hers, Kalis Kaleopa'a. She's in to another final right here, back-to-back finals, AJ, for Avalon.
That's right, Mitch. The consistency that we have seen from you, Avalon, over the last few years here at Huntington Beach is on full display. What was your strategy against somebody who is as good as Kalis is?
I didn't really have a strategy. Honestly, I love her so much, and she's one of my best friends and one of my favorite surfers, and just whoever happened to get the better waves. I always love having heats with her, and it was nice to have another one here.
And you turned the heat in the final few minutes. Take me inside your mentality. What are you talking yourself through as you're searching for the wave that you know you're going to need?
Honestly, couldn't hear anything the whole heat, so I had no idea what place I was in the whole heat, but I just kind of kept hearing that it was switching back and forth, but I didn't know who was leading at any time. But the whole time I was thinking, I was like, oh, I just need another wave. But yeah, I guess I just found him, I guess. I don't really know. They kind of just taking off on anything that looked like it wasn't going to close out.
Well, you did a great job identifying the waves. You're 1 heat closer, 1 heat away now even from winning again here at Huntington. What's it going to take?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Just trying to enjoy everything, and super stoked to have made it this far, and can't wait for the final.
We can't either. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Congratulations to Avalon. Back-to-back finals right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Yoshikawa up and riding. What a beautiful carve right there from Hiroka. Using that good footwork and the back part of her board to her advantage. Gets the nose right. Ooh, that was steezy.
Throwing some variety.
And speaking of steezy, how about the use of her arms too, just to be able to balance her weight across this board with a big smile at the end of the wave too. What a way to really finish that wave off, and looking for a 6.28 at this moment to take the lead, because Sophia Culhane does get a 4.27 on her last. Actually going to do the runaround for the first time this heat.
As we see the replay there, she always does the nice 4 steps to the nose. Has a bit of a trip up coming back, but manages to stay controlled. Brings it back into the white water there. She's just keeping her hands, steady as possible. And there's a little bit of that variety there with that cross foot turn. More 4 steps to the nose. And just keeping it nice and high here, wrapping it around and giving it a nice finish, little tie of the bow on the end there. She's looking for a 6.28. And we see the close-up there where she gets those toes, those little piglets right up there.
That was gnarly.
The combination of the tip time to walking back and then stepping that front foot to the back for the turn And then some nice steezy style there. Still holding on. You can see her feeling the energy from that wave as she worked it all the way to the end there. Looks back at her, at the curl there, even maybe her spray.
And how's the smile too? I mean, how cool is it to be able to perform and be satisfied with something in a heat, in a jersey? I mean, it's really what everybody wants to do, right?
I think at the end of the day, you want to make a good showing. Of course, you want to get good scores. You don't want to look bad. You want to do your stuff. You want to not fall. You know, you want to get good raves. Looks like this wave of Yoshikawa is going to come in and disrupt the situation quite a bit for Miss Colhane. And there it is, Mitch. She drops a 7.0.
And nearly unanimous too. 3 judges giving it a 7, 1 a 7.5, and the judge out of our Basque country a 6.5. So a straight 7, the average for Hiroka. 17 minutes on the clock. Situation change right here. She is now leading this heat and looking for her first finals appearance at the Open. 4.33 as the backup. Sophia now needing a 5.01. Very achievable score, especially with the amount of time on the clock. You know, for the casual fan, there's potential right here for Sophia to maybe get another wave. Gonna let that one go. For the casual fan, Carla, I mean, the degree of difficulty with that cross step, but turning during the cross step, where do you rate that 0 to 10 on the degree of difficulty scale?
Well, I think the actual maneuver itself would be maybe a 6 or 7. It's not the actual move. It was how she placed it and where she positioned it coming off the nose. She didn't have any like pause or stop to think about doing it. She walked back and immediately stepped what would have been the front foot into the back to go right into it. And I think we're going to get that replay here. So she steps 1, 2, 3, 4. She lands the tip. She brings it back and then just goes right into the turn. There's no hesitation.
I think you're lowballing her. That's a degree of difficulty scale, a 6?
The maneuver itself, a 6. The
Okay.
way she executed, a 10.
Okay.
Okay, anybody can step the foot back and go wee wee. Okay, but she went to the nose, and within her steps back, she had the mindset to go, I'm gonna now also add a reverse turn, a reverse step turn. So there's a lot going on there. So the maneuver itself, it's not like super critical. The way she executed, very critical.
I got the answer out of you, so I like that side of you. Thank you for sharing.
It might take a minute.
15:20 on the clock. Yoshikawa in the lead with the 7-point ride on the 4.33 as a backup. We got the men's semifinals coming up after this one. Jack Van Wagener taking on Declan Whiten when we return to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Let's go around the league for our WSL news. The Hihweng Korea Open, QS 6000 and LQS. That was completed in a wave pool. It's not the first time it's been done over there either. QS winners Kobe Clemens, Kana Nakashio, Edgar Cavo Jr., Natsumi Taoka, the Longboard QS winners. Also the Caraibos Lacanau Pro, the QS 2000 over there in France. Hanzo Driozola, Victoria Duprat, the winners over there. And of course, a lot more upcoming events. We got 5 in a really short period of time. Oceanside, California for the Supergirl Surf Festival at the end of August. Over there, the Shore Temple Classic in India. The QS returning to India for the first time in a number of years. Banco do Brasil, Rio Grande do Norte in Brazil. And of course, the Board Masters in a little over a week. One of the longest running events worldwide. It's a QS 4000, and it's also going to include the Longboard QS in Cornwall, England.
That's exciting. Yeah, super exciting. Really covering the globe, which is great because it gives all the people within those specific regions an opportunity to have a platform to show their talent.
And we also have our Challenger Series starting later on today right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Mitch and Carla with you for our second semifinal for the women. It's Japan's Hiroka Yoshikawa in a strong lead right now. As we return from break, Hiroka just dropped a 7:03, and now that means that Sophia Colhane with just under 12 minutes on the clock, needing a 7.7 or better. I told you offline this morning, the way she's competed so far, she's looked really comfortable and confident this year at the Open.
Yeah, you called it, Mitch. You said, I really like what she's been putting together, and we can see it right here in front of us on the replay. This was during the break, I believe. Garnered a 7.03. That backs up her other 7 there and just gives her really strong momentum going through this heat because there's still 11 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Lots can happen. And Sophia's sitting in priority, but it's Yoshikawa that's just really showing her expertise, perhaps a bit of her knowledge, just something she's doing within her off hours of training is what I want to ask her. And what are you doing that's changed? It's made something different, but love the style there, and she's got a smile on her face, so she's truly enjoying the moment as she's in it.
And it just seems like she's in rhythm out there right now. And that's really, when it comes to competitive surfing, if you don't have rhythm, you're typically always off.
I mean, we call it the rhythm of the ocean, and sometimes we're right on there and we're right on beat, and there are times where you're just not feeling the beat. And for Hiroka right now, she's tapping, she's beating, she's got it all going on right now. She's getting the groove on. And Sophia, not to say that she's had a bad start, she did open up with the 6.33, which is a really strong start for what we've had on today. She just needs to back it up. She is looking for a 7.7, so fairly decent score, but it's something that we know Sophia to be able to garner and obtain.
It's like when the Cool Kids or Sunbender comes on in the background. You just start dancing out of nowhere, and you find that rhythm and that joy. Puts a smile on your face, and it seems like Yoshikawa has really tapped into that so far this week at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. 14.03 heat total. By any day standards, that's good, but especially by today, that is great. Colhane, she hasn't surfed bad. She does need the best score of the heat, though, a 7.7 or better. And she does have priority. She's made it into the semis before, has Sophia. And she's been an elite surfer for a number of years now. In her early 20s, number 9 in the world last year. But Yoshikawa, she made the final at Bell's last year, which was her first final ever at the WLT Tour. Outside of that, number 5 in the world. I mean, a little overlooked, really, just because of the performance from Rachel Tilley last year, winning every match on her way to another world title, and that is a paddle from Sophia.
Yep, she's going to give up priority, I believe, in that situation. I found it interesting that Hiroka was really kind of putting pressure on her anyways, sitting under priority. I think that was a strategy for her, and here we got Hiroka. She'll now flip the priority once again because she took off on that ride. But you mentioned the score total, Hiroka with the 14.03. I believe that's now sits in the 3rd highest total. I think it was a 14.83 and a 14.63. Maybe it was Connie, and I can't remember who the other was. But yeah, I think she's sitting now in 3rd in the highest heat totals.
Yeah, on the women's side, it had been Avalon and Khalees really up there. And now Yoshikawa, as you're pointing out, more than 14 points. That might have been
another
enough.
switch over.
We shall see. Yeah, and beach announcers letting them know. So typically anything that really induces either a block when your opponent is close by, that you keep them off of a wave, but it just seems like there was enough effort right there for her to potentially get into that one that they did deem it a paddle, and that means the priority switches. And as you're saying, Hiroka is competing right here. 8 minutes on the clock. And it does seem like they actually brought it back, so priority judge reviewed it, watched the replay, and didn't consider that a paddle. And that could be a game changer at the end of this one.
Yeah, it looked like there were a few paddles into that. They must have just deemed otherwise. We weren't really, didn't have my fine-tooth comb running through that at that moment. But
Sophia's mom on screen.
Mama Colhane, Sarah.
Always travels. James, her brother, also a shredder. Kid can do pretty much anything as well. He's a true waterman. So 7:15 on the clock. Needs a 7.7. Been a good day.
It's been a great day.
A lot of scores in the, good, upper good range too, as we see the World Championships by country per women since 1999. 12 for the U.S., 6 for Hawaii, 1 for Australia. You think Hiroka adds 1 for Japan right there?
I was just thinking, I'd love to see some other countries on that list. It doesn't, I'd love to see a wide variety of because we know that there's so many people all around the globe that deserve those kind of accolades, so it would be great for that graphic to change next year.
Well, it's a possibility. And once again, I want to bring up that topic because Rachel was just on fire. That's her wave right there at Sunzai. Like, she succeeded. You know that you match up against her, it's going to be extremely difficult to beat her. She typically posts excellent scores every time she paddles out, but Hiroka is number 5 in the world. I mean, for a lot of people, that's, a result that they'd be satisfied with once they retire, as we see Sophia in and out of that one right there. Still needs the 7.7, just under 6 minutes on the clock, but for the Asian region, that was huge, and I don't think it got spoken about enough, really. I mean, the final over there at Bell's, it was a great result for her. Quickening out once again for Sophia, but she's really doing things once again, starting off the season with at least a 3rd guaranteed here.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point, Mitch. I think it was kind of went under the radar a bit. It didn't quite make front page news when in reality it really deserved to do so. She's been chipping away. She's been on tour on and off for quite a few years now, and it's interesting. We spoke about this, about how in longboarding it's interesting that it tends to be a bit older of a peak, if you will, for our winners, some of our champs, actually finding more success in their later 20s or even 30s. And she's somebody that's proving, that to be true, working at 30, getting close to 34. I know she's really been working on just the backside of things, her mental game. We've always known her to be a really good surfer. She comes from a strong lineage of surfing. I believe Miyazaki is where she comes out of. Also, Taka and the Inoues are from Miyazaki. That's kind of considered like the country.
Yeah, the area Chiba right there.
Southern.
Just outside of Tokyo too, so. Where am I thinking of?
So Chiba, Taito, is outside of Tokyo, but Miyazaki is actually in the further south. You would fly into Fukuoka.
All right.
You drive from Fukuoka down.
What's the name of the beach? They had the Olympics there. It also has a similar name. I always get confused, but our good friend Ben Way has spent a lot of time over there too.
Yeah, shout out to Ben. He gets to come around and do a lot of these guys. The multilingual. I think that guy knows like more languages.
World traveler too.
Yeah, super smart guy.
Just under 4 minutes on the clock. So Hiroka with the lead. They both had to go over a pretty good-sized wave right there. Luckily, no duck diving going on, though. We have seen a broken board already today. Sophia needing the 7.7 or better. And Yoshikawa's, well, she's pretty much been content to be able to play the defensive game right here, as this is the way we're talking about.
Sophie went through that really like relaxed. Like she didn't seem to have any worry.
Made it look easy.
No, like I was like, well, she's used to like big Hawaii waves. She's like, I got this. This is nothing.
A lot of waves they surf in town, though, they're usually roll-ins for the most part, unless you're surfing koalos or bowls. But outside of that, queens typically.
But it never ceased to amaze me how much power is still behind a wave in Hawaii. Like, yeah, it's the South Shore. It tends to be a bit softer, but you're still working off energy that's coming off the Pacific without any dissipation or any continental shelf to break it down. It's just the full
straight through.
It's straight through. So I'll never forget many years ago, you know, going out and I had my traditional California like very little rocker and I just kept purling. I just kept purling and purling and purling because just the little bit of extra force kept sending me under. I needed to, you know, readjust and whatnot. But it looks like with 2.5 minutes left, things are starting to feel a little bit edgy and spicy. The girls are following each other around.
It seems like Soph was trying to bait Hiroka into that one. Hiroka, excuse me.
Yeah, things are whittling down here. Sophie looking for a 7-7 still. At this point, that would be the score that she needs to lock in. There's no chipping away at it at this point.
And look at the way she's just following her the entire time, too. You can see that sweep really moving through the lineup now.
They're like barely moving, at least in this point here. They're
going upriver pretty much.
Yeah, they get out of the vortex there.
Minute 50, out of position, and this all plays to the advantage and the hand of Yoshikawa. There's the Kohane camp. "90 seconds. Oh, and over the falls goes Hiroka. And that'll be a use of priority, so it will be a block by Yoshikawa. As Kohane with priority here. 1 minute 20. It was a smart move, though.
Sophie definitely sold her on that, and Hiroka felt the need to have to kind of push in. I'd almost argue. I mean, I felt like that was the same as what happened earlier with Sophia.
Well, that's a true block, though, but because he truly did keep her off of the wave.
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't want to go necessarily, but the wave forced you to go almost. And that's still up to your control.
And
55 seconds.
That wasn't a horrible left there that she pulled out of, but I think she wants to stay on Sophia. I don't think she wants to give her any space. And even being under priority, she can, you know, attempt to use that in her strategy.
Well, there's a wave here.
Yeah.
And Sophia having a look at it. It's a smaller one, but has a good line. Gonna fade right, eventually go left. Very tight 5 right there by Sophia Kohane. Great nose riding. Excellent line on the inside that she's chosen. Brings it down. 15 seconds. Needs close to an excellent score, a 7-7 or better. Trying to keep her composure right here on the inside. The work on the outside was very well done. Was it enough to get close to an 8, though?
I think everything was lining up really nicely. Unfortunately, that second part of the section didn't quite stand up to give her more tip time. That's where I would if it comes under, I think that's going to be the reason why.
It almost seems like she was setting up for another nose ride afterwards.
It just didn't materialize. And so that's what some of the inside has done it, and some of them just haven't. So we see the replay here. 4 steps. She gets the 5 to the tight 5, as you said. She whips it back around nicely, keeps it in the power part of the wave, in the curl. But it was that part there where she was really waiting for it to open, and she saw that it was just going to close out. And instead of risking the fall, she chose to just get down and stay low.
Not enough for Sophia Kohane, so it'll be the first finals appearance in Huntington Beach for Hiroka Yoshikawa. She is on a roll right now, looking for a victory right here later on today at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. By Open Water, join the post-plastic era. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. And by Best Western, life's a trip. Make the most of it with Best Western.
Here we go, surf fans, straight into it. It's the semifinals of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico World Longboard Tour. Let's kick things off with a classic HB Pier shooter. That's right. We got Jack Van Wagner, we got Declan Whiten, we got a pier already being ridden through. You got Chris Cote, we got Sam Bleakley. There's something for everybody happening right now, live from Huntington Beach. Sam, that's how you want to start a semifinal right there.
We've been calling him a Jack Van Dragon Slayer, but he's surfing against Declan Land Sea Rescue because Declan is not only a lifeguard but also a firefighter. So it's the firefighter against the training architect. And what a nice exchange to kick things off. A good pier shoot from Van Wagner and a really nice 10 on the inside from Declan Whiten.
Yeah, that was some really impressive surfing by both of these guys, but I feel like Declan just had the energy going down the line. That's going to be interesting for the judges. I am Chris. This is Sam. What a day it's been. Finals day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. And I feel like we've seen a lot of really cool storylines, some underdogs coming through, some broken boards, some giant set waves. It's truly becoming, I would say, one of the best iterations of a longboard event we've had in the past decade or so.
Yeah, we had $1 on how many boards were going to get broken in heats, and I said 5, you said 3. Currently it's 3, so at the moment I owe you $1 unless 2 more get broken. But there have been broken boards because we got this big hurricane swell, this south swell from Hurricane Genevieve starting to kick through. But we've also still got these smaller west swell sets, which a lot of the longboarders are choosing. Every now and then you get a real steamy wave that's got power and juice. But what a great exchange to kick things off. An 8 being dropped for Declan Whiten and a 5.83 being dropped for Jack Van Wagner.
Ooh, that's gonna be a stinger if you're Jack. Literally, Whiten getting that score about 30 seconds after the buzzer. So that's a hill to climb, but of course Jack Van Wagner has been doing it all event long. His path to the semifinals has taken him through some heavies of this sport. Let's take a look back at why this wave was an 8-point ride.
So on his Steve O'Donnell board, straight to the 5, and then he runs back to the middle of the board, cross steps forward just to keep that board nice and trim as he comes back to the open face. And at this stage now, he's going to go back on rail and then using that drop knee cut back and slicing through and just touching the foam there, but a little bit of drive off the foam into a high line with 4 steps into a really nice 10. And at that moment, he's got complete poise. He's able to drop that upper body, those hands down, and now has some variety on that turn. So you saw the drop knee, and then you saw, you know, more of the kind of like real gouging cut back, and then he goes into a nice little float here, and he's got the rhythm all the way to give it one more tap of the foam onto the inside. So I think what really kind of separated that up into the excellent range was that nice composed upright hang 10 and those really good rail turns and some variety in the 2 dynamic rail turns, Chris.
The kid is back on the escalator. Straight to the outside, whips it around. That wave is not going to be a keeper at the end of this one. But for Declan, the 8-point ride, that puts him on a pretty illustrious list, as he is now in that top 5.
Yeah, and look, tied with Jack Van Wagner with an 8 as well. Connie Stewart's 8.17 from yesterday, still the highest, but these are 2 of the fittest surfers in the draw. I mean, physically, you can see both of them. You know, you're going to put your money on them in a run, swim, run. They paddle fast. They got very strong legs. But what's really nice about both of these surfers is they got a lot of power on rail, but they got a lot of poise on the nose at the same time.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think Jack is too worried about it. You know, he's got a lot of time left. There's plenty of waves going through, but maybe he should be worried because Dylan is back at it again. Pretty safe to say that we know the strategy that Dylan's employing right now. Just ride everything because he knows there's going to be so many chances for him. So priority not coming to play yet in this heat with 23 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was busy, active from Whiten there. Declan just kind of kicking off with a big score and then, you know, getting a couple of, is this wave any good? I'll have a look. I want to get a backup score quick. So he's wanting to not leave anything to chance. And again, out of priority, he's finding another nice shaped wave, Cote.
Go for it. You know, entertain us. Great nose ride. Almost loses it coming down, but adding just a little drama. And there's that extended drop knee turn. I really like the look of how he does those turns. They just kind of have a little extra on them, how he extends his arms and his knees, you know, that wider stance, drops the knee. Just looks really cool, and then the judges agree. They've already dropped a huge score for Declan, so I feel like that's going to be a solid backup. And, you know, if you just, sometimes if you're relentless, you know, you're going to score wave after wave. 22:16 to go. And speaking of scoring, Hiroka scored herself a win. She's on the glass now with Rosie.
That's right. The women's final is set. Hiroka, you are no stranger to making finals on the Longboard Tour. Every single heat that you've surfed, you've improved your heat totals. Tell us about your run through this event.
Oh, I feel amazing. I just try find a good waves and showing my style. So I'm just happy.
We love to watch you surf this well, and as we head into the final, maybe give a little bit of what we can expect to your Japanese fans watching online.
日本から応援してくださっている皆さんありがとうございます。やっと目標の決勝に来れたので、次は前回の決勝よりも落ち着いて自分らしいスタイルで最初から頑張っていきたいと思います。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
Hiroka will be matching up against Avalon Goal in that final. I can't wait for it, you guys.
Thank you, Rosie. LL Cool J said it best. Don't call it a comeback. She's been here for years. Hiroka Yoshikawa, legend of this sport, blasting through the biggest names in the draw all the way to the final, going up against Avalon Gall. Your Lexus US Open of Surfing bracket looks just like this. Presented by Pacifico, and here is the path to the final that we see. So Avalon Gall getting past Tully White, getting past Khalees in a huge heat, finds yourself in the final, and almost like quietly, Hiroka getting through Chloe Kalman and also Sophia Colhane, two names that we were calling, you know, locks for the finals earlier on.
And a goofy against a regular, and that R on the hat of Hiroka in the post heat there, that's Ruji Shapes. Ruji is her father, Ruji Yoshikawa. Great longboarder, great surfer. Her mum's a really good boogie boarder. They run a surf shop. And Hiroka hasn't actually changed her surfing in the past 10 years. It's just her time has come. She's really started to shine. And I think that the finesse, the nuances of the criteria are really starting to reward the engagement of the rail and all of that brilliant work that happens, you know, between in the middle of the board, you know, out of the nose rides, you know, out of that gouging rail turn. The subtleties of trim and speed that she's always had are really starting to shine. And we saw that with her getting to a final in Bells last year, and we're seeing it again here at Huntington Beach. And I'm so proud of Hiroka because she stayed true to the way she surfs, and it's paying off.
You know, there are a lot of really cool longboard scenes around the world, but I feel like Japan has the coolest. The vans, the vibe, it's just so rad when you pull up to a marquee log spot. Japan, but watch out, Declan straight to the nose, trying the hang 10 floater, which is a really rare maneuver. Didn't quite come down with it.
But
way into the lead, though.
I mean, staying so busy, out of priority, just looking to get that backup score. And we saw that 5.93, didn't we, Cote, that came through before we went to the post-heat with Rosie and with Hiroka. And different to when he beat Taylor, Jack, you know, he's just being a bit more patient. You know, this is the score that came through to 5.93. Or is this the 8.0 with the searing drop? It is, because this is going to be the hang 10 coming up. So we got the nice big turn. Now this is the 5.93. Now look at how elastic and strong Declan is. You know, the difference with the 8 was that it had that really distinctive hang 10, you know, towards the latter stage of the ride, midway through the ride. But what we see in this 5.93 is the strength, the leg power, and of course Manly is a powerful beach break with a lot of changing conditions, a lot of variety, and what it gives the Manly surfers is that ability to adapt and deal with the shifting peaks and Declan is better than most at really ending with that powerful turn, and who can see now Van Wagner answering back, and patience maybe is going to start to play off for the Carlsbad surfer.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad to see Jack just starting to go on a ton of waves. You know, there's 18 minutes, so a lot of time left, and you know, I feel like Declan's kind of you know, just keeps on punching, and it's paid off for him. Yeah, that was a harsh turtle roll.
Yeah, just rolled that. It was nice. I got to talk with Jack's dad, Kirk, and I know his mum, Macy, will be tuning in. Sister Reed here as well. Oh, you know, great shortboarder, you know, close to getting in this CS event. Also a really good longboarder as well, just age 16. And Jack's dad, Kirk, was telling me that within his architecture studying at the moment, he's going to do a placement in Barcelona. And, you know, that's going to be really exciting. He'll get to do some traveling down to Morocco as well for some surf adventures. But Barcelona is a beautiful city. And what's really cool about Jack's run to the semi-finals here is he's beaten Taylor Jensen. You know, he's beaten a 4 times world longboard champion. And that was one of our highlights from yesterday, Cote. We got the luck and the pleasure of calling that heat. It was the first heat of the day yesterday, and Jack just did everything right. And you know, he knows that you know the surfing's there. He's just got to get the waves. This looks strong for Declan. A really big one.
Back at it, straight to the nose. Nearly free falling. Come on. That was radical. We knew that as the swell increased, the floaters were going to get sketchy, and that's about as sketchy as I've seen yet. And I'm here for it. That was cool.
He sent that. I was thinking broken board for 1 second there, but I think sensibly there was a moment in the land of that where he kind of knew he just needed to let that go. I actually think that if he really, if his life depended on it, he could have kind of landed that, but he knew it would have been unsafe for his ankles, his knees, and his board. Just at that stage, he's thinking, you know what, I'll just let this slice into the water. There's the touch of the 5, big heavy drop, and then look at him just driving on that toe side there, and almost loses his balance, just widens his stance, and then at this stage he just knows that that's just not a keeper. But this is typical of what we're seeing from Declan all week. He has just been absolutely sending it. Joe Marie and JR are watching with excitement, looking forward to getting out there and expressing themselves.
That is rad. So wild moments from Declan Whiten. He's in the lead. He's got an 8 and a 5.93. Jack Van Wagner needs an 8.10. Plenty of time left, 15 and a half to go. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Can't wait to see what happens next. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. What you're looking at here is an absolute luxurious beast. This is the GX. This thing is built tough. It's also built stylish. You can just see all the features right here that make it a vehicle that you could basically drive anywhere, including, you know, out to dinner. You could do anything in this vehicle. It's super rad. That's the GX550. Come check it out. Make your way to Huntington Beach. It's even cooler in person, if you believe that. Chris Cote with Sam Blakely. Declan Whiten, he's been on a roll. This is going to be his 9th wave ridden. Takes it from all the way outside. He's got a good, clean little line through the inside. It's reforming. Gives us a little quick drop knee turn. Finishes off with a float. He's got kind of that upright upper body. His arms to the side. His legs seem to be doing most of the work on his board. He extends into those drop knee turns. It's something special. 12:44 left. So Jack is out the back. His last wave came through at 2:10. Had a look at this little lump, but at the moment with 12.5 to go, Jack's down but not out.
Yeah, he's not out. And I'm just checking my world clock. It's nearly 4 a.m. in Sydney, so some stalwart fans will be tuning in following Manly local Declan White. And I know his parents, Paul and Margaret, will be tuning in, both teachers, and they'll be so pleased to see that 8 next to their son's name. And he's backed up with 5.93. But the fact that Jack has already scored an 8 yesterday against 4-time world longboard champion Taylor Jensen. That's, he's going to believe in himself. An interesting positioning now. He's kind of heading a little bit south. He's kind of moving away from the pier bowl, left the pier bowl peak right that he got that amazing, excellent 8 on yesterday. He's maybe setting himself up for something that he thinks is going to give him that excellent range score.
Yeah, he's got 11 minutes and 45 seconds to do it. Declan's still making his way back to the takeoff zone. Jack does have priority. And it felt like the wind was starting to puff up a little bit, but I feel like it's kind of just steady.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy right now, and I feel like the sun is about to pop, Sam.
Yep. Yeah, we were talking weather, the climate, we were talking conditions, we were talking those big steamy sets from Hurricane Genevieve, but we were also talking these kind of remnants of the west swell, peakier ones that a lot of the longboarders are getting some solid scores on. But now look at the positioning of Van Wagner. He's gone much further towards middles there, and in that location he knows he can get a left or a right with a lot of space, and pressure's on him now, needing an 8, but I know his sister Reed will believe he can do it. And I was so blown away at how cool his dad Kirk was. I was actually with Kirk when he was in his first heat this morning, and I said to Kirk, do you feel the pressure, when your kids are out competing? And he says, well, he used to in the more amateur days, but now at this level, he just lets them do it. He knows that they're ready, they're focused, they're prepared, and he was very calm at that moment, and that impressed me.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remain calm in these situations, whether you're watching or whether you're competing. Panic is not going to do anybody any good. 10:24 left. Found out a fun thing about Jack.
Oh, yeah?
The other day, yesterday.
Yeah, share.
So we have the local natives playing this weekend.
Oh, so good.
And there's tickets are still available. They're going fast, but this is a cool stat. Jack's mom's best friend's husband plays guitar in local natives.
So Marcy,
we've got an in, dude. We might get backstage.
So Marcy, the mom's best friend's husband, plays guitar in the local natives.
Yeah.
That is sick.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Family tree.
Right, backstage.
Indie rock family tree.
I love it. Oh, that's going to be really good. But Jack, pressure's on. I mean, this is a smaller one. It needs to have some space on the face for him to really showcase those critical nose rides.
He's up on the nose with an extended nose ride, 5 to 10, and a big snap, and he rides out clean.
Yes.
Jack's back, folks. That was a sick ride.
I'm feeling that, Cote. That was strong. I mean, and it came off the back of strategy. He headed towards middles to find that. And yes, it could have been a pier bowl left, as you could see, but he didn't get too close to the pier on takeoff. He went south, and he was, I reckon he had seen a previous set break there, that he was thinking, you know what, I'm going to hunt down one of those lefts. And he sets a high line, and he knows he needs something critical, and he waits, and then he pounces, and he streaks into a 10, and then at this stage here, he wides his stance, he drives that big float, and he comes out with so much clean control and composure. 8-1-0, very big score, but look at the degree of difficulty in this 10. Just leans into that 5, and then at this moment hovers and lifts on his Michael Takayama for the 10, and right there as he walked back, as we can see live action, searing drop knee top turn from Declan Whiten.
Yeah, Declan just grabbing the attention back. We're still shook up from what we just saw from Jack, but that was a really nicely surfed wave for Declan. If you're thinking about numbers right now, the excitement level of Jack's wave, the snap at the end, To me, that was pretty similar to what we saw, you know, from Connie on his biggest score.
Yeah.
I feel like, and I could be wrong, I've been wrong in the past, but I feel like that could be close, if not that 8.10. Of course, we're going to leave that one up to the judges. With 8 minutes left, we've got some insight from one of Declan's camp members. AJ, who you got?
Well, I'm here with Tully White. Tully, you and Declan have been kind of feeding off of each other for this event, coaching each other through it. He's ridden 10 waves in this event. How did you guys talk about strategy between the quarters and the semis?
Yeah, I guess we're just, you know, same again, trying to get lots of waves and find opportunities to do the surfing he's so capable of. You know, at home he's always hitting big sections and he has a lot of confidence in his ability to do that. So, yeah, just backing him all the way and stoked to see him get that 8 right at the start. It's how you want to start a semi, so stoked for him.
Well, and we're here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Every time he hits one of those sections, the whole place goes crazy. How fun is it to have a semifinals like this where they're just going back and forth hitting these huge waves?
Yeah, definitely. Like, there has been moments today where it's slowed down, so to have the opportunity to get lots of waves, I know Chloe and Simbi and his parents at home will be very happy that he's had lots of opportunities. So yeah, just stoked for him.
We'll let you get back to rooting him on. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks, Tully. Well, the score comes through. It's close, a 7.5 for Jack Van Wagner. Now he needs a 6.44, a much more digestible type of number. 6 minutes, 45 seconds left. Score for Declan drops to 4.67.
I think we're still waiting for that last score.
Yeah, that felt like higher than a 4.6.
And also, did you see the body language as well at the end of the wave? We kind of caught up with it when he was doing that searing drop knee re-entry turn, and then, you know, when he kicked his board out at the end with joy, you know, that said to me that he was feeling like that's going to be a strong wave. So I think it's going to probably improve on his backup 5.93. Jack, there's the spread. You know, some judges going very close to the score that he needed with that 7.8, others settling down closer to a 7, and we really like that Cote. And it had the comparison of the 8 that the judges had already dropped, so they had something to kind of work with, and Declan drops a 7 for his last wave, so now a 7.51 needed for Jack Van Wagner. But we get to appreciate this 7 straight to a touch on his Steve O'Donnell board there, kind of gets the 5. But look at this searing turn. This is the new Delta 9.4 roundtail that he's been working on, and it allows that type of surfing, the driving drop knee top turn where it just comes right back down and comes off the bottom. And again, looking for this kind of foam section, you can just see the acceleration and then the use of all of the contours of the wave, and the use of his footwork to cross step back forward. And at this stage here, when we caught up with the live action Cote, the body language to kick a board out like that, you can tell that the surfer is happy with the way they performed. He's got a 7. Van Wagner only needs a 7.51, having just dropped a 7.5. He knows he can do it.
Yeah, 5 minutes left. A lot of waves have come through. You know, Declan got the 7th on a 10th wave ridden. So good news for Jack. You know, 7.51, they're out there. He knows the feeling of what that is. He just got a 7.5. He does have that top priority spot, so he has his pick of waves. And this is where we get into a kind of a sketchy time area when you're thinking about priority, right?
Yeah.
This is where you not only have to think about offense, but also got to think a little bit about defense.
Sure.
So how long do you hang on to the priority? How long, you know, can you keep your opponent off a good wave?
And also thinking it in the perspective of a tour, a semi-final loss is a 3rd place, you know, which is
Not
a
bad.
lot of points. You know, 10,000 points for a win. I mean, you know, 3rd place, you know, if Jack doesn't get the 7.51 he needs in the last 4 minutes, 10 seconds, he's going to be pretty happy coming off the back of a 3rd.
No doubt. 4 minutes left, and both these guys have been pretty unstoppable. They've put together some really high-scoring heats. You know, they're sharing spots on lists like over highest heat total, highest wave score. So let's dig into the science a little bit about it. The heat check for semifinals, heat number 1.
I mean, comparing, you know, those high scores, you know, that the Basque judge with the 8 for Declan's wave and the 7.5. But then if you look in comparison to the US judge there, the 8 and the 7-8, you know, much closer in range, you know, but it's the average taken. You take the highest and the lowest scores, and then you create the average from the remaining 3. So, you know, that's why we sometimes get those strange numbers like a 0.83 or a kind of 0.67. But it's extremely close, and Jack's just got to stay active, but he's also got to be sensible with use of priority in these last few minutes.
Yeah, that might have been a mistake. He took off, pulled out, and we just saw the flash of the blue jersey. So now Declan's out the back in prime time pole position with priority, but looks like there might be something special here. Woohoo! So Jack gets on the nose. Nice float. Looks like some room to work. So far, so good on this wave. Cool cutty. Cross-stepping. One more 5. Okay. Nice cross-stepping through the cutback. Gets on the nose again.
Oh, yeah.
Leaving no stone unturned on that wave. Jack likes it. There's something really feel good about that wave. Nice and clean.
Yeah, you can see Reed, she's pretty happy about that. There was speed to it. What was super important was commitment to the 10. We saw commitment to the 10. He hung 10 tall, upright, composed through the section, and then he drove through a lot of rail work. Here's the replay. There's the 5, pulls in for the 10, through the section on the 10. Great footwork, back to the tail, and then a really nice floater functionally driving through that section and then cutting back into the pocket and getting another high line for a quick touch of the 5 in that case, but then very fast with his footwork again for a 3rd nose ride and then ending clean on the sand. So he's chasing a 7.51. This wave now from Declan, different shape, more peaky than that kind of long tapered wave that we just saw from Van Wagner, but wow, that did look like a good end point, and he may have had something exciting out back, Chris.
Yeah, he seems excited, and so far
there it is.
He's been super consistent,
touched it out.
Borderline relentless out in this heat, which is cool.
But look at his rail work. You know, he loves to finish flamboyant, and we saw that. In fact, we heard that. We heard Tully emphasize how at Manly, on the northern beaches, you know, he's got a lot of self-confidence at, you know, hitting those end sections with flair. And that's exactly what he's been doing on every ride. And I really like this, but, you know, I'm pretty confident that Jack's going to drop a very strong score.
You know, his drop knee turns are so cool looking and just so stylish that when he does kind of a standard cutty like that, I almost miss the drop knee. But yeah, that was a really chunky section, so you know, you can't really fault him for that, but we'll see what the judges think. So the last wave comes through.
Pretty sure that Van Wagner got it out of priority as well.
Yeah, he did. So he paddled for the 1, pulled out, then Declan made his way out the back, got the priority, and drops a decent score, 6.80, but needs a 7.51. There's only 30 seconds left. Can Jack do it? Will he find a magic wave in the dying seconds of this heat? He's got a chance.
Here we go, Cote. Have a look. Unlucky on that 6.8. He surfed it so beautifully. I just think maybe the wave didn't have the size to compare to the 7.5 or the 8 we saw from Declan. But, you know, he will be just wishing that there was a bit more size in that. But is he going to have a chance, Cote?
He's got a chance. He's straight to the nose in the whitewater. So pretty dramatic start to this wave.
Amazing.
Gets the cutty. Wave collapses around him. Body language tells us that he doesn't think there's enough. So at the end of that 30-minute duel, it's going to be the Australian surfer, Declan Whiten, with one of the highest heat totals of the event, peaking at the right time, surfing his way into the finals. Declan Whiten takes out Jack Van Wagner. Great finish for Jack, but Declan, first finalist here at the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing. Can't wait to see what happens next. Tommy Coleman up against Jean-Marie Abueza. We're back. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And speaking of being back, we're giving back. Actually, we're taking back the trash that some Barneys left on the beach. We want to thank all of our friends for volunteering, grabbing those orange buckets, helping out with WSL One Ocean as well as Wild Coast. What a day it was. And this beach has been beautified thanks to our friends at WSL One Ocean, Wild Coast, and of course all the awesome volunteers that came out. Gooder sunglasses, gave away some shades to the good people that helped, but you know what, they would have done it regardless. So super cool. Thanks to all of our volunteers. And those of you watching at home around the world, do us and yourself a favor, pick up trash when you're coming in from the water. Give it up. Declan Whiten, finalist here at the 2026 US Open, and he did it in convincing style in that last heat. A 15-point heat total, one of the highest of the event.
And big shout out, because it's his first final since Bells in 2023 at the World Longboard Tour level. Of course, he's a multiple Longboard QS, a qualifying series, LQS winner and finalist. But yes, this is a massive result after getting a third last year in Bells, you know, missing in the semis. Last year he got a fifth here in Huntington, losing to Taylor Jensen, who got to the final. But let's switch our attention to this one. What a beauty.
Tommy Coleman, representing the USA, just south of here. Jean-Marie Abueza, representing the rising surf nation of the Philippines. And he's got a huge fan base on the sand. Tommy's here with the homies. This is going to be a fun one to watch. We got 30 minutes on the clock, but we're already down to 26:46. Things happen quick here in Huntington Beach, Sam.
Yeah, straight off the bat, a 5.0 for Coleman. Soul Arch 5, walks back, nice drop knee turn. Sets himself up again on the 5. It's going to be really interesting if he matches up against Declan in the final, if he's able to beat Joe Marie, because both of them have got a really nice use of the drop knee, but a different style of drop knee. Coleman's Soul Arch right through this clean section on the inside, and again, getting that driving drop knee, elegant and powerful, right through to the sand, as we've been seeing all event. Coleman just enjoying himself. He hasn't even got his hair wet yet, and he's already got a 5.
Super cool. I had to ask Uncle Joel Tudor his thoughts on Tommy Coleman. He says, Tommy's the real deal. He's a great kid. He makes his own boards, can ride anything, foils his own fins. He is the real deal. Actually grew up surfing with Tosh Tudor, and they've been pushing each other for a long time. So Tommy Coleman gets the Tudor stamp of approval, which is pretty cool. 25:43 to go, and we've got our first finalist of the day, Declan Whiten on the glass with Rosie.
That's right, so deserving, Declan. It has been extremely tough to break into the excellent range this whole event. How validating is it to hear that 8-point ride come through for you?
Yeah, that means a lot. Like, the scores are kind of what you want, you know. If you can get 2 8s, and even if you lose, at least your surfing's there, and then you can take that on. But yeah, I've felt super grindy the whole way through, whether it's been the waves or what. I had been stuck in the 6s for ages. Got 1-7 the other day that I kind of got lucky with, and that felt like I know what to do to get the scores, and I feel like I can, well, get there, and that 8 meant a lot, yeah.
I definitely think you're being hypercritical of yourself, because your heat totals have been impressive. But talk to me about surfing against Jack. You guys are going back and forth. It was a highly competitive heat.
Yeah, he's been like kind of the guy to beat. I mean, once you beat Taylor here, you're the guy to beat. You know, like, so he's been getting such good scores, and you know, he needed an 8-1 for ages, and I'm like, he's going to get it, you know. He got the 7-5, and I was kind of watching from behind going, oh, it's right there. And it was just under. And yeah, like, he was never out of it at any point in that heat. So super stressful, but happy to just sneak through.
And happy to see yourself in a final again. It's been since 2023 at Bells. You came second there. What's it going to take the win?
Yeah, that was, I mean, the first final, I think I was just frothing to get there, and I felt like job done. And then it's funny, like, I was aiming for a semi here. I mean, everyone aims to win, right? But like, if I got a semi here, I'd be happy. And then you get to the semi and you're like, oh, nah, I'm not that happy yet. You know, you kind of just want, it's always just there. So yeah, I mean, I still feel like it's a bit of a cliche, but like, job not done, you know? I really want to win, and hopefully we can. We'll see who we get. These guys are so gnarly, so we'll see how we go.
I love it. Hungry for one. Good luck in the final. We've got action to catch up on. Send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie. We don't mind a cliche. Job not done. Heat by heat, wave by wave. You know,
and
all the stuff. And, you know, congrats, Declan. He ripped that last
Yeah,
season.
and he's so knocking at the door of these big results. You know, he got 5th on the World Longboard Tour last year. You know, he lost out to Steven Sawyer. And that's an incredible result. Comes in at that 4th seed with Kyle Flint injured, and he now gets himself in his 2nd World Longboard Tour final. Like he said, in Bells, it was like good to be in the final. Now he's going to be hungry to win the final, and he's been surfing incredibly well for a long time. We know that, and now we're really starting to see that searing kind of drop knee turn come into play, and use of that end section, but also use of some really good nose riding as well.
100%, and this is the big leagues. I mean, this is the longboard version of the championship tour. You know, you got to earn your spot here, so if you've done that, you've done something big. If you make a final huge, you win. Out of this world. Amazing. 22:39 to go, and looks like there's no sets rolling through. That gives us a chance to go down to the beach party where AJ McCord has a special guest.
Yeah, I'm here with Saxon, who has been in Tommy's corner the entire event long, coming all the way from Florida, but you got some U.S. Open experience too. He told me in the last post heat that you've brainwashed him into believing in himself. What has been your role in helping him get here?
I wouldn't say there's any brainwashing involved. I think it's just I've been telling him to have fun. He competes a lot on the East Coast, which this is very similar to a lot of the waves we surf in, and he does well out there. And one contest in particular, the Wave Masters, he's won 2 years, I believe. And it's at Jacksonville Pier, very similar wave to this. And I was like, Tommy, channel that. Like, you own it out there, you do really good. He knows his boards, he's making them all himself. And yeah, he knows what he needs to do out there. He go out there, have fun, surf good, and put on a show. It's like, we're here to have fun. He's not wearing a leash, he's doing proper longboarding. He's got a big, heavy log, and yeah, he's killing it. I'm just happy to be here and support him. It's awesome.
Well, it's so fun to watch. You got the whole crew down here kind of guiding him throughout, pointing him which direction to go. What do you think is his best chance to have some fun and execute on these waves?
You know, I told him a little bit of strategy. I was like, go out there, get a couple waves. See, he just had one onto the inside. Hopefully this was a good backup. But I was like, hey, go out there, get a couple good waves. You don't need to sit and wait for the sets, you know? Like, the better waves are kind of the smaller inside ones. They're still getting scores on those. So I was like, perform, do that, get a couple straight out front here. He was liking that pier bull his last heat. I was like, hug that pier bull. I think he might get a little risky. That's why he wanted the backup down there. But hey, he's killing it. He's doing awesome.
All the way on the sand, to the sand on that last one. We'll let you get back to it. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Thanks, AJ. I like that. Homies supporting the homies.
Yeah, I love it.
Cool story developing. And Tommy just rode one all the way to the sand, and what a great idea. Leave that board literally on the water's edge.
Totally.
Because I feel like the broken board we saw from Kevin Scavarna earlier, the amount of time it took him, and the pit crew was fast, it wasn't on them. To get the wave and get back out, you don't want to waste any time. This is a nice looking wave for Tommy.
Yeah, the 5 just drives over that floater, steams through that section, nice drop knee. And then just stands tall here, eyes up the reform, keeps that board in trim. Like Saxon was saying, you know, he just knows his equipment, he shapes his equipment, he foils his fins. He's got a great new Bing model coming out soon. This is his kind of lighter, lively board that he built here for HB, and it's just working so sweetly. He's just absolutely on fire, as was Jack Van Wagner also on fire here. And you know, both of these surfers kind of using the full repertoire, and you're committing to kind of nose riding through sections, you know, not doing the stall quick nose ride, actually really taking the risk of finding the 5 and hanging 10 in trim through the section. And yeah, that's a very hard thing to do. And you know, Coleman and Van Wagner have really kind of shone as elite level nose riders here this week at HB.
Absolutely. And we're seeing now Tommy starting to build a little bit of momentum. He's got a 5. He just dropped a 5.6. And strange moments right now for Joe Marie Abueza. So 11 minutes have gone by. He's only got a 1. And he in his previous heats, he seemed to ride a lot of waves. What do you think's going on here?
Well, he did commit to a really nice, good middles left and critical nose ride. He took a lot of risk on it, and he took so much risk that he fell out the sky. He didn't come back early enough from the critical nose ride, and you know, he was awarded a 1. It could have been a wave that led to something much more significant, but that one is a Hurricane Genevieve closeout.
That was a Genevieve special.
Oh, what a run it's been for the longboarders, and how excited are we to see these two exchanging sets in the semi-final. I mean, Jo Marie representing this incredibly talented new generation of surfers from the Philippines, and Tommy Coleman, iconic California. This is the one where he falls out of the sky, commits to the 10, and then shoom. It just, had he come back a touch earlier, he would have made that, but he knew he needed to take the risk and really go long on that nose ride, and you know, the risk didn't pay off there. And now it's kind of a bit of a psychological battle for Jo Marie, you know, when you have a slow start like that, when you fall on a wave. But he needs to believe in himself, because the surfing is there, you know, and it can happen. But what I'm appreciating from Tommy is the fact that he's just kind of hit the ground running like he's done in every heat of this event.
Yeah, and you can't help but be a little shooken up. I mean, that's harsh tokes for a one-point ride.
Yeah, true.
Brutal wipeout. Probably knocked the wind out of his sails just a little bit, but a lot of time left. 17:40 to go. Coleman surfing a smart heat, 5.5, backs it up with a 5, and I feel like he's just doing it with a lot of soul. You know,
yeah.
It just doesn't feel like he's out there competing. He's just surfing, and it's working.
Yeah, talking of soul, I mean, Saxophone Wilson, I mean, he oozes longboard soul. You know, he's such an icon, Saxon. People love the way he surfs, and you know, the energy he had then on the sand with AJ, he's humble, and it's great to hear from him, because he's one of the great longboarders as well. But this is the 5-6, finds that 5, and then just kind of look at the use of just setting himself up, kind of eyeing the sections. He didn't need to go into the drop knee, but he just used it to help guide him into that opportunity to engage that rail, and then again come out of that floater and again show that drop knee. And that was a really nice improvement on his opening 5. We've already seen him get up into the 7s, even higher through the week, so we know there's more to give. But the fact that he's already kind of thrown out those 2 strong scores, really putting the pressure on Jo Marie.
And that turn was pretty risky. It almost looked like he hung onto it with just the front toe.
Yeah.
Pulled it right back under his body with style. No leash, no worries. Tommy Coleman now hunting the lineup in second priority, as Jo Marie has now let about 12 minutes go by without even really he looked at one wave. It was an aquatic anomaly. It was a beast. It was one of the biggest waves we've seen in the morning.
Aquatic anomaly, I love that.
Didn't go, thankfully for him, his board. So he'll be sitting out the back with Perry. He's way down. He's almost, I feel like he's at Nueva's left. He's way down the beach.
Yeah, he's just staying busy, staying active, you know, trying to find something special. I mean, Abueza, you know, he's not looking now for just one wave. He's looking for, you know, a combination of scores. You know, a couple of 6s is going to do the job for him if Tommy doesn't improve the situation. But this looks nice, sets himself up, but what difficult one.
Wow, and then you look up the beach and you see Tommy flying down the line. Why did I say no leash, no problem? That's on me. That's a commentator curse, but you know what?
Yeah, he's got time.
I don't know if he's ever worn a leash. I don't think he owns one.
No, not at all. He's got time. He'll body surf in, no sweat. You know, 15 minutes remaining. He's got a couple of keeper scores. Look at that body surfing, Cote. You know, he's good at everything. Yeah, and of course the first thing that happens when you don't wear leashes is you become a great body surfer as well. You know, Saxon's just gonna eye things up, help if he needs help, and maybe exchange a few kind of messages of support. But at this stage for Tommy, it's just keeping him positive. He's in a great space. Tommy's grown up, seeing HB on the map as a kind of iconic kind of place for longboarders to shine. Even before the WSL had the longboard event here, you got the likes of Joel winning 6 times in a row between 95 and 2000. I've got a list. You've got Baxter winning, you got Brendan White winning, you got Dodger Kreml, you got all these great names, Kevin Connolly. These are the kind of icons of Californian longboarding that the Sano surfers really worship. We saw Nueva earlier as well. That was the previous generation to that. There's such heritage here at Huntington Beach around longboarding, and it's about no leash single fin surfing, and it's a beautiful art form that Tommy continues to carry the torch for.
Yeah, this was a pretty cool ride up until that. I mean, that not much you can do there. That was, you're skating down the sidewalk and you hit a rock and you hear that skirt.
I love the way he tried to catch it. There was a moment where it flicked and he's like, I could catch this.
Well, we get to see his entire Aquaman skill set.
Well, he body surfed really nicely there. I mean, and that's the good thing about, being a water person is you got to body surf, you got to swim, And I love this. I love that seeing Saxon running down there, just like
that's a true bro right there.
100%. But he did in that moment of the board dagging the rail. There was a little moment where he lifted the arm to catch it, and then he was like, "No, I'll leave that." Here we go, Buesa.
Marie trying to get back in this heat. Nice nose ride to start. A little bit of a contesty turn, but still done well. So Buesa coming through the inside, carves it back, now fading right, gets 5 over. Cool looking, well, hang 5 on his way to the inside, bounces it off the white water.
Okay, he's right back in this now.
That was well served.
Yeah.
And great wave choice too.
There was a lot of variety on that, you know. He went both ways. Opening nose ride, kind of linked it up.
And the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, Team Philippines on the sand. JR kind of leading them, you know, eliminated earlier than his teammate Joe Marie. But, okay, so on a single score, yeah, 9.66. But, of course, look at that heat total of Coleman at 10.6. So in Joe Marie's mind, he's thinking a couple of solid 6s is going to get me in the final.
Yeah, I think he's going to get at least one of them on this wave. Pretty textbook. Nose ride out the back, do a turn, ride it all the way through. Yep. Multiple trips up to the nose.
A little bit slopey, you know, kind of out the pocket section in between, but then back in the pocket for that. That was a really nice moment. You know, the link up work didn't really allow anything dynamic, but he kept moving. And then when he did find the reform, the right-hander, it was a good critical backside nose ride, a nice turn. And he's certainly going to, you know, have a keeping score and potentially going to be chasing something, you know, in the 6s and the 5s, you know, around that kind of mark as his backup score. So now Tommy will really want to improve on that 5, and he'll really want to have a little bit of luck as well.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a good score. I don't see it going near the excellent range, but it's definitely going to be enough to apply a little bit of pressure onto Tommy's shoulders. But then you watch Tommy paddle out, and I don't think he knows what the word pressure means. He's cruising.
Yeah, just knee paddling across. And I think, you know, one of the things in that ride for Joe Marie, you know, the trim between those two slower sections, you know, it was lucky that it did peak up quite nicely, but I think it kind of held back a little bit of the kind of style, flow and grace element in the scoring criteria. But it will be something that he'll be carrying forward, and it will give him a striking distance opportunity to get the score he needs to go for the semis, to go for the final.
For sure. We got just inside of 11 minutes left. And Sam, I know what we're doing this weekend. On July 31st, we're going to be front row for a couple bands, Real Estate and the La La's, and then the next day, save some energy because the local natives are coming to town with RC Drive. Get your phone out, hit that QR code, buy your tickets now. These will sell out. I mean, it's, what is it, Tuesday?
I'm surprised they haven't.
It's Tuesday, and I'm sure these are going to be sold out by Wednesday or Thursday. So just get them now. Don't stress. You know, these are some really good bands.
Yep.
And I would say the perfect bands for like a golden hour afternoon in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, super smooth, cool indie bands, local natives. Groovy instrumental, Alas, and I suppose Real Estate, they would call them just a classic indie band. And then RC Drive from North Point, New York. They call themselves a bit of attic rock there, which I think is the opposite to shoegaze. That's how they kind of self-describe their style. But overall, you got 4 great indie bands, a lot of good instrumental riffs and vocals in there, good vibes, you know, have that summer positive energy, sometimes get a bit more punky, sometimes keep it cool and airy, and it's just going to be absolutely perfect here at the Lexus US Open.
Yeah, you know, you and I both love punk rock, we love metal, you know. We'll even listen to death metal, but if you're thinking of a beach party in the afternoon on the sand, I feel like that kind of psychedelic indie rock vibe is so just well represented with the 4 bands we have playing. It's ideal for the vibe that we're going to have down here in Huntington this weekend. But, you know, also plenty of stuff going on from here all the way through. You know, there's all kind of parties on the beach. There's parties on Main Street. It's going off, you know, peak summer. HB, here we go. Trying to fight his way back into this heat. Buesa charging. I love that.
Yeah, he sent it. That was a big opportunity. Interesting, Coleman had priority there, but he kind of left that for Buesa, which was nice to see. But maybe he also read that was a bit of a tricky one. That was one of those Hurricane Genevieve sets. Thanks
a lot, Genevieve.
And you know what, Kote, when we're seeing the, the monitor that all of you viewers are tuning into around the world, of course, we don't see the full spread of how long those sets are, and they literally head way up the coast and way down the coast. They're pretty meaty.
Well, that was one of the wipeouts of the event so far. And Waze has been putting on some serious highlight package style waves throughout this event. Right now, he's in a tough spot. Score came through. It's going to help him out. It's a 5.23, and he only needs a 5.38. So this heat is, I feel like it's tighter than it seems vibe-wise. So here's your heat recap. This is how Jean-Marie got back involved in this match.
Yeah, 5.23, just what's kept this score down a little bit was just this flat section here, but what then brought it back up into the 5 range was the way he read this so nicely and linked up for that critical backside 5 there and just hooked it back into a nice cutback. So chasing now a pretty attainable 5.38, but Tommy Coleman just kind of got that quicker start with those kind of sleepy, smooth 5s and 5.6s, and then as he dagged that rail on that last ride, just had to swim in, but it's okay. He's still in a good position, sitting out there with priority with his good mate Saxon, just keeping an eye on things, giving him the feedback, the positive vibes. But these 5s and 5.6s from Coleman are what are making the difference right now. Look at the drive in this turn here as he uses his self-shaped single fin with a self-foiled fin into a nice drop knee speed check there. And all cool, hair swept back, Tommy Coleman keeping the style alive here. Kote, I really, really would love to see him take it all the way to the final, but Wazer only needs a 5.38 right now.
Yeah, this one is pretty tight. It's felt like Tommy's been really the guy to watch in this heat, but he's put together some good waves, some mid-range scores. He needs to find something, and if he can crack into the 7-8 range, then that's going to make Jean-Marie's job real tough, because right now, totally attainable. 5.38, I mean, we've already seen 12 waves come through that had 5.38s on them that went unridden.
But is it one of those really hard to get bite size?
It really is. It really is.
It's even bigger than a bite size. The bite size for us this week, Kote, have been in the 4 range. This is like a slightly chunkier.
It's like you just need to be a little bit better than good. Does that make sense?
Oh, here we go in exchange. Coleman's got priority. He's opting to give that to Abueza.
You let Abueza go.
A closeout?
It's about to be, but Abueza's not scared. Oh! And well,
wow,
made that interesting.
That was funky. I mean,
I love it's so. This guy is really interesting. He's really interesting to me because he takes off and he gets up on the nose and you're going, okay, well, that's pretty stock standard. And then his finishing maneuvers have all been radical.
Yeah,
he's kind of. I love this style.
Great to the 5, touches it, runs back, and then into the float here. So just a little speed check, widens the stance, and then there it is. And then just getting some control, and the tail starts to drift back. And unfortunately, he doesn't ride out of that. 5.38, you felt like that wave could have had the score. But what's really cool is Tommy just let him have that. I think Tommy was like, well, it could be a bit of a closeout. You may well get the score. I'll let you do the surfing. I'll let the surfing talk. But also, I respect the way Tommy is just kind of staying patient, because for Tommy to improve his situation, he didn't want one of those really gnarly wedgy lefts. He probably wants something that either is going to run further towards the pier, or maybe a nice right-hander that'll allow that open face link up all the way through to the sand.
Yeah, with 4 minutes and 40 seconds left, Tommy's competed enough to know that with priority, with this amount of time, yeah, he's not going to push it. He's not going to make it look awkward, but he's definitely competing right now, and I got respect for that, because this is huge. This is the biggest platform of this genre of surfing.
Yes,
the US Open has the most viewers, the most prize money, the most at stake in terms of qualifying for potential world championship. So this is huge.
Yeah, and I mean, one day he looks at the names like Harrison Roach, Justin Quintal, winning WSL World Longboard titles. Tommy Coleman could easily have his name there as well, but so could Joe Marie, and Joe Marie knows that a 5.38 is something he could get out of priority. As we see a Havilon coming down for the final, back-to-back final.
We're already in the finals?
and you know, one of the coolest boards, coolest sprays
Yeah.
of the event, and she's done it. She's here again. I mean, that's a big achievement. We had back-to-back winner in Kayleigh in 23 and 24, but back-to-back wins again for Avalon will be incredible.
And I think it's official for me. That is my personal favorite surfboard. And it's saying a lot because there's a lot of cool looking boards. And we saw this morning, you know, all these logs are slowly being filtered out of the rack, and we're starting to see a bunch of shortboarders showing up. So from here on out, after the final series for men and women here in the World Longboard Tour event, we're going to potentially be fielding some shortboarders, get the Challenger Series started off. And
you can fit about 4 shortboards for every single longboard. It's like a lot more boards can fit in that rack. Here we go, Buesa.
All right. Wow, straight to the nose and straight to Davy Jones' locker. I love that this kid is sending it right now. You know, it's like, I feel like he's not hung up on traditionalism or, you know, like, you know, style per se. He's just going for it. He surfs his own way. It's super fun to watch. It's really entertaining. And you know what? To jump out on the nose on a proper overhead wave and just huck yourself into the chasm of water it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult wave to nose ride. He's already dropping down from takeoff. That's why he nose dives. But like you say, he's sending it. He knows he's got to do something significant. You know, he may look back with a bit of disappointment on that previous ride of a 2.01 where he fell on the floater, because could that be the kind of mid-5 that he was chasing? And Tommy now, you know, he's doing the right thing. You know, anybody would recommend this, because I think Tommy wants to be in the final.
I think he needs to do more. I mean, I know he's a chill guy. He's very respectful. He's cool. But he's got to go comp mode for the next minute and 45 seconds, because that last wave that Joe Marie had he somehow miraculously came down from that hang 10, we could be looking at a completely different heat. So Tommy's got to be careful here. Joe Marie is a really good surfer. He's very consistent. You do not want to give him an opportunity in the next minute and a half.
What a moment this would be for Coleman if he makes the final. You know, we've already seen Declan Whiten book his spot on the other side of the draw, beating Jack Van Wagner, the Dragon Slayer, who beat Taylor Jensen in the first heat yesterday morning. And now Coleman, just a minute 10 seconds left. I mean, this is going to feel like a long minute and 10 seconds for Tommy right now.
For sure. And, you know, flip side of that, Buesa is just thinking, please, one more opportunity. He's asking Genevieve for a big favor here. And if a huge closeout comes in, I bet Joe Marie goes.
Yeah.
I think he just, regardless if he can make it or not, I think he's just gonna want to put on a show for us all. He's still within the realm of possibilities, needing a 5.38.
Yeah.
It's possible. 40 seconds left.
You know what will help Coleman right now, though? Just being in the knee paddle. You know, when you're up on your knees, you just get a little bit more elevation to look and see what's happening. And he's kind of just sat inside of Joe Marie. You know what? I think Tommy's kind of nailed it. I think if there is a decent one, I think Tommy's going to be able to know, you know, where he wants to position himself. You know, because the difficulty is giving Joe Marie the chance to split the peak. And, you know, Tommy wants it and wants to take it, but Joe Marie's able to kind of tell which way he's going to go. And then maybe Tommy goes right and Joe Marie gets the left and gets the score. But as it stands right now, kind of Tommy's just doing everything right, and he's booked himself a spot in the final, Cote. That's massive news.
Purists, rise up. Your guy, Tommy Coleman, is now a finalist at the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. But a great job from Jean-Marie Buesa, the highest finishing surfer representing the Philippines in this event. And watch out, Jean-Marie. All right, we got the finals coming up next. Avalon Golf versus Hiroka Yoshikawa.
Make sure to hit the Pacifico deck for a nice cold michelada this afternoon right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Our second finalist on screen, Tommy Coleman, will be surfing in his first ever final right here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier to be able to crown himself a potential Lexus US Open of Surfing champion. The San Clemente wildcard doing well right here in his first event at the US Open. And he is 2 waves away from being called a champion. Starting our women's final right now, it is our defending event champion, Avalon Gall, coming up against Hiroka Yoshikawa. Good embrace right there with Jo Maria Bueza. And the Filipino crew have to be very proud with their performances so far this week. Metro Salazar here with the great Carla Zamora. So we got the women in the water right now. We potentially have a new champion out there in Hiroka Yoshikawa, but Avalon Gall has been competing very well, and she is looking to defend her title right here on the south side of the pier.
Absolutely. She doesn't generally have a strict game plan going out there. She's just going to go out and surf. We know that she really does do well on the lefts here, so she's going to probably focus on that. But Hiroka has been showing us throughout the entire event that she has deserved the spot into this final. This will be her second final in a WLT event, so she's feeling really good, I'm sure, and both of them feeling good going into the season in the future.
So it's a 30-minute final. And just as we've seen pretty much every heat that she's competed in so far at the event, starting off real quick, a 4.5 right here for the surfer representing Japan in blue.
Yeah, nice, just little work of the wave here. Gets that 4.5 here, just a nice way to start it out. Sun's out, the faces of the waves have cleaned up a bit. She gets multiple times on the tip there, gets a rebound off the white water, kind of comes unglued, but a decent score just to get her campaign underway.
Quite clean out there right now, and plenty of waves, different peaks available too. Goofy View regular though, and gotta be thinking that Avalon's gonna be going on the forehand quite a bit in the final here, as she has done all week. Going on this left. It's a quick nose ride, and she's gonna be forced to kick out, so that wave not really offering up a whole lot, especially on the outside for her. Last year's event winner, back-to-back finals right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. And a major result, you know, for both surfers, regardless if they're getting a W or not. Already rankings-wise, remember this year it's 12 that get to go to the champs, and especially if you're one of the top seeds, you get to really skip that opening round, get straight seeded into the quarterfinals too.
Yeah, and that's going to make a big difference when it comes down to it, especially in a location like El Sunzal. It's hot down there, the water's warm.
Less heats to surf.
It's humid. Less heats are an advantage. Generally speaking, we like to get as many surfs in as you can, but in that situation, you want as few surfs as possible in order to win that title, because the more surfs you have, the more you're going to be depleting your stamina, your energy, your fuel tanks. So yeah, and as I mentioned, it's pretty hot in El Sunzal. You really have to gauge it accordingly.
Both of them had a lot of success last year when it came to the overall rankings. Surfer out of Chiba, Japan, number 5 in the rankings overall in 2025. Avalon Gall was the runner-up to the World Championship. 24-20 remaining in this one. Little bit out of position for that wave right there. Priority with Yoshikawa at the moment. And it's his first finals appearance right here on the south side of the pier. Tommy Coleman standing by with Rosie.
Yeah, what a story. I mean, with so much history and prestige in this event, Tommy, as a local wildcard, you are now in the final at the US Open of Surfing. How does that sit with you?
It's pretty cool. I remember being 13 or 14 down here with Tosh, my buddy Sky, watching the duct tape when Justin Quintal smoked everybody doing big hang tens into the pier. So it's super rad to like watch this growing up and come and be here. It was a tough heat. I didn't get the best waves. I got 2 5s and unfortunately had to go sit on my buddy, which isn't fun, but you know, you got to make heats, and I'm glad it went my way, and I'm super grateful. So yeah.
One more heat, 2 more waves. Who are you going to channel going into this heat?
Oh, Joel for sure. He's the man. Grew up loving his style so much. He's given me a lot over the years, a lot of advice, a lot of opportunities. He got me most of my sponsors, and super grateful for that. And you know, shout out the Caton boys and everyone here supporting, and I'm stoked. I'm grateful, you know.
What about being in the final with Declan Whiten?
Oh, he's a hammer. He's gonna go vertical, so I'm gonna try to. I just want to like look good out there and surf how I surf and not change it. And as long as I, you know, look all right surfing just the way I surf, I'm happy with the results, whichever way they go. So
Keep the flow alive. Good luck in the final.
True soul cowboy right there, and Tommy Coleman, a wild card into a final, potentially winning his first WOT event. They might be forced to give him, I mean, a tour wild card if he ends up winning this one right here.
Well, I was going to ask you if you knew how that worked. He's an event wild card, so technically he only has a place for this event. But considering he's in the final, I mean, whether he wins or not, he's in the final of this event, so that's got to do something for him, I guess, later in the season, maybe?
Yep, there's availability later down the line, and especially with injuries, but that is a question for people that are way above us too, Hayden Smith. But overall, I mean, typically if you're leading the rankings, they will. I mean, because
at the very least, he's getting notice and people are looking.
Yeah, and at least they'd give you 2 events, because the likelihood of you winning an event and then qualifying for the champs is extremely high. So those are 12 people that get to compete over there. Once again, you don't necessarily have to be one of the top 4 seeds to get into the event. Last year, it was 8, and that opening round makes a difference too. So, yeah, I hear you, and I think a lot of people worldwide are taking notice of how good and talented this young man is. 21 and 30 on the clock. There was a paddle right there from Hiroka Yoshikawa. She will give priority to Avalon. She has a 2 and just needing a 2.51 for the lead, but that considering really that Hiroka only needs a 4.5. And these moments are life-changing, Carla. I mean, you win the US Open. Talk about the history, the significance of this event in the past. I mean, you get to lift up a pretty cool trophy afterwards in a little over an hour right now, I'd say, and it would be extremely important to be able to capitalize on a golden opportunity, especially when we consider where both of these young women were last year in the rankings. Number 2 for Avalon, number 5 for Hiroka.
Yeah, talk about really building on the momentum from the season prior. I think that's really cool. It really goes to show that they put the time and energy into those lay moments, you know, in between seasons, and done some work in order to, you know, keep them kind of on the top, as we see Avalon giving it a go.
Gonna use priority on this one. Steep face, well done to be able to manage speed. Great carve in the pocket. This wave shutting down on the outside. She's gonna jump off. 20 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. So our first final out there right now. We have the men's final immediately afterwards. Declan Whiten taking on Tommy Coleman, and then our award ceremony.
Copy.
About 40 minutes afterwards, we will be starting Challenger Series competition. Gall making her way back out. Yoshikawa with the look. So it seems like executing well under pressure was Avalon right there. Use priority, what seems to be on a quality wave, especially when you consider that that rip is truly noticeable now. The sweep is something that we've seen be a big factor right here on the south side of the pier before. So Avalon trying to make her way back out, gonna shoot the pier and try to power back out on the north side over here. And Hiroka Yoshikawa so far with the 4.5, Agent McCord with a bit more on her.
Mitchell, I caught up with Hiroka before she paddled out, and I was asking her about her strategy for this final, and she said her home break back in Japan is also a beach break, so she actually does not necessarily pick where she's going to sit out here in the competition zone until she gets out here. She says it looks so different than it feels from the beach to the ocean. So you're gonna see her moving around a lot during this heat as she tries to dial in exactly what feels like it's gonna suit her surfing best. The thing we know for sure is as these women show up and show out, so does everybody watching them over in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, which is where we find our very own Sam Bleakley. Take it away.
Great stuff, AJ. And yeah, the Japan-California link runs deep as well. I was just talking to Sky Brown, of course. You know, she's got some Japanese ancestry. Her father, Stu, English, and of course she's born and raised here in Southern California, and she was just asking about how the longboard event was going and looking forward to surfing her first heat in the Challenger Series. coming up pretty soon, and it's just super exciting to see Hiroka here representing Japan. And she's someone who hasn't changed her surfing in the past 10 years, but it's all starting to shine in the competitive moment. And what Carla's really emphasized through the commentary, which has just been absolutely fantastic, is her technical skills and her ability to use the middle of the board so cleanly and with so much control. And she's got her work cut out for her, though, coming up against Orange County's own defending champion, Avalon Cool.
And looking good with the flex fit hat too, I might add, Sam. Declan Whiten right there, just below you as well. What are we looking forward to when it comes to Declan taking on Tommy in the final?
Oh, that's a beauty. I mean, you know, a lot of people were looking forward to seeing both of those surfers set the field ablaze. And what I'm really excited about is comparing their different approaches to the drop knee. What you see from Declan on his Steve O'Donnell built boards designed in Australia is this kind of searing, kind of like power drive off the lip part of the wave through the drop knee. And then Tommy Coleman riding us not only self-shaped boards but self-foiled fins as well. He's just got that classic style Californian drop knee in the heritage of Phil Edwards, whereas you might say that Declan's a little bit more Midget Farrelly-esque in his use of the drop knee. So it's a classic Australia-USA showdown of the drop knees.
I appreciate the insight, Sam. Great work. And with 17 minutes on the clock, it is Avalon Gall who takes lead right here on her previous ride. A 6.0, the best of the heat, Carla, and just a 2 as a backup so far. But you mentioned Yoshikawa just being extremely technical so far. At 3.51, this heat far from over, although Avalon does have the best of the final.
You know, this is the replay of that 6.0 that she just got. She got tip time early on there. Gets a finishing turn until she kind of comes unglued on the inside there as it bobbles her off. We'll see the slow. It does a bit of a foot adjustment to do the 2 steps forward, and then redirects it with some power, speed, and flow to wash that speed off. She looks at the face there, realizes this is gonna close out on me. I'll just straighten off. I'll just straighten out now. She tries to kind of hold on her ground there. It's not able to keep her balance, just kind of goes with it into the soup.
Well, it was a unanimous 6-point ride by all 5 of our judges, so the best score of the final so far. 16 minutes on the clock. Yoshikawa did get a quick wave, just an 0.5 though, so insignificant right now. But the significant thing about that is that she does relinquish priority right here against Avalon, so this is a situation we're talking about. And unfortunately, wave never really materialized, Carla.
No, it was looking like it was going to set up okay, but there's just too much current, I think, moving in that. The wave didn't stand up quite enough as she had intended, and so she's just going to try to restart. We've got 15.5 minutes left, so basically a full heat in front of them. And a really low requirement at this moment for Hiroka with a 3.5. Obviously, we expect Avalon to be getting another score to make that a more difficult, you know, something more difficult for Hiroka to obtain. But Hiroka's now, I think, going to stay busy. I feel like she does a little bit better under priority. In the last heat, she was able to maintain her momentum and that flow, and she spent most of the heat, I think, under priority.
And you fall into a cycle like that where it just seems like you're much more comfortable, as you said. You get into that rhythm, though, and it does seem like Avalon finding that rhythm on these lefts right here. Just under 15 minutes on the clock. Very well done. Really pushes that board around, and redirecting towards the right-hander now on the inside is Avalon. Nearly lost the entire control of that board, but does well to just kick out with authority. 14:30 remaining. So the 2 as her backup score will be disappearing right now. And priority once again with Hiroka Yoshikawa. And this is a major component of competing right here. Being able to use the pier to your own advantage. And so far, Avalon, with their experience of winning here last year, has really used it to her own benefit. 14 minutes remaining. It's been OC's Avalon Gall with the lead, looking for back-to-back wins right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Live music returns to the Lexus US Open of Surfing starting on Friday, July 31st. Real Estate, All Are Lost, and Saturday, August 1st. Local natives and RC Drive. Make sure to get your phone out, scan the QR code to buy tickets right now. They are 2 for 1. And remember, July 31st and August 1st, that's when the music stage right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing will be popping. Carla and I will be there. We already got tickets, 2 for 1. Get your phone out, scan the QR code, and buy those tickets right now. I mean, outside of music, there's everything right here. The main event, of course, the surfing aspect of it. We are in our first final of the event, and we will be crowning a women's champion in less than an hour now. Avalon Gall, last year's event winner, looking to go back-to-back, and before the break, we're waiting on a score. Carla comes through as the second best of the heat. It's a 4.8. Now the backup for Avalon.
Yeah, she's doing well by just kind of keeping that distance between Hiroka. She's got priority as well. But as I mentioned earlier, I think it's an advantage to Hiroka to actually be under priority and just try to pick apart and pick around different waves, quantity perhaps over quality at this point. We've noticed that throughout the event, more waves seem to be a benefit. This was her 3-3-3, triple three. Gets the tip time out of the start there. If she had pulled that maneuver, that would have doubled that score.
Yeah, she might have been taking the lead on that one.
It looked really good going
from
into
the start.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she wasn't able to connect and make that follow through. So unfortunate for her. Those are those moments that you have to tie together in order to beat the current current champion of this event.
Wow.
Avalon Gall.
In the pocket with that carve. And she's rifled off several of these in a row right now. A 6, a 4.8, and it likely seems that she's going to be improving right here once again. 10 and 20 seconds on the clock. And Hiroka now with priority needing a 6.3 or better. That before this last one of Gall.
Just to note, it took her 15 seconds to get to her board after jumping off.
Ouch.
Ouch, that was unfortunate for Hiroka. It seems like maybe things are starting to kind of come a little unraveled for Hiroka. I'd like to see her kind of go out there, maybe go back into that Zen moment that she did before her heat where she was doing some meditation, go reconnect with the ocean, maybe look at her hands for a minute, kind of recenter herself. Because she's got plenty of time on the clock right now to get a 6.3. We know she can get a 6.3, but I have a fairly strong reason to believe that Avalon is going to make that requirement far more difficult from that last ride. And Mitch, she drops a really strong score.
7.83 and nearly excellent for Avalon Gall. So the requirement now, the steepest requirement in the event, a 9.33 is what Hiroka currently needs. There's the scoreline for Avalon, 7.83 the average. 3 judges going excellent. And last year's shortboard men's champion Levi Slauson, surfing the North Side, actually gave a few words of encouragement to Avalon. They're from Southern California, the both of them, so a couple of words saying good work to his buddy. And Avalon, I mean, she put this wave together from start to finish.
It was that turn right there. There's a lot of power and speed that she washed off from that nose ride. And then the second turn there, she brings it onto the inside and just kind of hops off. So the 7.83, I think they're awarding it for really the strength of that turn coming out of the nose ride, I suppose.
Well, and the waves have really changed too, haven't they? I mean, it's a bit bigger out there right now. There's some cuppier sections, and they've had to adjust just as much as the surfers have had too. So the combo carves, especially with that nose right at the beginning. I mean, there is variety involved, right? Speed, power, and flow. And for Hiroka now, it's getting much more difficult. I'd even say there's a major difference from getting an 8 to a 9.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would think that though, in Hiroka's mind, she's probably trying not to think about the score as a whole. She does have 8 minutes left. It is getting pretty narrow. There is the opportunity for her to chip away at it slightly. We have seen a number of incidences throughout this event where the situation changed within the final seconds. So story's not over yet. It's not all she wrote. She's going to still try to stay in the game, but it's definitely putting the pressure and making the whole process a bit more difficult.
Throughout the event, you've brought up a key detail of competition, and that is not wanting to peak too early. And not to say that Hiroka has, as you said, there's still 7:20 on the clock, but she's performed extremely well, and it almost seems like she's gradually gotten better. But Avalon's kind of been cruising throughout the whole event. If you've seen, I mean, she's had some good scores, had some of the best of the event, but you wouldn't necessarily always say, like, she's the person to beat, even though she's the defending champion. She hasn't necessarily been the one that has been leading the pack the entire time. And right now, she's saving the very best for last. 13.83 heat total to 7.83. She's looking good with just under 7 on the clock now.
Yeah, Avalon's an interesting cat, in my opinion. She's a great surfer, obviously, and she's clearly a great competitor. But when you listen to her, like, post-heat interviews, or if you talk to her before or after, you know, she doesn't have a lot of strategy. She doesn't go into heats with too much thought put into it. She likes to just kind of go out and surf. Whereas I think someone like Hiroka might have a bit more of a structured plan and a structured routine. To say that one works better than the other wouldn't really be fair, but each works for the other. And I think it's a bit crazy. You know, you've got someone like Declan here, we see you getting ready to paddle out. I think he kind of probably goes with a bit more structured plan prior to heats, whereas Tommy, nah. We clearly heard from his post-interview, his goal is to look good. He wants to look good.
He always does. I mean, you saw that haircut right there, and
perfectly coiffed goatee.
It's a young dude too. He was like, oh yeah, when Justin Quinney won a few years ago, I'm like, you know, that wasn't that long ago, right? So
yeah, he's pretty young. He's been in the scene for a while, since he was a little grom.
it's those Sano days. It keeps everybody looking like they're still 12. Hiroka using priority, a light drop and just a bit too steep right there. 5.5 on the clock. And that's going to be an unforced error and a misuse of priority for the surfer representing Japan in blue. Still going to need the 9.33 or better. And the unfortunate thing for her, despite using priority, really the main issue is time. It's running out.
I would love to be more gentle about it, but there's been some mistakes made in this heat for Hiroka. That one right there, she dropped in, she held onto the rails for quite a minute, and then when she finally let go, the bottom of the wave bottomed out, and it just sucked her board under. So a bit of hesitancy caught her, you know, under and sucked that nose under the board or under the wave. So yeah, she's going to want to go back to this heat. You know, obviously you want to break down what did she do good, what needs to be improved, how can she do that for the next event.
And we have seen Japanese champions here at the Open before on the shortboarding side. Hiroto Ohara, Kanoa Igarashi, despite growing up here in Huntington Beach, both of his parents are from Japan, and he proudly represents the Japanese flag. And there you see the members of the Coleman clan. Kevin Skavarna in the background too. He's got a big support crew. Don't Newport my Dana Point. A nice tee. Very SoCal right there. 4 minutes on the clock. Another fall for Hiroka. Avalon with excellent heat IQ right here and just spatial awareness of what she needs to do. As Hiroka still requiring the 9.33, and you got to give a ton of props for Avalon for controlling her emotions, making sure that she's been on pace with every heat that she's surfed. It hasn't been an easy path to the final either. I mean, took down KK in the semi in a close one, and so far I feel like she's left the very best for the end of the competition. Right now 14 points, pretty much what she's got on her board, and she's 3 minutes away from being crowned back-to-back event champion right here at the Open.
Yeah, she's putting it down, laying those scores down as she should. And if Hiroka was able to kind of lock in and line up with a wave, I think she would be giving her a bit more of a run for her money. But it's just not the heat for Hiroka right now. Whether she peaked, I don't know, like you said, it's not always, it doesn't feel like the right word sometimes, but perhaps really had her moment in the semifinal, not able to come together and connect here in the final. But as we mentioned, this is still a career highlight for her.
Absolutely.
She will have gotten second now in her second final in the World Longboard Tour, and I'm sure she's going to be looking at it like, okay, now I just need to better that second. I want to get the top-notch prize.
And there's still time, 2.5 on the clock. She is still making her way back out, but you know, if the result remains the same, where do you think you know, the adjustment should have been made? At what point of the heat were you like, okay, this is where I really need to start to match at least, you know, the backup score that Avalon had?
Well, if you look at her score line, she opens up with a 4-5, and then we've just got a bunch of we have an offer, and then the 3-3, and then we have some more offers and a stick. So I feel like something with right in that third wave, she didn't turn it around, right? We needed that 4-5 to be going up. The waves needed to be increasing in scores, and instead it was kind of decreasing in scores. So whether or not that was a mental glitch happening or just simply the rhythm of the ocean not catching your beat, or you not catching its beat, sometimes that just happens. It's the nature of this sport. You've got 30 minutes, but who's to say that the right wave is going to come your way and you're going to be able to do what you need with it?
They're having a chat right now. It seems like all smiles, but Avalon's still going to make sure that she's playing some defense right here at the very end of the heat, looking to go back-to-back with victories at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. So US versus Japan in the women's final. It'll be Australia versus the US in back-to-back finals on the men's side too. Kai Ellis Flint was able to defeat Taylor Jensen last year. Let's see if Tommy Coleman is able to flip the script this year. 9.33 the requirement. She's up. So Hiroka under priority, 50 seconds. Trying to do the nearly impossible right here. Has a ton of speed down the line. Great footwork. Gets a long stretched out 5 right here. This is excellent work. Needs to be the highest wave of the event by a good portion though. 30 seconds on the clock. Wow. Regardless if she gets the score or not, that was an amazing way to truly control the pressure now and put on a great performance by the surfer out of Chiba, Japan.
I agree. I think despite the fact that's not going to come in at the 9.33, but it's a really great way to finish it. She's going to toss away that 3-3, the 3-3, and just to finish out the event, you can tell she's probably exhausted for one, but she's happy. I'm sure she's pleased with having made the final. She'll recognize that there was some mistakes made, and she'll go back, try to assess those, figure out how she can better it next time. But coming through clutch, second year in a row, one and only Avalon Gall.
So a 7-point Yoshikawa, and as Carla said, Avalon Gall is your back-to-back champion of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. The title will stay in Orange County, and Avalon with a huge smile on her face. She will now be leading the rankings heading into the event over at Bells Beach, just like she did last season in 2025. A big momentum builder for somebody who was runner-up to the title last year, looking for #1 this year, Carla.
Yeah, let's hope that she can take this win and really build on it so that she can take it all the way. We will be having a little different situation going into the finals, so it's all yet to be seen.
Wants to be one of the top 4 seeds heading into the championships later on this season. Avalon Gall, once again champion on the south side of the pier. Be right back with the men's final when we return.
Congratulations, Avalon Gall, a rare and incredible feat in the sport of surfing. Makes her way into the history books, going back-to-back here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and doing it in style. An incredible victory for a local surfer from right here in Southern California. That was a masterclass, not only in beautiful, stylish surfing, in nose riding, in wave selection. She did it all, dominating from the jump. Now getting the ultimate chair up. Congratulations once again to Avalon Gall. What a way to do it. Well, one final is in the books. We got one more to go. The waves are absolutely pumping. The sun just came out. We're talking peak of summer here in Huntington Beach, California. All signs are pointing to awesome. I'm Chris Cote with Carla Zamora and Sam Bleakley. And I think we're all just kind of reacting and feeling the joy coming off of Avalon now. And that was an incredible performance. And we're stoked because we get to see more elite level longboarding. The men's final is right around the corner. So Carla, watching that, I mean, as a longboarder yourself, as a fan of longboarding, how did that make you feel to see Avalon go out there and just, you know, perform so perfectly?
Yeah, she really put it together there. She's coming off the win from last year, so I think she already kind of knew what it took to get that top notch and just kind of keep Hiroka constantly stroking and looking for something to beat her.
Yeah, and she peaked in the final. You know, you could tell from listening to the post-heats that she just was out there surfing the whole way through. She wasn't really thinking about too much. She was just getting good waves and surfing well, and it allowed her to be super relaxed in the final and go back-to-back with the wins.
Well, our men's final is set. You got Declan Whiten representing Australia, Tommy Coleman, Team USA, strength v style. I mean, this has the makings of another instant classic. While we wait for the first wave to roll through, let's go down to the glass with our winner, Avalon Galls, with Rosie Hodge.
Back-to-back US Open champion. I'm standing right next to her. I cannot help but be so impressed with you, Avalon. I mean, how does it feel to take out another win in front of a home crowd like this?
I really can't believe it. I mean, it was just such a fun day and so many good waves, and I'm just really happy.
I'm sure you've got a whole support crew that have gotten you to this moment. Who are some of the key people that have helped you this week?
Definitely my mom and my dad and all my friends and family. Everybody contributes so much, and I want to say thank you to everybody.
I can definitely feel that energy. I mean, we've spoken a lot against the step and repeat, so I think the only thing that's left to say is, how are you going to celebrate this win?
Oh gosh, I have no idea, honestly, but just take it all in and just with my friends and family and just enjoy it all, I guess.
You thinking at all about a world title this season?
I mean, if it happens, it'd be nice, but just trying to have fun, and I just love surfing, and that's why I do it.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your win. Chris, this was amazing to watch Avalon take out yet another US Open of surfing.
Back-to-back, like I said, a rare and incredible feat, and there's only a few humans in the world that have accomplished what Avalon Gall just accomplished. So congratulations, and I would have loved her to just say, yes, I'm going to win a world title, but that's not Avalon's style. She's just pure stoke and pure joy. So 25 minutes into the men's final. Let's set things up. So Declan Whiten has been an absolute machine. In his semifinal heat, I think he rode about 15 waves. Half of them were sixes. He was dropping huge numbers. He came into this season world number 4. He's had 2 waves ridden so far, just a 2 and a 1, so getting things rolling. Sam, Declan's strengths seem to be consistency, wave selection, and a relentless approach to competitive longboarding.
Yeah, and a searing, not only drop knee cutback, but drop knee top turn, down turn. You know, he's one of those surfers that uses the drop knee in the kind of higher part of the wave to really kind of gouge back down. And he also has a real sended approach to the end sections. So you're likely to see him going to the tail on those end sections for the floaters. You're likely to see him nose riding quickly and early on his Steve O'Donnell built boards. But it's going to be a nice exchange with Tommy as well, because Tommy's got all that kind of silky flowing Sano style that's about footwork and timing and that beauty of classic traditional single fin longboarding.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Declan has a special drop knee turn. Tommy Coleman, he's got some moves of his own. So he is up and riding now on a kind of a messy looking wave, but there's that quick drop knee getting up onto the nose. So kind of maximizing a wave that looked pretty lackluster at the start, but it's turned into something quite nice here through the inside. Finishes off with a nice little foam bounce. He's going to cruise all the way through to the sand. So Tommy Coleman will now be on the board. Declan just had two kind of throwaway waves, but on the board nonetheless. Carla, when you see Tommy surfing, you just feel like he's just oozing that Southern California silky smooth style.
It's very like Dora-esque, you know, super cool, super steezy, looking good, no hair is out of place. I like it.
This is great flow as well, the way he links these sections up, Carla. What I really love about this is at no point do you feel like he's going to lose the flow of the wave. You know, he just knows exactly when to go back into these soul arch nose rides, and he just linked up every single section so perfectly then.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I thought he got a little high on the top there for that first nose ride, but it was this one top turn that he did that was just like this quick turn. You see he brings it back down. Like he said, it was a bit of a messy wave to start, but he just kind of holds his ground. And then the turn in there, and it's this little top turn right in the rib there where he sets up for the next nose ride, but it is a bit high on the face. Most of his board is kind of almost behind the wave, so but he negotiates it well and is able to use his weight to drop back down in it and throw that steez, that kind of old school California style.
Super cool soul arch through that section, but really nice way to end as well.
Sure. Yeah, and I think that's been really, really important for this entire event. It's that finish, and we've seen the judges acknowledge or give that little slight bump in points when they're finishing with control, as opposed to just kind of flying off.
Yeah, kind of the complete story of the whole wave. So the first score of note is with Tommy, a 5.67. It's a pretty solid chunk of points there. Of course, you know, we've seen both of these surfers putting up heat totals into the teens, as we see Declan on a beautiful right-hander. Deep bottom turn, trying to navigate through some bump. He goes up into the lip. A radical approach for Whiten. Big snap, controlled it well. I didn't know what was going to happen after he built all that speed after the drop. The wave just kind of goes nowhere, and out the back we've got Coleman. Ooh, and he got a bit of luck there. The board just flying out the back. No swim needed.
However, though, when he was falling, he made sure he just wedged that rail in so that it wasn't going to go with the wave. And that's something that you learn to do with no leash. If you're going to fall on the nose, you make sure that you're not going to let it go with the wave. You're going to push it back against the wave. See the technique? He's got the 5. He knows at this point he's going to lose it, but he just pushes that on the other side of his toe side, so it's not going to move away from him. And I think that was a smart bit of single fin surfing there.
Cool.
Reaction.
He's already swam quite a bit in one of his other heats, although he was an incredible body surfer. It was this wave here, like you mentioned, Chris. I wasn't quite sure what he was going to do with all that speed, and there was a moment I thought he might just fly away, kick out the back, but boom, he exploded it pretty big, hitting that white water, and then just negotiates it into the inside here, choosing for that flyaway kick out. But it's this radical, as you call it, boom-tastic, just fire it off the top.
That was a big foamy kind of section.
Those maneuvers in a couple of his other heats.
Yeah.
That's just really exciting to watch. I'm sure the judges are get excited about them.
Drops a 4.0 to start for Declan Whiten. So a 20-minute mark. Got Tommy out the back with priority. So Declan with a way more radical approach, but you know, with the kind of rule and vibe changes on the World Longboard Tour, right? The progressive maneuvers that we sometimes see, is there a line that you cross if you go too vertical? Is there an imaginary unwritten law that can be broken in one of these contests?
The key thing is engaging the rail. That's what the judges will reward. You know, you can put that board on edge and get all excited about jamming everything and flexing fins, but what the judges are really noticing is rail engagement. And you know, when you see that whole longboard rail engaged in the wave face, engaged through the carving turns, that's the difference to just projecting and lifting everything away from the wave on the tail. And the judges are really going to reward all of that rail line in the turn.
Tommy may have found a little gem here. It's a mid-sized wave. He's got some open face in front of him, but a really kind of weird wobbly wall collapsing around him. And yeah, best decision, I would say, get out of that wave. It looked really nice right when he stood up, but again, Huntington Beach is very unpredictable. Here we go, Declan. One thing we know is Declan's gonna go out there and catch a lot of waves. He's been doing it all event long, and he's gonna do big turns like that. So you gotta give the power edge to Declan Whiten. I mean, this guy's a monster when it comes to doing big turns like that. Here he is, wasting no time, kicks the board out. He's gonna be back out, being a menace to Tommy in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and an acknowledgement to his exits, not just the completed finishes, whether he's hitting the whitewater or straightening it off, but he steps on the tail to stall it, to bring the board back, gets the 2 steps to the nose right here, just negotiates it as he sees his opponent in front of him, whips it nice and fast off the whitewater there. And just keeping that engagement, like Sam was saying, that rail working through the wave, but I appreciate him kicking out, and you notice the board's right there. So that was like 3 seconds of time that it took him to get his board back. The replay of Tommy, those first 2 steps that he took in that wave kind of stumbled, and I think that interrupted the flow, so it was better off just get out and start again.
Hey Cote, that made me think of Devo Whip It when he did Whip It, because he really did crash it. I mean, he really did do that. The board lifted right out, and there was a lot of drive. And, you know, considering he's got a 4, you're thinking that that's going to be a stronger score and that's going to be a keeper. It'll be interesting to see where it sits relative to Tommy's 5, 6, 7. I think it's not going to be as strong as Tommy's 5, 6, 7, but it was a big, juicy wave. It was lively. It could well fall a little bit higher. It will be down to the interpretation of the judges, recognizing the degree of difficulty, but they're quite similar waves, I think, as far as the scores go.
Yeah, high on the entertainment scale.
Yeah.
There was a lot going on. He was going super fast. Speed counts. Judges liked it. 6-point ride, so a nice, even 10-point total for Declan Whiten. Started with a 4, backed it up with a 6, and this is what we've seen him do all event long, just build wave after wave after wave. So the pace has been set. Fortunately for Tommy, he's got that 5, 6, 7, but you know, he's got to keep up. He's not too far behind. He needs a 4, 3, 4. I think right now he's just having a little breath, and you know, he doesn't look too stressed.
Yeah, it doesn't look too stressed. Finals, wow, I think they're massive things, you know, especially when you've just been on a roll. I spoke to him actually in the Athlete Red Bull zone before this final, and yeah, he did say he didn't want to win a semi-final on a couple of 5s, but I was like, you're in the final, this is amazing, you know, just go out there and shine. And you know, there was that sense of I would have liked to have styled that semi-final a bit more dynamically, but it's bumpier, it's harder, the conditions are trickier, but there's still plenty of time for Coleman to shine.
Yeah, he's got priority too, so he goes ahead and lets Declan go on this one. Declan gets out on the nose. Nice little running left-hander. Gives him some space to work here. Throws in a little combo of turns. As per usual, Declan just riding out super strong. There's a lot of water moving around in those sections where these waves come together. He made that look really easy. Trust us when we say it is not, but out the back, you got Coleman now. He found himself a left. Nice little drop knee bottom turn into the snap.
Yes.
No?
Yeah? No? Yeah.
Well,
yeah. No.
I mean, it was held on for quite a while there, but gets bumped up.
Oh, he's right by the pier pylons as well, so it's good that he's just managed to get that board in time. So he's safe, he's good. He's just gonna kind of move through and get on that kind of elevator to get out on the north side, or maybe between the pylons as well. But we didn't get to see the beginning of that, but Declan's gonna for me, replaces backup 4. He's going to add to his 6. Be interesting to know what Tommy did on that first section. But Carla, I like this opening nose ride from Declan.
I did too. I appreciate the 4 clean steps to the nose. I appreciate that moment of just kind of waiting, that trim spot in the middle, brings it back around, and then just nicely redirects it off that white water, bringing it in, keeping his stature kind of low there as he rebounded it into that inside section. Again, these inside ones not developing quite as much as maybe earlier in the day. Here we have the replay of Tommy.
Whoa.
Goes the stretch 5 to a closer 5.
That was really nice.
And
He could have
then
just finished here. This was going to be a really strong score.
yeah, I mean, he's gonna throw away his 1 for sure, but I don't know if it's gonna match up to Declan's.
I like the way he uses that drop knee, Chris, to just kind of set that up. So you would have really wanted to just cleanly ride out of that. But how was that nose ride as well on takeoff? So both surfers kind of using the pier bowl left with a really good critical nose ride at the start.
Oh, and losing his board didn't take up any time at all. He's right back into the takeoff zone. Score comes through for Declan. It's 5.33. So he's improved his overall total to an 11.33. Coleman still looking for a 5.67. We'll see what the judges give him for the work he did on the outside section of that last wave. 13.38 to go. We are in the finals here. The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. This is stop 1 of the 2026-27 WSL World Longboard Tour. As you see surfers making their way back to the takeoff zone. A lot of water moving around thanks to that Hurricane Genevieve that is sending us this swell, but it's also sending these surfers into some sketchy situations. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing. So much room for activities here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and this is some hot dog surfing from Tommy Coleman.
Whoa.
Great nose ride to drop knee turn to putting everything together on the outside section, looking for a 5.67. This is some lively action.
Yeah, that was nice. It was edgy as seat. It got us excited as we saw it. You know, it was critical, a risky nose ride. It was lively, and you're like, wow. You start to get excited about a decent number dropping for this.
Yeah, that was kind of the complete package there. He didn't get the good clean finish and tells the kids in the shore break, hey, look out, you got a log coming at you.
Ankle biters coming your way, watch out. I was thinking it's really cool to see a surfer like Tommy get into the final of this event with that more old school traditional approach.
Look at this nose ride. That is through the section, dropping down. That was a hard thing to do, and slams that drop knee straight after, backs it up with a second drop knee as well. And yeah, things get small here, but you know, this is a really good bit of surf. Could well put him up in the lead. The two first maneuvers alone for me sat it at a 6, and then he's kind of adding a little bit more in here. I really love what I've seen from Tommy. Not giving up, believing, trusting, and working for it.
Yeah, 6-5. So Tommy jumps into the lead, and this was radical. Carla, how did that happen? How did he maintain control?
I mean, leg day, I guess. He was working on his core too, and you saw a little bit almost of a side slip action when he came out of it, just maintaining that control. Yeah, this was a really hot ride. When it came on live for us, you, like Sam said, you were right away like,
yeah,
ooh,
I was loving
what's happening? You know, let's watch this. So
straight away it was exciting, and you know, he took that nose ride. It was risky. He ran back, and you know, everything was just hanging on there, just on the edge. But yeah, it was done with that commitment, and then he threw in a really snappy drop knee, and then another turn. And I like the liveliness of it. And you know, it was one of those cleaner sections. It stood up, improving conditions. You know, so we may well find, if there's another couple of sets, they're going to have some clean walls. We're just starting to get that kind of settling down of that breeze, and you know, things starting to glass off again.
Well, take the jersey off, and that's a video part wave. You know, that side slip coming out of the nose ride was just super cool looking. So we see 8 minutes to go. Tommy may have just put himself in a great position.
Wow.
Finds this little right-hand pier bowl, gets the 10. Coming around this section, there's a drop knee turn.
Oh,
brilliant combo there to start this wave. Could have a good clean line through to the inside.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
That's just like, you know, you're paddling back out, and every once in a while it happens where you just put yourself in the perfect spot to find a gem.
Yeah.
So back to back great waves for Tommy Coleman. His previous wave was a 6-5. That one had a similar feeling. He didn't have the dramatic nose right at the start, but a really cool wave, and just surfed it so well.
You said gem, that was fully mining for minerals, and that was a good dig, because I think that he's going to replace that backup 5, 6, 7 on that. I mean, Carla, what do you think of this?
I dig it. I like, even though there's just 2 steps, the fact that he went critical with the tight 5 and then bringing it around to wash that speed that he was coming out with, and just continuing a little variety there with the drop knee. And as you mentioned, just lively, maybe not as lively as that 6-5, but I don't know, Chris, I'm kind of liking it.
I'm kind of sold now. Watching the replay,
big score.
yeah.
I'm kind of thinking it's going higher.
Juicy. This
and
is
it does.
full juicy. I mean, it was excellent range stuff, because look, full commitment into this critical nose ride, just, and then arms down, you know, fully on the pier bowl right, and then look at how engaged everything is, and into the drop knee, classic traditional surfing with rail engagement, then coming off the bottom and just really mixing things up with a lively element. And how about that blessing of having been the one that paddled out and was sitting quite close to the pier, and then that little peaky pier bowl right just pops up and he gets his best score.
Came right to him, and you know, in watching this replay, you know, the nose ride was longer, and he did have the little swivel on it to just make it extra cool looking. So I was hung up on the kind of elevator drop free fall, but to me that's perfectly judged, because that wave, that was a little bit more of a technical wave, right?
Brilliant.
The nose ride was just perfection, and then the drop knee turns all the way through. So Tommy's putting together a great heat right now, 7-5 paired with a 6-5. 14-point lead. Declan now against the ropes. He needs an 8-point ride. He's been sitting out the back, hanging on to priority for a while now, and he might be making a move towards the pier to try to meet up with Tommy and hopefully find something.
Hey, Brazil like that, gave that an 8. I mean, and you had to be quick on that wave. That was a super peaky wave, wasn't it, Carla? And you just, you know, you had to really react super fast to everything, and he did that so nicely.
You gotta have your head on a swivel, you gotta have your eyes almost being able to look both ways, right? And he did that, but it really puts Declan in the position right now to really put out all his stuff. Here's his moment. He needs an 8-point ride. Boom!
Oh, can he hang on?
Oh, get up!
Oh. That was so close. He really went for it.
The man is strong too. If anybody could have got up, it's Declan. But that was an impossible ride. Full credit for the effort, though.
I think he gets the commitment award,
he went
right?
berserker mode into that section.
The Charlie Horse Award.
Oh, wow. I mean, he really sent it. You know, hit the 5, ran back, and again, like we've been seeing all event, those end sections, he's just slamming them and, you know, put everything on the line, and you just felt for a moment there his agility, his strength, his flexibility, as we just see him having to get swallowed by this set.
And can we just talk about duck diving a longboard? Like, that's just something that will never be
You
in
should
my...
get points for that, actually.
I mean, obviously I'm at 5 feet tall. There's no way I'm duck diving my 9.4, but that's really impressive to me whenever I see that happen.
It's quite sweet, Carla. I've got my sandals next to yours, and they're about 4 times bigger.
Carla can surf your sandals.
Yeah, I'm going to go body surf.
Probably could. You could hang 10 on my flip-flops.
The hand planes with your sandals.
Oh, you could knee paddle.
Oh, man. Well, you know what? It's fun from in here, but you know who's not having fun is Declan. He's just been pounded by about 5 waves in a row. Just a really bad time to be trying to paddle back out.
Sure.
Good news is Pacifico fan picks are in. They're pretty even. 54% of you think that Tommy Coleman's gonna get this win. 46% say Declan Whiten, and all of you have been right so far because these guys are going head to head. There's only 3.5 minutes left. I don't know if something's wrong with the clock because that feels like it's gone by way too fast.
Yeah, well,
what just happened?
Had Declan made that turn, you know, he was chasing an 8. I don't think it was going to be the 8, but it was going to be a super good score, and maybe then it was going to reduce his requirement with time, but that would have really hurt because he was so close to riding out of that. But now Tommy, we've seen in the semi-finals, Cote, how Tommy just was pretty cool under pressure, just kind of coaxing that priority against Joe Maria Buesa in the last few minutes. So we might well see him doing the same thing here.
That was about as low-key as you can get with actually using tactics.
Okay, so Carla, I mean, tell us about the flexibility and the agility to nearly hang on to this turn.
Well, let's first just go with the power, right? He booms it off there, falls back, and it's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's still holding on. 10 seconds later, still holding on until finally, I think that's where the Charlie horse might have come in and was like, I can't do it anymore.
Wow, he was, yeah. Okay, so not long left. Coleman, I mean, good job for Tommy. You can see if you look at that spread of scores how he's just built and built with. He started strong with that 5, 6, 7, but in his last 2 rides, the 5th and 6th rides, he's got his highest scores. Actually later as well, Declan's getting his highest scores later in the final, but Tommy now, he just needs to keep control of this. He's in a great situation. It's about positioning, it's about using his priority sensibly, about putting himself in the right place, you know, like he did with Joe Marie to just guide those last 5 minutes of the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, this is a kind of a carbon copy of what we saw in his heat against Joe Marie, and Declan is such a good surfer. He's so consistent, and he is a threat on really any wave he gets. He's gonna have to get a really nice wave to get that 8-point ride and do some just out of this world surfing. He's only got 1.5 minutes left, and he's in second priority, so the cards are stacked against him right now, but Declan is, this guy's a hammer. I mean, he's definitely got it in him.
Yeah, and a second, if the situation stays the same, Declan's going to be super stoked, you know, with this result. Yes, it's...
Maybe not immediately, but soon
yeah,
after.
Totally. I mean, to lose a final, absolute heartbreak, but to look in the context of a tour that goes to his home country, and he goes down to Victoria in Bells, and then he gets to go to La Union, frontside on a right-hander, and he knows Sunzal in El Salvador very well. He got 5th in the World Longboard Tour last year. He always performs strongly at Sunzal. He's going to be really stoked. Yes, it's going to hurt. Things could change, 40 seconds, but then he's going to go, you know what, I've been over to Huntington Beach, I've got a second at the Lexus US Open.
Well, we are 35 seconds away from crowning our men's champion. We just watched history, Avalon Gall going back-to-back, winning the women's final.
Hey, Tom, look at the face of Tommy, man. He's just, you could see the butterflies.
Breathe, Tommy, breathe.
He's starting to come out going, oh my gosh, I'm actually going to win this thing. I'm actually going to be a US Open champion. It is absolutely insane. And, you know, a huge crowd favorite as well, you know, like local fan base here on the sand. He's got Saxon Wilson, who's been supporting him, and he's just been bringing all of that Californian silky style to the event from his very first ride in round one.
And the countdown is on. The horn blows. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a champion. Tommy Coleman, representing San Clemente, California, is your winner of the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing. A huge showing from the stylish, pure, self-shaped surfer, Tommy Coleman. Give it up to Declan Whiten as well. Made it a heat. That's a pretty big heat total there. 14 points going up against 11-3-3. Super entertaining all the way through. Yeah, there's our champion.
He's going to be selling some surfboards, and his Bing model as well. When that comes out, that's going to be popular. But wow, what a moment, Carla, for the Californian surfers and global longboarding.
It's not every day that an event wildcard goes and takes the whole event. So I'm sure he's feeling stoked. His posse, his family, his crew around him.
I love it.
Are stoked. I bet that's Saxon and crew.
What a moment. Look at the vibes. This is absolutely brilliant.
You know, it's also a really big thing. You know, Kai winning last year and taking the title as kind of that quote-unquote purist, traditionalist, and then Tommy also being one of those that follows more of that traditional aesthetic. So it kind of speaks to where perhaps the direction that the tour is going.
Wow. What a moment for Tommy Coleman. By far the biggest win of his career, and definitely not the first. This kid is such a good surfer. Great style. And you know, when you put all those things together, when you can mix that amazing style with, you know, he's got a subtle competitive mindset. Yeah. We saw him using priority, and that's great. You have to put all those things together to be a champion, and Tommy Coleman's on his way.
You know what, his mum's here as well, and, you know, what a proud moment for her and the family, and it's just amazing scenes, and you know, you can just feel the joy inside him. Look at the body language. This is someone who just, you know, wow, he's going to have to pinch himself and go, you know what, I've just surfed my way through to winning the US Open. That is an outstanding achievement, you know, listing his name amongst so many greats, you know, the people that have shone at this location, from Corky Carroll, Joyce Hoffman, David Nueva, all the way through to Tommy Coleman.
Wonderful, emotional moment, an awesome moment for all of surfing. Give it up to Tommy Coleman. We're going to take a quick break, but the 8:05 update show is coming right up. Don't go anywhere. Surf fans, it's time to celebrate. This is the 805 update show. I say update show because right after all of this, we're going to go ahead and fire things up and start the Challenger Series. So a lot of surfing yet to come here. I'm Chris Cote, this is Carlos Zamora, Sam Bleakley, and we've just watched brilliance, back-to-back heats. You had Alavalon Gall get the win. You just had an incredible showing from Tommy Coleman. I mean, that to me was a longboarder's dream, right? You know, you got to see a lot of different styles. You got to see a ton of waves ridden, nose rides, wipeouts, really something for every type of fan.
Yeah, all California sweep as well on the podiums as well. Massive day, brilliant longboarding, great for global longboarding. Congratulations, everyone. Yeah, it was super fun, Carla. We saw this swell, you know, starting to materialize way back on day one. And we were even talking about a 70 days straight of surf here in Huntington Beach, but it seemed to have peaked just at the right time. We had waves all the way through, some wind every once in a while, but what a beautiful finals day.
Yeah, we had a great finals day. Everything cleaned up. This morning we were coming down here, kind of checking it out. We thought it was going to be smaller, but the set started coming in as the sun rose and gave us just some really great canvases for our athletes to show their talent.
And it felt like Avalon Gall just kind of made it so easy. She was just flowing through all of her heats. What does that mean in the, I guess, in the span of someone's career like Avalon Gall to go back-to-back here at the U.S. Open?
Well, it's huge, and being as young as she is, she gets to just kind of continue with this momentum that she's built for herself. And as we've seen in a lot of her post-heat interviews, she's very, like, cool about
she's chill,
it.
Yeah,
she's super
we have
chill.
Two very chill winners.
There's not like a structure to it.
I love it.
She just goes out, she surfs.
Surfing for fun.
But I agree with you. I would love to hear her like say, I want to win it.
No doubt. Well, from here, let's go down to the main stage. We've got Mitchell Salazar for the award ceremony.
What's up, Huntington Beach? The WSO would like to formally recognize that Huntington Beach is the traditional homeland and shared territory of the Ahashiman and Tongva peoples. It is known by the place Lukupangma in the Ahashiman and Tongva languages. The Ahashiman people have lived in the place we call Orange County for over 10,000 years and are still here stewarding the land alongside surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about our shared coastline. We thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event. Big thank you to the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, the Ahashiman Nation, and Adelia Sandoval, the spiritual overseer of the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians and the Ahashiman Nation for leading our opening ceremony on Monday. Welcome to the awards presentation for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, the first stop on the 2026 World Longboard Tour. After an incredible 4 days of competition right here, beautiful surfing by the world title frontrunners, we have finished stop number 1 on the WLT. Big thank you to our partners, Lexus, our title partner for this event, and to Pacifico, our presented partner, as well as Sun Cruiser. A special thank you to Huntington Beach, the fans, the local surfing community right here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier, and the WSL and Mari event staff who bring this event to life. The city, Huntington Beach, once again for always hosting us with open arms. Most importantly, thank you, the surfers, for putting on such an incredible showing right here at one of the most iconic venues in the world. To help us award the trophies today, we have Will Hayden-Smith, Director of Longboard and Regional Tours. And with that, let's start getting our trophies out. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy was one of the best in the world last year. This year, again, he has already declared that he has won to win a world championship. All the way from Sydney, Australia, he is a firefighter. He is also one of the best in the world. Your runner-up of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, Declan Whiten. Yeah, Declan, congratulations. Awesome time. I mean, the carves were spectacular as always. Last year you finished within the top 5. This year I know you're looking to be #1 in the world. How does it feel to start off the season this way? Congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm stoked. You know, if you had told me before I got here that I'd make the final, I'd be over the moon. Obviously now you make it and then you lose. It's bittersweet, but I mean, so much respect for Tommy and how he surfs. Like, his style and flow is something I'm extremely jealous of. So surfing up at Malibu with him during the week as well, and he was a standout up there. So full respect to him, and yeah, congratulations to Tommy.
And what about taking the time off? Your fellow firefighters back home too, they're covering your shifts, but I mean, you made it worth their while right here with the runner-up finish.
Yeah, there's, I think I had to swap about 4 shifts to come here. So yeah, shout out to everyone that covered me back home, and yeah, straight back into it, I think, and fly straight home and go to work, but yeah.
Congratulations, best of luck the rest of the year. Your runner-up on the men's side from Australia, Declan Whiten. And now, your women's runner-up, all the way from Japan. She was one of the best in the world last year, and she is looking to get her first championship herself. Give it up for your Lexus US Open of Surfing runner-up, Miss Hiroka Yoshikawa. Congratulations, Hiroka. This is a big result for you. Last year, you were able to get your first final appearance. That was over at Bell's. Right here in the Pacific Ocean, close to home in Japan, you do it once again. Anything you would like to say back home to your people?
This stage is my dream. So I'm so happy to be here, and thank you for all my sponsors and family and friends. 応援してくれた皆さん、本当にありがとうございます。
Congratulations. Big round of applause for your runner-up, Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan. And ladies and gentlemen, it was a sweep for the Californians. The trophy stay right here in the US of A. This guy is a wild card. He is from right down the street in San Clemente, California. Give it up for your Lexus US Open of Surfing champion, Mr. Tommy Coleman. Let's hear it. Yeah, Tommy, congratulations. I mean, you get the news that you're getting a wild card into the event. You mentioned during your semifinal interview, you saw Jay Quinney win the event a few years ago. You're still very young yourself, but I mean, this accomplishment, winning right here in such an iconic venue, what does it feel like? Congratulations.
Man, it's pretty cool. I'm stoked. I don't really know what to say, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to surf as a wild card. I've been like watching all these guys surf my whole life. Like I said in my interview earlier, I was here when I was like 13 or 14 watching Justin Quintal hang 10 straight through the pier, and it's pretty surreal. So I'm grateful and I'm stoked and excited to keep on surfing.
And especially with the support that your friends gave you throughout finals. I mean, the importance of having them right here, the locality of this event, coming from just up the road in San Clemente, sleeping in your own bed every night. What was that experience like for yourself?
Oh, it was pretty classic. I had Saxon Wilson staying at my house, Eli Richards. We were like kind of up every night watching clips. Saxon's like East Coast insane surfer, so he's looking at each and every individual section, telling me what I could do better, so that's pretty cool. And Eli's on the camera, stacking clips every day. We've been filming for like 6 months, and he'll just show up and film me for free because he loves the grind. So shout out to those guys. They helped me out a lot, you know, telling me what I could do because they know my surfing. Also spent a lot of the time on the East Coast last couple of years staying with Saxon, surfing some crappy waves, so I think that helped out a lot. So thanks to the boys, thanks to Caton, and I'm stoked. Ow!
Let's give it up for your champion right here in Huntington Beach. He's a local boy from Orange County, Tommy Coleman. And now, she did it, back-to-back event winner, just down the road in Laguna Beach. Your Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico champion is Avalon Gall. Avalon, congratulations. The 2 winners' trophies stay in Orange County, winning back-to-back right here. You really saved the very best for last, dropping the 783. How does it feel to be able to do that right here at the pier once again? Congrats.
It feels amazing. I can't believe it, honestly.
Doing it in front of all this crowd, of course, your friends and family, but most importantly, leading the rankings once again. You finished runner-up last year. I mean, this year, sky's the limit. What do you think about finishing the championships, especially with 12 spots available to qualify for that event this season?
I'm just really excited for the rest of the season and to compete with everybody, and I hope it's a good year.
What do you do in between this event and Bell's now? There's a big gap in between both events.
Just surf.
Pretty simple, guys. Let's hear it for your back-to-back champion from Laguna Beach, representing Orange County, Avalon Gall. We'll now turn our attention to the start of the Challenger Series, which is live now right here at WorldSurfLeague.com and free on the WSL app through Sunday, August 2nd. The Lexus US Open of Surfing is stop number 2 and kicks off now with the opening round of the women's division at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. Stay tuned to watch Heat 1 of the round of 48, featuring Sky Brown, Kiara Gould, Taina Hinkle, and Laura Hupp. And with that, we'll send it back to Chris and the crew.
Man, thank you, Mitchell Salazar. That guy knows how to throw a party. That was an awesome awards ceremony, and just so cool to see these personalities shining. I mean, Declan White, and this dude is a hero.
Yeah.
And he, you know, he's just such a great sport. Saw him giving so much credit over to Tommy and Avalon Gall. Best answer ever. What are you gonna do between now and the next event? Just surf. What do you think I'm gonna do?
That's the Laguna Beach philosophy of surf that she lives by, and it's paid off.
Yeah, definitely. I think just keeping it cool and calm, it's definitely a recipe for greatness for her.
Yeah, so going back to back again, making the history books, and do not be surprised if Avalon Gall goes back to back to back to back to back. She is that good out here, and this is proof of exactly what she's capable of. Super cruisy on land, you get her in the water, and her flow just reaches new levels. An amazing nose rider, and you can tell she's got so much control over that Michael Takayama board.
Yeah, it took a lot to beat Kayleigh in the semi-final. A lot of people had their money on Kayleigh taking the win. It would have been her 3rd US Open win, but Avalon was just building and building. You know, she didn't even know what the scores were or the positions were in this semi-final, she said in her post-tee. She just went out there and made sure she put everything into every ride she got, Carla.
I think that's just her ticket. She doesn't put too much thought. She doesn't get her nerves up. She just goes out and she surfs. And at the end of the day, that's what she's able to put it all together and just, you know, find all those right rides and get all the good scores.
And she peaks in the final, Cote. I mean, you know, for her, the big scores that she's been hunting start to happen in the final. But let's, you know, say how special Hiroka's surfing's been. Because, Carla, you really analysed it so beautifully all week. Her technical skills are first rate.
Yeah, I think she's definitely underrated, and her skill set is so high and on par with some of the best in the world. She is one of the best in the world, and it's really great to see her succeed in the event like this, such as the US Open, being able to get to the final, and that just sets her ahead for the, you know, the season ahead.
Yeah, I feel like Avalon doesn't really know or care about the word strategy. I don't think she cares about priority. She doesn't care about scores. She's doing what she does, and that's just surfing, and she does it with a smile on her face.
Yeah.
So fun to watch.
You know, she's got a great dance-like style, but she's got really good leg strength. You know, if you watch the way she nose rides and turns, you know, her legs are so toned for those controlled in and out of critical nose rides and turns, and that's something that really turns her into like someone who's dancing on a longboard.
And I mean, here are your final results. These are big numbers from both surfers. Yoshikawa comes through with that 11.50 total, that 7-point ride. That made things probably pretty nerve-wracking for Gall, even though she didn't show it. But for Avalon, sitting on a 7.83 and a 6-point wave. Just a really nice and tidy, well-surfed final, and she hasn't changed a thing in her surfing. She just goes out there and she just surfs like Avalon Gall, and that's a really good thing.
Yeah, now in 2 seasons, Hiroka's got 2 finals. She got second to Soleil Erico at Bells, and now she gets second to Avalon here at Huntington. And it was quite emotional listening to Hiroka in the presentation with Mitchell Salazar. You welled up because you know this means a lot to her, you know, and she's now 2nd seed moving forward in the tour.
Super cool, I know. Style reigned supreme today. Tommy Coleman came through as a wild card. You know, definitely one of those names that we saw in the draw thinking, okay, Tommy could do some big things here. And we started to see that from the very first heat. Well, finals day belonged to Tommy. Nice and cruisy, getting out of the water and showing no signs of stress. Beautiful drop knee turns, extended nose rides, and he just had a real knack for finding gems out here in this vexing lineup.
Yeah, and Carla, how interesting was it to hear that he's been working for months on video analysis and coaching with Saxon, and that's made a difference, you know. He's hungry for this. He's been working on his technique.
Well, I don't know if he even knew he was going to be in this event. He's an event wild card, so perhaps that was just something he was doing for his own his own benefit and his own evolution and his own surfing. But yeah, Tommy's been around the scene for a really long time since he was a young kid. He's always had that killer traditional style, and to see him take it into his adult years and into competition, put it all together and represent that traditional side of longboarding is really great for the sport.
Yeah, and I think him showing up at the global qualifier in La Union in January and really putting on a show, that really helped solidify the global awareness of his skills. And he was up against a kind of hard to beat Joe Maria Buesa in that semi-final, but he wasn't phased, and I really was respectful of the way he kind of saw out those last 5 minutes with priority, not making any mistakes.
Yeah, and I'm going to be watching my mailbox because I am now an official member of the Tommy Coleman fan club, and I'm expecting that membership card any day now. So congratulations, Tommy Coleman, styling his way to a victory here. And you know what? Tommy's now in the history books. If you win the US Open, you've done something incredibly special.
Yeah, the lucky water, and he mentioned Justin Quintal, and that was something that inspired him, seeing Quinny win here at HB. But I mean, those searing turns from Declan Carla, razor edge, what a brilliant surfer Declan is.
Yeah, I think a lot of us had Declan in to take this all the way. He'd just been building on his skill set and his momentum, but it was just hard to beat the California kid. That he's got it locked in here. He had his home crew here on the beach, and it's going to be hard to take him down, but Declan is definitely the kind of surfer that would be able to do so.
But Chris, you know what I loved as well is the liveliness of Coleman. You know, he kind of took every bit of milk and every contour of wave and really expressed himself on it. And that kind of inner belief and that energized logging, that really showed. You do have to be active here. And when we've seen the likes of Joel Tudor and Quinny Quintal and Kelis Kelly-Opaha perform with finesse here, what they've also been doing inside is they've been putting everything into every moment. And you know, you hide some of that with stylish longboarding, but you're busy inside.
Yeah, and he was never safe because Declan is that good a surfer. At any second, he could have got that required number. Here's your overall heat total, 14 points for Tommy Coleman, getting the win here at the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing. So a lot to unpack here, but not a lot of time to do it. We've got the Challenger Series around the corner. Carla, give us your brief synopsis of what we saw this week here in Huntington.
What a great way to start the season. I think we're leading into just an awesome momentum. We're going to have a little bit of time to wait, but everybody really showed what they're going to be putting on stage for the rest of the season, and I'm excited to see some more of that traditional surfing be acknowledged.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Declan and Hiroka for being graceful, gracious losers, but surfing brilliantly and being proud to be second on tour. But a huge congratulations for the Californians shining. I mean, Avalon back-to-back, and Tommy, you know, bringing with him all of that culture and history that Huntington Beach has given us in surfing for so many decades.
Yeah, safe to say another epic year for the Longboard World Tour here at the US Open of Surfing. And while we, change things around just a little bit, we're going to bring some shortboards into the board rack. We're going to show you some highlights from the day. These are going to be awesome. Watch these. Stay tuned. Challenger Series coming up right after these highlights. Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Sam. Always a pleasure to work with you guys. And you get to go surfing. I'm going to sit in here and talk about some Challenger Series stuff here in a minute. There you go. I missed you. Come on. Bring it in. Watch these highlights. We'll be right back. We've reached peak summer here in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, California. The 2026 WSL Longboard Tour, US Open of Surfing here at one of the most famous beaches in the world. 100 years of surfing here in Huntington. In a sea of green, with your eyes so blue. Most famous surfing pier in the world. Declan, our first surfer of the year, to shoot the pier. That was so cool looking. That is pure power of muscling that board around. Gonna be a wild start to this heat. We got JR going left. We got Kai going right.
Here it is,
excitement.
JR's on a good one right now.
Oh, and a broken board.
We have flipped the script.
Well, day two, one of the most iconic venues in the surfing world. Conditions looking fun. What a read right here on the inside, touches the 10. Fantastic footwork, touches the tight 5 right there on the inside section. It's a buzzer beater moment for Mason Schremer.
Nice solage, classically style.
How about the nose ride for Jack Van Wagener? What a match right here between Van Wagener and Kai.
Definitely one of the more exciting heats of the day.
Carlsbad, California into the round of 16. The nose ride here was just sensational.
That was sick.
Wow. All gas, no brakes. So Connie does it.
Wow.
Day 3 of elite level competitive longboarding. That's how you want to start your day. Levitating.
Incredibly well to be able to hold on right there. He loves it. The biggest heat of his career so far. We know that he's got a license to chill Connie Stewart into the quarterfinals.
And we're going in. Avalon Gall. Things are escalating quickly. That turn.
Nice, dynamic.
Just beautiful. Give it up. Diaz.
Amazing.
We're already into the quarterfinals. This right here is an epic showdown. That was radical. A massive score just dropped for Kalis Kaleopa. 8.83. Boom.
It's Hiroka Yoshikawa.
Into the semis. There's the reaction.
Wow. That was a heat.
Fourth day of competition here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Surf City, USA.
The waves are pumping.
Oh,
Tommy Coleman entering the semifinals. That was clutch surfing. Congratulations to Jo-Marie Abueza.
This young lady looking to defend her title.
Declan Whiten peaking at the right time into the finals. Purists, rise up. Your guy, Tommy Coleman, is now a finalist.
see a Avalon back-to-back finals.
Already in the finals?
Avalon Gall, back-to-back champion of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Tommy Coleman, representing San Clemente, California, is your winner of the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing.